The rain poured down from the night sky as he finally collapsed onto the ground. A girl with flowing silver hair stood in front of him, her sword buried deep in his chest. He slumped there, lifeless, while her eyes burned with rage. Without hesitation, she twisted the hilt, driving the blade further into his heart as he coughed up blood. With the last thread of life left in him, he smiled faintly, telling her she was still beautiful precisely because he could never possess her. He raised his bloody hand toward her, caressing her cheek one final time before his body went limp. She stood tall as his corpse lay motionless at her feet. This bitch. She finally did it. A notification screen popped up. Condition fulfilled. Engagement nullified. Deculian dead. A long sigh of relief echoed through the room as the computer screen displayed stage cleared. Finally, it wasn't crashing anymore. I put in all this effort for this one guy. I finally fixed the bug that kept breaking the nullification of engagement route. My name is Kim Woo-jin, and I had just finished another round of overtime. I'm a console game developer at REW. In South Korea, considered a barren wasteland for console games, REW came out of nowhere like a storm, pumping out one hit after another until we became a studio the entire world recognized. The game I was testing right now? An AAA title. REW poured every bit of our investments and profits into this single project. Basically, if this game flops, we're all screwed. The whole essence of this game is that its difficulty and story change depending on the player's choices. Maybe that's why, even though it's single player, the highly advanced AI and the named characters have been getting tons of attention from the community. On top of that, we stacked it with classes. Knight, Mage, Explorer, Demon, Demon Hunter, Noble, King, and more. Thanks to that variety, players could freely become whoever they wanted in the game. So yeah, if the game succeeds, we'll be swimming in cash. If it fails, the studio sinks with it. And the reason I've been working non-stop for the past month? This bastard. The main villain of Episode 1. Deculian Vo Greyhan Eucline. One of the game's intermediate bosses, a named villain. The number of bugs caused by the dozens of branching routes tied to him? Endless. But I finally managed to kill him properly without a single error. His death in this route? Stabbed by his fiancée. Which honestly made sense, considering all the garbage he pulled. Stretching my stiff body, I was ready to call it a day when I heard someone behind me call my name. She walked over and asked how the work was going. That was you, Era, my team leader. Also, my ex-girlfriend. We dated for 7 years. We shared happiness, struggles, everything. I'm naturally lazy, but she's a born workaholic. Her relentless ambition pushed me to be better. But in the end, it didn't matter. We broke up. 6 months later, I heard she had someone new. Leaning against my chair, she asked if I was still struggling with the chapter's bugs. I brushed off her question and instead asked how things were with her new boyfriend. She smiled, saying it was going well, while complaining about the ridiculous rumors people kept spreading. Hearing her casually talk about him irked me, so I barely acknowledged her words, focusing back on my work. With forced sarcasm, I wished her a happy life and told her to hurry up and marry him. Understanding my tone, she told me to stop being petty and just focus on the game. Then she dropped new work on me. Some last-minute changes to the story's ending. Every time I finish something, more piles up. At this point, I'm almost used to it. Looking at Deculian's character model on the screen, I asked if this guy was really supposed to be an intermediate boss. He seemed way too killable. But she explained that was Deculian's charm. The deeper the scenario progresses, the stronger he becomes, since the game's difficulty depends on player choices. After explaining, she glanced straight at me and said, "He's modeled after you, you know?" That caught me off guard. She chuckled, asking if I hadn't noticed how much he resembled me. I mean, I'd only met the character artist twice. But she smiled knowingly and said that's exactly why she kills Deculian off every time she sees him in the game. Apparently, our personalities were similar too. His last words in the script? "You damned bitch." Yeah. Real flattering. Anyway, she shifted back to the topic, asking how I felt about the game. Even though it's fun, the fate of the entire studio riding on one project is nerve-wracking. But Era seemed confident it'd be a success. After all, the trailer had already gone viral. Looking out the window, I spotted a blonde guy leaning on his fancy car. Her boyfriend. I mentioned he was waiting for her, and maybe she shouldn't keep him there all night. She agreed, waved me goodbye, and left. Time blurred again, and soon I was back testing Deculian. Staring at the avatar, I wondered if this guy was really modeled after me. 6 attributes and the combo of whiz kid and average mage. As a child, Deculian had been hailed a magical prodigy and placed on a pedestal. But in reality, he was nothing special. Just another average mage. Thanks to his arrogance and noble background, he grew into the worst kind of personality. At this point, I'm not even sure he counts as human. Even though the game's supposed to make him stronger as the story goes, he's already surrounded by enemies who hate him. Can't we at least give the guy something? Something subtle. Now that I know he's modeled after me, I feel like I have to do something. After brainstorming, I decided to give him the comprehension attribute. Maybe with that, he might actually turn out to have more empathy than me. And while I was at it, I decided to toss in a few more good traits. Wealthy, Midas touch, sharp eyesight, Iron Man. Now that I added all the ones that looked cool, I suddenly felt a bit ashamed. So I decided to revert him back before it caused any unnecessary problems. But just as I was about to reset, the computer beeped with a notification, startling me. It was from developer Rain, the story writer himself. I asked him if there was anything else he wanted to change in the model, but he replied with some cryptic message. Confused, I asked if he was talking about reviewing the finished model. But instead, he just laughed and told me to look outside the window. Puzzled and curious, I peeked out to see what he meant. To my surprise, the sky itself was opening up. Clouds twisted violently, swirling around a blinding light at the center. What the hell? This was way too unusual. Before I could even comprehend it, lightning burst out from the light as I felt something dark and sinister swallowing me whole. And in the next moment, I was kneeling in a massive, unfamiliar palace. My mind raced with confusion. Suddenly, sharp pain jolted through my head as a voice echoed inside me. It told me to never forget, to always be wary of that man. The voice continued, Deculian is no tame man. He may appear hesitant now, but at any moment he can change everything. He's just downplaying his talents for now. He is a vile villain. The palace went pitch black again, and then another voice rang loudly. This time it was a girl's. She told me to get up, addressing me as Deculian. I jolted awake. A girl was screaming in my face, yelling about how long I was planning to sleep, throwing insults at me as she did. As the fog in my head slowly lifted, things became clearer. It's been a few days since I possessed this body, but it still feels like a dream. I sat up on the bed as she kept shouting, demanding how much longer I was going to lock myself in the room just because of some woman, blaming me for bringing shame to the family. Throwing the papers she had been holding onto the floor, she stormed out, telling me to get dressed quickly unless I wanted to be fired on my very first day of work. After that bizarre night when the sky ripped open, I woke up in this strange body, in this strange place. It's already been a week since then, and now, I'm inside the world of the game I made. The familiar yet twisted scenery leaves no doubt. To make it worse, I ended up as the absolute worst character in the game. The man doomed to die no matter what. A villain with no escape from fate. I became Deculian. Deculian carefully gathered the scattered documents the black-haired girl had tossed to the floor, stacking them neatly. Meanwhile, he lay back on the bed, absent-mindedly running a hand across his face, lost in reflection. It's already been a week since I ended up here. At first, I convinced myself this was only a dream. Yet with each passing day, the vivid sensations of living forced me to accept that this was real. After dying like that, could this truly be some kind of afterlife? Still, one fact was undeniable. I had become the villain of a game that was only halfway through development. Deculian von Grand Uckline, a mid-game boss whom players were destined to face no matter the route they chose. He was an enemy to countless characters, parents, lovers, friends alike, the root of many events and a persistent antagonist throughout the entire story. And now that role had become mine. The biggest issue was not knowing what stage of the game I'd fallen into. The only certainty I had was the measurement of my mana capacity. But I had no idea how to properly use it. That left me completely defenseless, and I wasn't exaggerating. During development, I'd run through every single path of the game more than 1,000 times, including Deculian's. Out of all those routes, he only managed to survive once. He was literally designed for one purpose, to serve as a mid-game boss, nothing more. As he reached this grim realization, Deculin's eyes drifted to the documents stacked beside him. They were the same papers the girl had left behind, containing the basics of magic and the nature of mana. At that moment, the girl herself surfaced in his thoughts. Uriel von Delan Uckline, his half-sister, the true leader of the family in his place. In truth, their relationship had never been good. The woman she had mentioned earlier must have been Uli. There seemed to be some kind of entanglement between Deculin and Uli. Now that I think of it, she brought up the professor's position, didn't she? There's a lecture today. I should attend. I've never taught a class in my previous life, so I need to gather as much knowledge as possible. And above all else, those strange lines of text kept appearing. Right before his eyes, a system screen floated into existence. Primary survival objective, become a necessary character for the game. Side quest, teach at the academy. Reward, shop currency plus 0.5. Even if he wanted to skip, Deculin had no option but to drag his exhausted body out of bed. As he moved, he gave himself a quiet push. Whether it's because of this mission or because of Uli, I have to act. She played a direct role in Deculin's death. Besides, shop currency is crucial. But then another question surfaced. How should I even give a lecture? I've never done that before. Still, there was one saving grace. The special ability of this body, insight. A natural talent that allowed its user to instantly grasp and understand information, powered by consuming mana. When designing Deculin, I had personally given him this skill to make him more empathetic. It was a trait that only appeared in the later half of the story, so it probably hid some deeper functions. The mansion's luxurious bathroom and elegant attire came to him far more naturally than expected, almost as if he had always lived this way. At first, he had found the noble garments far too excessive, but now they felt oddly refined, comfortable even. That was the work of another innate trait, dignity. The body itself demanded a refined presence. Honestly, it was impossible to behave in any way that clashed with its aristocratic manners. What Kim Woo-jan once found unbearable now felt almost second nature. Even attending a lecture for the first time carried a strange sense of normality. I am a noble and outstanding aristocrat. Thinking this, Deculin suddenly realized sweat dripping down his temple. He forced a sharp reminder into his mind. What the hell am I doing? Kim Woo-jan was just a young man from South Korea. Healthy, tall, handsome perhaps, but to borrow the words of an ex, a lazy and boring bastard. That's who I really am. I can't forget that. I must not lower my guard. With that vow, he straightened his back and strode outside. Waiting for him was a chauffeur standing beside an extravagant car. The moment Deculin appeared, the driver bowed in a perfect 90-degree angle of respect. Without hesitation, Deculin coldly gritting his teeth, he recalled the image of Era's new boyfriend waiting outside her office. Then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a boy sitting quietly beside him. Brown hair fell over his eyes as he kept his posture straight. Who is this kid? Deculin wondered. The boy noticed his gaze and flinched slightly before quickly offering a polite greeting. Good morning, Professor, he said, handing over a stack of papers. Deculin's sharp instincts immediately kicked in, deducing his role. He had to be some kind of secretary or perhaps an assistant. Taking the documents, he casually asked, Are you a mage? The question left the boy stunned. Huh? What are you talking about? You've been teaching me for almost 3 years. Deculin brushed it off, shaking his head as the car continued on its path. Flipping through the papers, he quickly realized they weren't lecture notes, but pre-written scripts he was expected to read aloud. The entire lesson had been prepared word for word. There was no way an arrogant, talentless man like Deculin would ever bother to make such preparations. This kid had done it for him. The realization left him oddly conflicted. Almost without thinking, he muttered, Good work. The boy jolted in shock. What? Deculin didn't explain. Instead, he ordered, Just rest until we arrive. The chauffeur, who was long used to his master's icy demeanor, nearly dropped his composure. Did the young master just Compliment someone? He thought, still trying to process the unbelievable scene. Inside, however, Deculin's brow tightened. Sweat beaded on his temple. What kind of absurd personality is this? My stomach twists just because I said one nice thing. So this is the true nature of Deculin. He had sensed it back at the mansion, but now it was undeniable. His very mind was being influenced by Deculin's persona. The thought left him deeply unsettled. Just as he sank into those worries, the sleek black car slowed to a gentle stop. "We've arrived, young master," the chauffeur announced from the driver's seat. Deculin didn't utter a word. He merely reached for the door handle and stepped out. Spread before him was a vast campus of grand, towering buildings. Students crowded the walkways, their movements filling the scene with energy that made the place feel alive. The sight left Deculin momentarily silent. So this is where Deculin works, the Royal Academy. His goal was the Roto Lecture Hall. By the time he arrived, the room was already filled with students, all talking excitedly. "I finally get to attend a lecture by Senior Professor Deculin." At this, another student asked curiously, "You mean the genius spell analyst?" Someone more informed replied at once. "Not only that, I heard he's also a prodigy." Before the chatter could go further, a commanding voice echoed through the space. "Attention, everyone." The room immediately quieted. A tall figure had entered, radiating cold authority. "I am Deculin von Grand Uckline. I have been tasked with this lecture as a senior professor from the Mage Tower." Carrying the grace of a noble, he spoke in a calm but dignified tone. "Now then, let us begin." His sharp appearance and composed manner caused a stir among the female students. "Wow, he's not just brilliant, he's handsome too. He's really so cool." Meanwhile, in the shadowed corner of the hall, a girl squeezed the paper in her hand so tightly it shook. "Cool, huh? So we finally meet." Her eyes burned with hatred. "That man, Deculin, my father's enemy." She muttered the words under her breath, her glare fixed upon him. Back to the girl's thoughts, memories of years past rushed in. 3 years ago, my father ended his own life. After devoting himself entirely to studying the Holy Scriptures, he took his life in despair when his thesis was stolen. The one who claimed the discovery, the one praised as a genius interpreter, was Deculin himself. I could do nothing. After he died, I lost it all. My noble status, our land, our wealth, everything was gone. In the end, I had nowhere left to turn. That day I made a vow. I would avenge my father. Since then, I worked without rest until I earned a place here at the Royal Academy, where Deculin teaches. Unlike the other clueless students, I know the truth. His mastery of scripture is only stolen knowledge. All of his praise came from my father's work. How can he stand there so shamelessly, acting as if that seat belongs to him? That was my father's place. I will reveal his lies. I will kill him, but for now I must wait. To bring him down, I need to plan carefully. My revenge has to be perfect. Her body shook with fury at the thought. Even as she tried to steady herself, she was unaware that the man she despised stood calmly at the front, beginning his introduction. "Attention everyone, I will start the lecture. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a senior professor at the Mage Tower, a monarch class mage, one who wields the elements. I have been appointed as your instructor. Mages are divided into 11 ranks, with monarch being the 4th highest. By now, you should know this already. Still, magic is separated into 3 attributes and 9 disciplines. The attributes are origin, the base of all magic, elemental, the makeup of matter, and material, the medium that directs mana. The 9 disciplines are summoning, spirit arts, destruction, support, control, resilience, enchantment, harmony, and specialization. That is why a mage must blah blah. Back to Deculin's perspective, he reflected as he lectured. Things are going smoother than I thought. Not only is this my first lecture, but it's also about magical theory, which I hardly know. Yet, though I'm only reading a script, it feels as if I'm in full control. His traits of dignity and dominance naturally drew the students' focus. His elite trait kept him composed under their stares, rather than nervous. Everything seemed effortless. Deculin's traits truly make him fit the role of professor. Refocusing, he continued to explain. Mana manifests differently depending on where it's stored in the body. Mages often store it in their brains, since it allows the clearest mental image of spells. In contrast, swordsmen keep their mana in their hearts, the organ that pumps blood throughout the body. Lastly, the dantian is a universally adaptable reservoir, linking inner and outer power. The point is simple. Hard work matters, but without talent, careful choices are just as important. As he said those words, even Deculin paused to reflect. What an ironic lesson for me. In truth, Deculin was never made to be a gifted character. While his current mana stat rested at 3.375, there existed someone else whose starting mana exceeded 30.00. If anyone should follow this advice, it's me. How ironic. Still, this was just a scripted lecture. With that thought, he finished. That concludes today's lesson. One last thing. As he reached this point, his voice hesitated. A doubt flashed in his thoughts. Do I really need to read this line? If I were the real Deculin, I wouldn't. That thought weighed on him. He didn't want to lose to the game's personality. He wanted to stay himself. With that in mind, he turned to the students. Does anyone have a question? The students looked at each other and shrugged. None spoke up, giving him a small wave of relief. Good. Seems there are no questions, he thought, preparing to finish the lecture. Just then, a sudden voice rang out. Professor Deculin. A girl with gray hair rose from her seat, her voice sharp and loud. Last night, an unknown spell was found in the mage dormitory. Some even say it's the work of demons. As a genius in scripture analysis, what do you think of it? Hearing her, Deculin shifted his gaze toward her. Are you really part of the mage tower? The girl flinched at the unexpected reply, her face showing confusion. Excuse me, but why ask me that? Deculin answered plainly. If you truly belong to the tower, you would have introduced yourself first. I do not answer questions from rude children. His words widened her eyes, but Deculin didn't spare her another look. He turned away, thinking, I'm sorry, but I have no choice. Insight drains too much mana. Just reading this lecture script cost me 1.30 mana. Who knows how much analyzing an unknown spell would take? Inside the room, the students whispered among themselves. She tried to cause a scene but only made herself look foolish. Their mockery deepened her anger, but instead of backing down, she spoke again. Wait, the mage tower refused to explain, saying it was a rumor. But I believe you can identify it, Professor. I formally ask for your judgment. At once, she channeled her mana, forming a warped green circle in midair. The instant Deculin's eyes touched it, his mana dropped suddenly, leaving him with only 360 points. Above him, the gray-haired girl spoke again. A few apprentice mages tried studying it, but made no progress. Could you give us a hint? Before she could finish, Deculin cut her off. This is a barrier spell. No hints needed. It is an enchantment-type confinement meant to trap. That's all. Without delay, he turned and strode from the room, leaving the girl standing there in shock. Meanwhile, his duties complete, the system awarded him 0.5 shop points. Time passed quickly, shifting to the academy's dining hall. At that moment, the gray-haired girl still brooded over his lecture. What a detestable man. I meant to expose his fraud with an unknown spell, but instead he called me disrespectful just for not stating my name. I nearly died of humiliation. Surely he only called it an enchantment to dodge the question. Enchantment spells require a medium. How could it be enchantment without one? What I showed was an exact copy of the pattern on the dormitory door last night. At first everyone was confused, but it soon became a study subject. I know he was lying, she muttered bitterly under her breath. Just then, a red-haired girl came running up. The circle from last night. It's been deciphered. When we reconstructed it as a barrier, I couldn't believe it. We were all too nervous to ask the professor. But you were so brave. At this, Ephraim froze, her face blank. Wait, you're saying it really was a barrier? The red-haired girl smiled wide and nodded. Yes, isn't Professor Deculin amazing? How could he know it was enchantment without a medium? Thanks to you, Ephraim, we're reporting this and adding your name. Yet deep down, she refused to accept it. No, impossible. It was just luck. In the end, I only raised his reputation. With that thought, she pulled out a paper. Advanced Elemental Magic. 5 credits. Instructor Deculin von Grand Uckline. Looking at it, she pressed her lips tight. They say if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never lose. I'll need to prepare if I must face him every day. Just wait, Deculin. I'll reveal you. Ephraim vowed, her determination burning like fire. Back to Deculin's perspective. Though he had left the lecture hall, unease still clung to him. That was far too close. When I saw the spell, insight activated on its own. Just glimpsing the complex pattern drained nearly all my mana. I couldn't identify it even with double my current stat. I don't even know what kind of spell it truly was, even now. I might not fully understand its workings, but at the very least, nothing went wrong. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a voice called out from ahead. It's been some time. The sound instantly drew Deculin's focus, and he quickly recognized the figure before him. White hair, piercing eyes, a face he had stared at countless times on a computer screen. Julie von Deffen, his fiancée, a woman famed for her brilliance, destined to stand at the summit of knighthood. He had never imagined he would encounter her here. From a short distance, Uli greeted him in a steady yet composed voice. "How have you been?" Deculin's expression stayed as frigid as ever. "I'm not certain myself. Let's just say I'm fine." For some reason, that answer seemed to provoke Uli. Her gaze sharpened slightly as she pressed him again. "Fine. Even after breaking the promise we made only a week ago." Back to Deculin's inner thoughts. He had no clue what promise she meant. What promise? I have no idea what she's referring to. I should probably dodge this somehow. Deculin figured it was best to avoid being drawn in by someone as dangerous as her. So, he tried to move past her with an indifferent tone. Before he could finish, Julie swiftly stepped in front of him, barring his path, her voice dropping into a low, unwavering tone. "You're running away, just like before." Deculin instantly realized Uli wasn't going to let him slip away so easily. With no other option, he stopped and exhaled a sigh before replying. "Perhaps I forgot because of my recent fever. Could you remind me what exactly we promised?" At those words, Julie's mind drifted back to the week prior. A vivid memory rose to the surface, her own voice, unwavering in conviction. "Promise me, if you can face yourself and admit your arrogance and pride, then I will marry you, even if the world itself collapses." As the sting of misplaced trust sank in, veins bulged across Yuli's forehead. She clenched her jaw, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. "It seems I was wrong to trust you. You may leave." Hearing this, Deculin turned his head briefly, sparing his fiancée a glance. But then, without hesitation, he moved on. Behind him, Yuli's jaw tightened so hard her teeth ground audibly. Memories of her betrothal to Deculin resurfaced in her mind. My engagement to Deculin was purely strategic. He was said to be a skilled mage and I am a gifted knight. Our union would strengthen both lineages and bring political advantage. That was what her elder brother had told her. Since both the Uckline and Freyan families carried royal blood, no one had opposed the engagement. Even Julie herself had accepted it then. "For the sake of my family, it's fine. Even without love, I will accept this." That was what she had told herself back then. Yet, both families had soon been forced to face a cruel truth. Deculin's supposed genius never existed at all. Perhaps he simply refused to acknowledge it. But the truth was unavoidable. He had deceived them all, falsely claiming to be a prodigious analyst of magic and even securing a professor's chair. But the lie was unraveling. Over time, more and more people began to doubt whether Deculin truly was a magical prodigy, the youngest senior professor in the tower's history. Yet he had shown no progress since his last review 3 years earlier. After several humiliating incidents, he stopped boasting of his achievements altogether. Even so, despite the exposure of his falsehood, both the Uckline and Freyan houses had hidden the truth. They likely did not wish to become targets of scorn. They didn't want their weakness revealed. But I cannot overlook this. A loveless marriage I could endure, but deceit I cannot forgive. That is my code as a knight. That is all there is. And he had agreed to it as well. But now he doesn't even recall the promise. Julie whispered under her breath, her hands quivering as they tightened into fists. Royal Academy. the Tower of Magic. The Royal Academy stood as the grandest institution within the game. And among its divisions, the Department of Magic held absolute prestige. You could compare it to the medical school of Seoul National University, with the Magic Tower acting as its affiliated hospital. As Dekulin looked across the campus, even he couldn't help but nod in awe. This place is incredible. A sprawling campus with an immaculately kept garden. It feels like one of those elite universities in America. The design team must have spent endless nights perfecting this atmosphere. I wish I could truly admire it. If only I weren't in this body, to properly experience this campus. Just then, someone suddenly sprinted toward Dekulin at full speed. Instantly sensing the motion, his face hardened, and on instinct he swung his elbow backward. His blow struck the figure, scattering the stack of papers they carried in every direction. The one who had collided with him was none other than Dekulin's assistant. "I'm sorry. I was rushing to find you, Professor." Dekulin immediately recognized the voice. It's that boy from earlier. For a moment, I thought it was an ambush." He muttered to himself before speaking aloud. "Oh, you're Zoro, right?" "No, sir. I'm Alan," the assistant corrected, leaving an awkward silence between them. It took several seconds before Dekulin finally replied. "I must have confused the names." I see." Alan trailed off, still unsure who this Zoro even was. The scene then moved to Dekulin's office. Now seated, he looked over the stack of papers Alan had brought and asked, "So this was the reason you were in such a hurry to find me?" Alan nodded and explained, "This is the list of sponsors for the new magic apprentices this year." Hearing this, Dekulin immediately understood the matter. So that's how the system works. The Tower of Magic operated like a research institution in reality. Funding was crucial for advancing magical studies. Professors would choose apprentices they considered promising and personally support their growth. While reviewing the candidates' profiles, something peculiar caught his eye. One name in particular was glowing faintly. "This name, it's glowing." He instantly guessed why. "It must be because of my inherent traits." Trait: wealthy tycoon, rare. A natural-born financier, blessed with uncanny instincts for valuable prospects. The more knowledge one possessed, the sharper that sense became. Trait: keen vision, rare. An enhanced ability to perceive details visually, almost like an extra sense. Mana points and similar factors mainly worked to support these traits rather than stand alone. Returning to Dekulin's thoughts, he quickly made the connection. This strange glow must be the synergy between wealthy tycoon and keen vision. Whoever bears this name must be tied to great fortune. There are a few candidates worth noting, but she stands above them all. His gaze then fell upon a gray-haired girl, Ephraim. This is a familiar name. Ephraim Luna, a figure well known in the game. According to her developer's notes, Dekulin had once taken her father away from her. But why doesn't Ephraim Luna already have a sponsor? Dekulin muttered his question aloud. Alan scratched his head awkwardly before answering. Ephraim Luna, most people avoid her. Before Alan could elaborate, Dekulin had already nodded in understanding. "I see. They're worried I'll lash out if anyone decides to support her. She had the talent to enter the Tower of Magic without even attending the academy." Still, Ephraim Luna was his enemy. Or rather, Dekulin was her sworn enemy. If the events followed the game's course exactly, then his end was inevitable. Death. At that instant, a system notification appeared. Skill Villain's Fate. Everyone desires his death, yet what fails to kill him only makes him stronger. In the game, Dekulin perished in countless ways. A blade through the chest, a dagger to the skull, poison slipped into his drink, even sudden explosions. No matter how, the conclusion was always the same. He died. If I intend to live, I need to choose differently. I must do what the original Dekulin never attempted. With that thought, it took him less than 2 seconds to decide. Without a shred of hesitation, he grabbed his pen and signed the document before passing it back to Alan. "Alan, submit these and bring me a few books. I plan to write something before leaving." Alan responded energetically before rushing off to fetch them. Left alone in his office once more, Dekulin sank into thought. "I'll need enormous sums of money to survive. Wealth can keep me safe from many of the deaths waiting for me. Sponsoring a mage is a good start, but it's insufficient. Too many in this world despise me. They'll kill me the instant they can. If I truly want to endure, I need an escape. I must grow stronger. But Deculane's natural talent was only ordinary. At this pace, he had no hope of standing against the threats looming over him. I won't survive the endless deaths ahead. Yet he did possess one advantage, his attributes. Deculane had once boasted of wielding all 4 elements, but the truth was he could only handle earth and fire. Combined with his affinity for magic manipulation, however, he discovered something unique. By fusing earth and fire to form metal, he awakened a special trait. Midas Touch, unique rank, consumes the user's mana to unlock a target's hidden potential. Thanks to this ability, Deculane's control over metal allowed him to manipulate floating blades with raw energy. Of course, calling them flying swords powered by energy sounded far grander than it truly was. In reality, it was merely advanced telekinetic control of objects. Still, such a skill was far from ordinary in this world. What I lack in raw power, I'll make up for by perfecting the properties of metal. But before that, I must master object manipulation itself. Let's test it now. Without hesitation or doubt, Deculane placed his hand on the basic magic manipulation manual lying before him. At the same time, he invoked his insight trait to accelerate his studies. At once, a surge of energy burst from his body, creating an intricate magic circle in the air. A storm of knowledge flooded into his mind, sweat running down his face. The incantations of telekinesis, they're being carved directly into my memory. Thankfully, the process ended quickly. Once it was over, Deculane turned his gaze to the pen beside him, concentrating his will. In the next moment, the pen rose from the table, floating steadily in the air. Witnessing the result, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. Now I've memorized basic telekinesis and can cast it without chanting a spell. Watching something that had only ever existed in the game manifest in reality like this was surreal. Even though it was just a beginner's skill, the fact that my first attempt already worked so well meant that once I mastered advanced remote control, I'd be close to the power I longed for. But what was the next step? Could I perhaps engrave magic circles across my entire body? In this world, the bigger the circle, the greater its strength. If I used insight to fully grasp my body, not only the brain but even the heart, I might be able to boost my object control by inscribing circles over every part of myself. Of course, the risk was high. My body could collapse under the strain or suffer severe backlash. Still, this vessel carried the Iron Man trait, which granted peak-level physical prowess and hidden potential, letting me endure consequences that would destroy others. This was a path only I could take. My remaining mana sat at 800, more than enough to attempt a minor test. With that thought, Deculane began experimenting directly on his own body. At once, the book in his grasp erupted in dazzling light, and strange markings poured into him without pause. Instantly, he was consumed by indescribable torment, a pain more brutal than anything he had ever endured. It felt as though each bone splintered into dust and every muscle tore apart under invisible claws. But Deculane refused to falter. He did not let slip a groan or cry, for to uphold elegance and composure was the pride of a noble. Time crawled by until finally, the process concluded, leaving him with a single point of mana left. His body shook violently from the aftermath. I'm completely drained. I failed due to a lack of mana, but I still gained a result. A magic circle now etched itself into his shoulder. At this pace, completing his body would take 2 weeks. Days rolled by swiftly. A month had passed since Deculane's lecture, and the first official class day had finally arrived. At the Tower of Magic, students gathered before a wooden notice board, reading the announcement pinned to it. I, Professor Deculane, wish to test your skills. Bring me any results you can research from this location. The abundance of elemental energy here makes it perfect for your experiments. After reading, the students exchanged puzzled glances, whispering among themselves. This isn't what the older students told us. Are all his lessons like this? He's just making us study alone with instructions on a board. Uncertainty spread quickly through the group. Across the way, Ephraim scowled, her fists tightening as she cursed Deculane silently. What an utterly irresponsible man, making us work on our own on the very first day. What kind of bastard does that? As her thoughts ended, A blonde girl brushed past, bumping her shoulder roughly. The girl didn't even pause, walking on without so much as a word of apology. Ephraim's irritation flared instantly, ready to lash out with sharp words. But when her gaze fell upon the girl's face, she froze. The blonde girl was Sylvia von Josefine All. On the other side, Sylvia tilted her head ever so slightly in recognition, then turned away without speaking a word. Ephraim stood stunned. Did she not recognize me? Time trickled by. Sitting on the ground, she idly shaped a small castle with magic, like a child playing with sand, though her thoughts remained troubled. Sylvia's cold dismissal kept replaying in her head. 10 years ago, fearing my father's strength, their soldiers surrounded our estate and threatened us. Then why doesn't she remember me? As she puzzled it over, a sudden gust of wind swept past, shattering her little castle. Huh? What's happening? My mana feels like it's being pulled away. She quickly scanned the area, frowning. And sure enough, Sylvia was weaving her magic into a towering castle, the sheer pull of her spell devouring the remnants of Ephraim's. Watching everything she had gathered sucked into Sylvia's creation, Ephraim's anger spiked. She spun toward her and shouted, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Do you even realize you just stole everything I collected?" But Sylvia offered no reply. She didn't spare Ephraim so much as a glance. The silence only fueled her rage. Ephraim clenched her fists tighter, her body trembling with growing frustration. What the hell is with this girl? Why won't she respond at all? And in that heated moment, a thought suddenly clicked in her mind. Ordinary people, even complete strangers, would at least react somehow. A glance, a frown, anything. But Sylvia, she showed absolutely no reaction, which meant it was deliberate. A smirk slowly curved Ephraim's lips. "Oh, I see how it is," she said, her tone dripping with amusement. "So tell me, Lady Sylvia, why are you pretending not to recognize me?" For the first time, Sylvia moved. Her shoulders tensed, barely perceptibly, but Ephraim noticed it immediately. That tiny shift was all the confirmation she needed. Ephraim pressed forward, her voice sharp with sarcasm. Sylvia remained impassive, her voice flat and emotionless. "I don't know you." Hearing this, Ephraim's frustration boiled over. Sylvia turned to face her, her sharp gaze piercing Ephraim like a blade. "I don't know you, but I do know your father. That arrogant noble?" Ephraim spat, her heart clenching. "I heard he's dead." The words cut deep, and Ephraim's jaw clenched so tightly it ached. Her eyes blazed with raw, unfiltered rage, a storm seconds from erupting. Then it happened. Nearby students, caught in their own chatter, suddenly felt it. A massive surge of magical energy rippled through the air, thick and suffocating. At his words, everyone turned, stunned. Ephraim had already concentrated an enormous amount of energy into her fist, and without hesitation, she lunged at Sylvia. "What did you just say? Say it again!" she screamed, swinging with full force. Sylvia reacted immediately, forming a protective magical barrier around herself. Boom! Ephraim's strike slammed against it, sending a deafening shockwave across the area. The impact hurled surrounding students backward, their feet skidding as they struggled to stay upright. Then silence. Only once the blast settled did panicked voices rise. "What just happened? Is anyone hurt?" Eyes darted around until they landed on the two at the epicenter. Ephraim, panting and trembling, held a fistful of Sylvia's golden hair. "I told you to say that again," she snarled. "Did you just insult my father?" Before Sylvia could reply, someone in the crowd gasped. "Wait, what's that light?" Ephraim's anger briefly cooled as she followed the frightened gazes of the others. And then she saw it. Behind them, at the point of impact, a rift had formed. A swirling tear in space radiating red-black energy, pulsing like a living, breathing entity. Panic erupted among the students. Screams and shouts filled the air. Even Ephraim, still fuming moments ago, felt a cold shiver run down her spine. "A rift," she muttered, heart racing. "No, that's..." Her mind spun. "That's where my magic collided with Sylvia's. It's pulling everything around it inward." Across the courtyard, one student saw the danger and shouted, "Run! It's about to explode." For the first time, genuine fear gripped Ephraim. If it detonated, shards of metal would fly like bullets. Everyone could die. No solution came to mind. And then, boom, the rift detonated. A violent shockwave tore through the air, ripping the ground apart, scattering debris and raw magical energy in all directions. Ephraim gritted her teeth, sweat streaming down her face, and thrust her hands forward, summoning a massive protective barrier to shield everyone. At that moment, an eerie silence settled over the battlefield. What's happening? Why is it so quiet? She wondered, scanning her surroundings instinctively. And then she saw him. Deculin stood there, radiating a cold, commanding presence. His aura so effortlessly imposing it intimidated all who looked. The debris, once violently flung about, now hung frozen midair as if time itself had halted. Ephraim's breath caught. When did he get here? And why are the shards suspended like that? As the students watched in stunned silence, Deculin raised his hand. The floating fragments began to swirl, converging like a flowing river. Their movements were fluid, mesmerizing, a dazzling spectrum shimmering across their surfaces. The students could only stare in awe. For aspiring mages, witnessing telekinesis at this level was breathtaking. The elegance, the sheer precision, it was impossible to look away. Then, as though flicking aside a handful of dust, Deculin cast the gathered debris away with a single motion. Crash! He didn't even glance at the wreckage. Turning to the students, his voice cut through the air, icy and commanding. Attention! Today's lesson is over. Everyone except those responsible for this chaos, leave immediately. A heavy silence followed. Ephraim swallowed hard. I'm done for. The scene shifted. Suddenly, they were in the Academy's interrogation room. Considering the chaos caused by Ephraim and Sylvia had almost endangered an entire group of students, the Academy wasted no time in launching an urgent inquiry. Naturally, as the professor responsible for the class, Deculin remained stationed outside the entrance. A portly man spotted him immediately and, smiling broadly, greeted him, noting that he was already present and praising his dedication and discipline as an inspiration to all mages. This man was Retlon, a professor from the Department of Spirit Studies, followed by another faculty member, Ran, from the Department of Support Magic. A young woman wearing a mage's hat tilted her head slightly and welcomed them, apologizing for the abrupt summons and expressing gratitude for their prompt arrival. This was Adeline Sigillian, president of the Royal Tower Magic Academy. The two professors nodded and quickly took their seats, while another sharp, grating voice demanded to know who dared lay a hand on the young lady of the Alad family. Retlon chuckled, dismissing the culprit as a lowly nobody and noting that Deculin had handled the situation appropriately before it escalated into a full-blown disaster. Ran added his agreement enthusiastically. From Deculin's perspective, the praise was empty. His keen perception allowed him to see through Retlon's flattery. The professors were skilled at manipulating events to suit their advantage, and the outcome of the hearing had likely already been decided. On one side stood Sylvia, heiress of the prestigious Alad family. On the other, Ephraim, a fallen noble, nearly a commoner. The result was painfully obvious. If Deculin wanted to intervene, he would have to act. Even before entering, he noticed the swirling crimson aura around Ephraim, visible only to him due to his sharp vision. A warning of villain's fate, signaling that death would come if events continued unchecked. Once everyone settled, the hearing began. Retlon immediately launched into questioning, demanding to know how they dared disrupt the academy and warning that someone could have been seriously harmed if not for Deculin. Ephraim lowered her head, bitterly insisting she could not explain. Retlon's frown deepened as he pressed her, and she lifted her gaze, thinking that her enemy was watching from somewhere above, making it impossible to speak the truth. Tears streamed down her face as the weight of the world seemed to press against her. Unmoved by her distress, Retlon's voice grew sharper, accusing her of games or inferiority complexes and reminding her of the clear difference in status between herself and Sylvia, yet daring to challenge it. Ephraim clenched her fists but stayed silent. Retlon then turned to Sylvia, prompting her to explain. She calmly admitted that during class she had accidentally destroyed Ephraim's work, which led to the dispute. The professors murmured in irritation, commenting that Ephraim's reaction was overblown and that a lowly nobody like her had no right to behave so arrogantly. They suggested expulsion for her violent behavior. Ephraim gritted her teeth, enduring the relentless condemnation, realizing that what was supposed to be a disciplinary hearing had become public humiliation. There was no one to defend her, and the cold verdict seemed suffocating. She blamed Deculin for the entire situation, her eyes darkening with resentment. Seeing that the professors appeared to have reached a consensus, Chairwoman Adeline finally spoke, suggesting they hear Deculin's opinion before finalizing the decision. Deculin then addressed the room, asserting his authority as a senior professor and member of the disciplinary committee, asking Sylvia directly if she truly believed she bore no responsibility for the incident. Both Ephraim and Sylvia flinched at the question, and Sylvia hesitated, confused. Deculin repeated the question, firm and unwavering, pressing her to acknowledge her fault. Ephraim had no idea where this was going, and even Retlon appeared bewildered. Ignoring him, Deculin focused on Sylvia, calmly explaining that she had had the ability to prevent the incident, yet she had chosen not to. Sylvia's eyes widened as Deculin's words cut through the room, the implication of her incompetence leaving her momentarily frozen. In an instant, however, she lowered her gaze and admitted her fault without hesitation, confessing that she hadn't intervened because she had wanted Ephraim to get into even deeper trouble. Ephraim, standing silently on the side, could only stare in disbelief, questioning why Deculin was addressing Sylvia instead of her. She felt the weight of responsibility press down, insisting internally that no matter how it looked, she was the one at fault. Her gaze instinctively shifted upward, seeking some sign of intervention, while Retlon, equally confused, tried to redirect the conversation. Yet Deculin's cold, unwavering eyes fixed on him, silently countering the professor's argument. By that logic, he made it clear the accountability fell to him instead. He was the one responsible for the class. Retlon faltered under the piercing scrutiny, stumbling through a weak clarification, insisting that he hadn't intended to suggest that Deculin take the blame. Ephraim's disbelief only deepened. The professor had just openly challenged an adult who had been siding with Sylvia. Could it be that he was protecting her? The tense atmosphere was briefly broken by Chairwoman Adeline, who clapped her hands sharply, drawing everyone's attention. She dismissed the conflict as a normal part of growing up, emphasizing that both were novice mages and that no disciplinary action would be taken this time. Ephraim's hands clenched so tightly they trembled, the unexpected leniency conflicting with the expectation she had built in her mind. She had fully anticipated being expelled, yet here she stood, uncertain, confused, and oddly relieved. As the professors began filing out of the room, Retlon couldn't resist one last attempt at flattery, praising Deculin's analytical prowess. Deculin responded coolly, insisting it had been done for the sake of the students. Before he could finish, Ephraim abruptly rose, unable to suppress her curiosity. Did he remember the name Luna, her father, the suffering he endured before his tragic end? What if Deculin chose to retract his judgment just to protect himself? Or worse, what if he didn't remember her father at all? Each possibility twisted her stomach into knots, heightening her anxiety for the professor's next words. Yet, as always, Deculin did not disappoint. Deculin didn't hesitate to reply, telling her not to ask and not to waste her talent dwelling on the past. With that, he turned and left, leaving the gray-haired girl rooted to the spot. Ephraim watched him go, her mind racing. She knew then that Deculin was aware of both her and her father. Otherwise, he wouldn't have intervened. He must have felt some responsibility and stepped in. But did that mean his help came from pity? Her thoughts wavered between doubt and relief. Still, she was grateful he hadn't forgotten her. For now, that was enough. Tears welled up, spilling down her face, and she quickly wiped them away with the back of her hand. Thanks to that shift in Ephraim, Deculin successfully avoided his impending death scenario and earned 2 shop coins. Time passed and the scene shifted to Sylvia. A blonde-haired man arrived in a sleek convertible to pick her up. Gilthian Vanelwig, her father, a telekinetic mage and head of the Alla family, reassured her that she needn't worry about Luna anymore. Though Sylvia remained silent, her gaze drifting across the passing scenery, memories pulled her back to 10 years ago, the day of the aptitude test for academy admission. She remembered meeting Ephraim for the first time, both their magical abilities assessed by an elderly wizard who was utterly stunned by their brilliance. declaring that it was impossible. They each had the talent to become archmages. Whispers spread through the crowd, astonished that 2 children from their territory could achieve such potential. Only 3 could ascend to archmage in a single era, and 1 spot was already taken by Adeline, leaving just 1 place for Sylvia or Ephraim to claim. Determination hardened in Sylvia. She understood why the Ala family had oppressed the Luna family. It was to ensure she, not Ephraim, would become the next archmage. She reaffirmed that becoming an archmage was not merely a dream but her destiny. Her thoughts flickered to Ephraim's earlier words, a fleeting worry about being surpassed. But she quickly shook it off, dismissing it as overthinking. Gilthian, sensing her unease, reassured her that Luna was not her concern. The real challenge was Deculin, a genius with the potential to rise far beyond expectation. Sylvia understood the warning perfectly. She recalled how Deculin had seen through the trap she had set to weaken Ephraim, forcing her into a compromise. She had underestimated him, mistaking him for merely above average, but now she knew he was calculating and formidable. Days later, the scene shifted to Deculin's mansion. Dressed in an elegant suit, he prepared for a formal gathering. Outside, his assistant Roy called, and Deculin promised to be ready shortly. Soon, his chauffeur drove him in a luxurious vehicle, during which he reflected on Ephraim. Supporting her had been the right choice. He eliminated a variable and earned shop currency. The novice mage who raised a question had been Ephraim, likely to become hostile, and Sylvia might still hold a grudge, but his decision ensured survival. His focus shifted to the social gathering ahead, an opportunity to earn more shop coins. The system screen reminded him of a side quest. Attend the Flower of the New Year event for a reward of 0.5 shop currency. He calculated that he needed at least 5 more coins to access the store, so identifying notable figures at the event was critical. Arriving at the Grand Castle, 2 servants bowed at his entrance, but Deculin ignored them, sweeping his gaze across the room for anyone useful. Among the high-ranking nobles, he recognized familiar figures, including a helm whom he had personally designed. His satisfaction was short-lived, however, as an older gentleman noticed him and hurried over, praising him for teaching his daughter. The surrounding guests, sensing opportunity, swarmed him like sharks to blood. Deculin instinctively raised a hand to halt the older man and scan the hall for Ganesa, the 5th strongest character at the story's start, aware that meeting her would be a key accomplishment for the day. On the 2nd floor, Ganesa, dressed like a ship captain with a fiery red ponytail, observed him intently. Spotting her at last, Deculin prepared to make his move. She had to be nearby. Deculin reminded himself and moved swiftly toward her, but fate seemed determined to hinder him. An unexpected obstacle appeared in his path. A blonde-haired nuisance. It was Yahello, the blonde man approaching with his usual smirk. Yahello Bungarian, a monarch-class mage affiliated with the royal family, strode up to Deculin with an air of faint camaraderie, acting as if they were old friends. He greeted Deculin with a laugh, expressing how honored he was that the esteemed senior professor actually remembered him after so long and casually inquiring about the progress of his research. Deculin frowned at the remark and asked what Yahello was talking about. The blonde's grin widened as he replied, teasing that his research had made no progress in 3 years, and that some people were starting to doubt his abilities. He even offered to help, masking his provocation as concern. Deculin immediately saw through the intent. Yahello was there to provoke him. They had been rivals at the academy, once close, but after losing the senior professor position to Deculin, Yahello had grown resentful. Normally, such petty provocations would have been trivial to Deculin, though he admitted to himself that the rumors Yahello mentioned were true. His gaze flickered upward to the 2nd floor, and his stomach dropped. Ganesa had vanished. He had lost sight of her because he had been stuck dealing with Yahello. Behind him, oblivious to Deculin's rising irritation, Yahello continued to drone on, lecturing him about arrogance and how it would make him unpopular. Deculin could no longer suppress his growing frustration. He stepped closer, his voice cold as he warned Yahello to stop the nonsense and leave. With that, Deculin turned and walked away, leaving Yahello in stunned silence. He reminded himself he needed to find Ganesa before she left the party, or his entire plan would be ruined. Time passed quickly, but despite his efforts, he still hadn't located her. Instead, He became preoccupied with evading the endless crowd of nobles eager to speak with him. Frustrated, he noted that even after shaking off a helm, too many people were still in his way, making him resent these kinds of parties. Just then, a familiar voice called out to him, "Ganesa." He turned, surprised, and found her standing before him, a playful glint in her eye. She teased whether their meeting was by chance or if he had been looking for her. Deculin, caught off guard by her casual attitude, hesitated, then forced a faint smile and claimed he had just gotten lost. Ganesa laughed at his answer, insisting she knew he had been looking for her and asking if it was about the mission, noting that she had already returned the commission fee. Her words made Deculin deduce that they were connected through some mission. Ganesa continued, apologizing for not bringing him a child with magical talent, admitting that she had grown attached to them and could not hand them over. Deculin, still confused, realized she was referring to something he had done multiple times to compensate for his own shortcomings. She turned to him with a sharp tone, asking how long he intended to live that way, her sarcasm forcing him to pause and reflect. Deculin placed his hands on the balcony railing, looking into the distance, and calmly declared that from now on he would live differently. Ganesa, expecting mockery, was shocked by his response. She admitted she had thought he would try to kill her for opposing the secret mission and running away, but he waved off her concern, noting that she was overthinking. Deep down, he found it amusing that the original Deculin had considered such a foolish plan, knowing that Ganesa's power was unmatched. Having achieved his goal at the networking party, Deculin decided there was no reason to linger. He told Ganesa he would return and she need not worry, prompting her to ask if he was leaving without conflict or bloodshed. Deculin replied coolly that he was not free, leaving her momentarily stunned. As he walked away, his mind turned over the power of the Uckline family and the possibility of pressuring her through the Adventurers Guild, while noting that doing so would increase the risk of death. At that moment, the system notified him that a cause of death had been avoided and currency had been stored. Deculin's expression went blank. He realized that the recent conversation might have been one of the causes of his death, and he could not afford to be careless. Elsewhere, a brown-haired girl sighed in frustration and asked her companion how much longer they intended to sit there. Her companion, Julie, grumbled that she had never wanted to come in the first place, prompting the first girl to scold her to stop complaining. Julie remained stubbornly in her seat despite her friend urging her to get up and come along. Seeing this, her friend narrowed her eyes as if noticing something, then suddenly asked what was going on with Professor Deculin and how things stood between Julie and him. Julie hesitated for a moment before sighing, admitting that she was a little worried due to all the rumors surrounding them. From Julie's perspective, there was no pleasant memory associated with Deculin, so she replied bluntly that there was obviously nothing good about it. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps caught Julie's attention. She instinctively looked up and saw Deculin descending the staircase at a steady pace. Their eyes met briefly, but he quickly averted his gaze and turned away, unwilling to involve himself in yet another potential cause of his death. His abrupt reaction stirred whispers among the party guests, speculating on his behavior and the supposed state of his engagement with Julie, though none could know the truth. Regardless, after leaving the party, Deculin had successfully completed the New Year's Bloom quest, earning an additional 0.5 store currency as a reward. Time passed quickly. A week after the New Year's flower celebration, Deculin continued his daily memory training and introductory psychokinesis practice, but realized his physical strength was lacking. Remembering the near-death experience caused by reckless actions, he began physical training. A few days prior, as usual, Deculin had engraved a standard magic formula onto the protagonist's body, but the pressure exerted exceeded expectations, nearly killing him. If he had been an ordinary mage, he likely would have perished. Surviving was thanks to his Iron Man trait, and after meeting Ganesa, he desired greater power. He decided to engrave psychokinetic fire manipulation alongside psychokinetic object control to enhance his metal control abilities, embedding a magic core into his psychokinesis. Though the method significantly shortened the time needed to learn magic, it was extremely dangerous, prompting him to train his physique. Following his training, Deculin's muscles had become remarkably defined, almost indistinguishable from someone who had trained for years. Exhaling lightly, he decided it was time to head to work. At his office, his assistant Alan arrived, carrying a document-filled bag and explaining that it was a proclamation from the Professor Qualification Review Committee of the Mage Tower. Deculin's expression shifted as he quickly read the letter, which notified him of a hearing scheduled within the next 6 months concerning the progress of his research and instructed him to prepare all relevant documents accordingly. The sudden investigation was troublesome. If an audit was being organized, it meant the research had stagnated long before he took over the body. This put him at a disadvantage. Maintaining the professor title seemed to be a prerequisite for the quest, and losing it could mean the end of his hopes. Determined, Deculin arrived at the lab, only to find it in complete chaos. Books, furniture, and objects were scattered everywhere, suggesting no one had frequented the space in a long time. A pile of sludge caught his attention, and sensing something hidden within it, he activated his psychokinesis to extract a book. Opening it, he discovered a research journal with encrypted results, but his comprehension trait allowed him to analyze the information, causing a dazzling golden light to burst forth. Even with incomplete pages and flawed logic, the research was extraordinary. Tucked inside was a pendant containing a photograph of young Ephraim with a man, likely her father. Deculin deduced that while Ephraim's father had worked as a researcher under him, he had tried to hide it, leaving Ephraim to endure a tragic life because of the Luna family mage's grudge. Determined to complete the research, Deculin planned to list the original researcher as a co-author while ensuring he had achievements of his own. Meanwhile, at a campus cafe, Ephraim and her classmates were deep in discussion. A bright orange-haired girl emphasized the importance of sticking together, as there were only 30 commoners in the class. Ephraim, reflecting on her lost noble status, sighed at the situation. The orange-haired girl reminded her that as a victim of Sylvia, she represented the commoners. The group eagerly looked to her with expectation, leaving Ephraim forcing an awkward smile. A male student raised concerns about needing a supervising professor for their proposed club, prompting the orange-haired girl to suggest asking Professor Deculin. Ephraim's face turned pale, but the group considered it a reasonable idea, noting that Deculin treated everyone fairly and had previously protected her. Hesitant, she admitted she didn't think he was that nice. Cold sweat ran down her face as anxiety set in. She had no desire to involve herself with Deculin and bolted from her seat, attempting to avoid the responsibility. The orange-haired girl chased her, waving the application form, but Ephraim refused, insisting it would backfire. Suddenly, Ephraim froze as Julie, her best friend, slipped into the cafe and gave her an encouraging look. A familiar voice called from behind, Deculin himself, telling Ephraim to step aside. Her face froze, and Julie's silent encouragement bolstered her confidence. Taking a deep breath, Ephraim carefully held out the application form and explained that she wanted to establish a club composed of commoners and needed his signature. From Deculin's perspective, her words caused him to hesitate. Other professors would not cooperate, so helping her seemed the best course. He reached out, took the application, and quickly signed it before handing it back, instructing her to send the details to his office. Ephraim stood frozen in shock, unable to believe he had agreed. As she watched Deculin walk away, Julie lunged at her with a tight hug, celebrating the success. Ignoring her friend's excitement, Ephraim remained focused on Deculin, puzzled by his unexpected kindness. Time passed, and the scene transitioned to Deculin's lecture hall. At that moment, Deculin's class had already begun. Today's lesson focused on understanding pure elements. He explained that elements served as the foundation of all magic, yet many magicians still failed to grasp the difference between categorized magic and pure elemental magic. Seated below, Ephraim was lost in a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, struggling to make sense of why Deculin had suddenly shown her kindness. She speculated whether it was due to guilt or sympathy, reminding herself that he had been the one who led her father to his death. Even if he was being nice now, it felt fake. If he truly acknowledged his wrongdoing, he should reveal his true nature and show remorse. The more she dwelled on it, the tighter her hands clenched, trembling with frustration. Julie, sitting beside her, noticed and asked with concern if she was okay. She told Ephraim not to worry about the other students, who only knew how to gossip. Julie's gaze shifted toward someone nearby, leaving Ephraim puzzled about what she was referring to. Following her line of sight, Ephraim noticed several noble students staring at her with visible disdain. She let out a small, awkward chuckle, realizing she had officially made herself an enemy of the nobles after recent events. Even though she was technically a noble herself, she had grown accustomed to being looked down upon. Composing herself, she reassured Julie that it was fine and suggested they just focus on the lecture. Oblivious to the thoughts running through her head, Deculin continued with his lesson. He explained that the magic circle students had been using carried meaning in every stroke. To demonstrate, he activated his own magic, summoning a glowing circle above his palm, from which a small flame flickered to life. He explained that the color of the spell could be altered by adding 2 additional strokes to the circle, which determined the hue of the flame, leading into today's topic, fire flow. While explaining, Deculin effortlessly used his telekinetic abilities to levitate a book beside him. 2 orbs of energy began to converge in his hands, one glowing green, the other blue. Ephraim realized her assumptions had been incorrect. His lecture was not merely a display of skill. As a professor, Deculin's teaching was a masterful demonstration, using mana to explain concepts with profound depth and clarity. New students in the lecture hall were shocked, and even Sylvia, a prodigy long uninterested in study, found herself captivated. Unbothered by the curious gazes of the students, Deculin meticulously broke down each concept. He demonstrated how a magic circle could summon water, and how, when combined with artistic magic, it transformed. Performing the modification before their eyes, the circle darkened to a deep purple, and the flame it conjured no longer burned in place. It flowed and twisted like a river suspended in midair, astonishing the entire class. The fire actually moved like water. On the opposite side of the room, Sylvia was the most astonished. She had never expected his lesson to be so grounded in theory. Most so-called genius magicians relied on instinct, treating theory as a rigid secondary framework. Prioritizing theory above all else was considered inefficient. Practical magic required intuition. The paradox of magic, she realized, was that high-level magicians needed strong intuition, yet often struggled to explain it theoretically. For someone like Deculin, whose genius was constantly questioned, dedicating an entire lesson to theory alone was almost impossible, and that made Sylvia even more curious. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the dormitory of the Magic Tower. Ephraim, having just finished Deculin's lecture, was making her way back to her room. As she walked, she let out a deep sigh, reflecting on everything she had just witnessed. That was completely different from what the rumors had said. Ephraim had never been this focused in a class before. As she reflected, her gaze darkened slightly at the sight of her door, covered in countless insults scrawled across its surface. Yet rather than anger, she felt only mild annoyance. How long did they plan to keep up this childish prank? It had worsened ever since her conflict with Sylvia. Her voice trailed off mid-sentence when she noticed a paper bag stuffed into the door's mail slot. Reading what was written on it, her expression twisted in confusion. A sponsorship certificate. She almost fell for it, thinking there was no way this could be real. Who in their right mind would sponsor her when both the Ilade family and Deculin despised her? Still, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. She could report it and claim a reward. Letting out a dry chuckle, she made her way to the Office of Magical Administration to verify the matter. Once confirmed by the staff, her expression went completely blank. It was real. She recalled the administrator saying, "This isn't a joke. The official seal is authentic." Ephraim couldn't hold back her reaction. Just the thought of a massive sum of money suddenly falling into her lap made her face light up with joy, like a flower blooming in spring. She even pinched her own cheek to check if she was dreaming. This should wake me up. Wake up. Then concern replaced excitement. Wait a second. No one saw me, right? What if people found out I have 100.00 M? I should pack my things just in case. I shouldn't have come to the administration office. The staff member gave her a weird look, probably eyeing the money. Oh God, I should have been more careful. Ephraim panicked, shooting up from her seat. Bang. Her head slammed into the desk, sending waves of pain through her small frame. Clutching her head, she trembled, her body racked with agony. For a moment, she sat frozen. Then an overwhelming emotion spread through her chest. Her eyes welled up with tears. I'm still not dreaming. Someone actually recognized my talent. There are still good people in this world. Just a little more. I just need to push myself a little more, she whispered, trying to hold back sobs threatening to spill over. Meanwhile, in a different location, Uriel received unpleasant news from her butler. In disbelief, she asked if it was true. Standing in front of her, the butler nodded. Yes, my lady. He has gone to Shatzel's auction. He should have arrived by now. Uriel clutched her head in frustration. He had lost 10 million elm just last year and now was planning another disaster. If he caused more trouble, she would not forgive him. She let out an exasperated shout. At Ledin City Auction House, Deculin's car arrived at the venue. He was not one to waste time on pointless endeavors. He had a clear goal. Finally, he would purchase what he needed. Since first using psychokinesis as his primary form of magic, he realized he required additional metals to compensate for his lack of raw talent. Though he had carried equipment made from steelwood, it was a temporary solution. What he truly needed would be available at today's auction. Pushing open the door, Deculin stepped into the waiting room, but his eyes landed on someone he never expected. His fiancée, Julie. I never thought I'd run into Julie in a place like this, he grumbled internally. At the same time, Julie noticed him, her brows furrowed as she approached with an expression far from pleasant. She remarked that she had heard about two young mages. He had referred to the disciplinary council. Deculin, maintaining a composed and unreadable expression, replied that it was old news and asked if she was here to blame him. Julie pressed further, reminding him that the newcomers were just that and questioning whether he intended to crush their dreams, warning that he would regret it one day and not to repeat past mistakes. Deculin secretly felt a wave of joy at her words, noting that these were perhaps her final words to him, intended to sever ties. Good, he thought. That was exactly how it should be. No matter how beautiful she was, he had no desire to marry and had no reason to bind himself to it. Moreover, Julie was surrounded by deadly variables, including herself, and he could risk dying at his own wedding if not careful. Curious, he asked why she was here, skeptical that she would attend an auction just to confront him. She flared up like an agitated cat, insisting she was there for the auction, not for him. Watching her flustered state, Deculin instinctively raised a hand to calm her. All right, relax. I heard you the first time. Julie puffed out her cheeks in frustration before turning and walking away with determination. Deculin let out a small, amused smile, thinking she was actually kind of cute. This was the first time he had seen her like this. Then he froze, questioning the strange feeling that had just washed over him. Was he being influenced by Deculin's emotions? He had always been cautious to avoid merging his personality with Deculin's. Something's not right. My heart... It suddenly sped up when I looked at her. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the hall. Attention, esteemed guests of Shatzel. The auction is about to begin. Time passed, and inside the grand hall, a large table stood at the center of the stage, draped with a cloth concealing an item beneath it. The auctioneer, glancing at his assistant, nodded as the covering was pulled away, revealing the first piece, a porcelain vase. With enthusiasm, he began the sales pitch, presenting the vase as an exquisite Eastern masterpiece. From Deculin's perspective, intense golden auras radiated from the vase, nearly blinding him. The brilliance matched the same light he had seen when checking Julie's documents, and it was growing even stronger. Meanwhile, the auctioneer continued calling out the bids. Bidder 993 offers 700,000. Bidder 1038 offers 750,000. Bidder 1413 offers 1,500,000. Oh! Bidder 777 offers 2,500,000. Congratulations to bidder 777 on securing the item. From Deculin's viewpoint, his innate sense as a financial magnate allowed him to immediately gauge the true value of the auctioned items. He had no qualms about spending lavishly to acquire them. The vase never lost its radiant glow, even as the price skyrocketed, meaning its actual worth was still far beyond the current bids. With a hefty sum sitting in his account, further investment seemed entirely reasonable. His current balance stood at 205,238,039. Deculin began sweeping up a series of auction items into his collection. The ring of Rollerine sold for 3 million, Lucas scissors for 2.1 million, and the necklace of speech for 4.3 million, all to bidder 777. This time, another item went for 5.5 million. Around the room, attendees couldn't help but notice the person recklessly throwing around massive sums. Wow, bidder 777 is buying everything. Isn't that Professor Deculin? Whispers spread quickly. Elsewhere, Julie observed his extravagant spending and let out a derisive sigh, mocking him in her mind. That pathetic man. He just has to attract attention no matter where he goes. He's nothing like me. Unbelievable. How could someone waste so much money for a fleeting moment of vanity? I don't get why he doesn't know the meaning of modesty. But whatever, that's his problem. All I need to focus on is winning the Winter Flame. Julie reminded herself of her goal and quickly refocused on the auction. The event had reached its climax. The last item of the evening. A treasure so rare that many sought it, yet few had ever laid eyes on it, was about to be revealed. A mineral that has been used throughout history to forge countless legendary swords. A natural miracle. The Winter Flame, Snowstone, the auctioneer announced. The velvet cloth covering the item was pulled aside, revealing a shimmering azure-blue mineral glowing with an ethereal radiance. Both Deculin and Julie widened their eyes in shock. This was why they had come tonight. One of the 10 rarest metals in the world, Snowstone was prized for forging swords and other weapons. Its paradoxical blend of ice and fire made it an unparalleled crafting material, second only to legendary tier materials like dragon bone. Snowstone is the best material I could possibly obtain. I must have it. This is exactly what I need, Deculin thought, sharing a silent determination with Julie. But they weren't the only ones eager for it. The room was filled with bidders vying for the ultra-rare artifact. The numbers started climbing rapidly. 10 million, 13 million, 20 million, 25 million. Bidder 1089 offers 30 million. Is there anyone else? If not, this item will go. A joyful expression appeared on Julie's face. Bidder 1089 was her. Yes, it's almost mine, she thought, thrilled. But before she could celebrate, Deculin ruthlessly intervened. Bidder 777 offers 31 million. Julie's eyes went blank for a moment before burning with fury as she turned to glare at him. Bidder 777. How many times have I heard that number today? I can't ignore him anymore. What the hell are you doing, Deculin? And so the bidding war began. The numbers skyrocketed as they relentlessly outbid each other, driving all other competitors out of the race. Among the onlookers, a man who recognized Deculin whispered, "Are you planning to use the Snowstone to forge a sword? Must be for your fiancée." Huh? If it's a gift, why not let her buy it herself? You must really love her. The comment caused Deculin to glance at Julie, realizing, wait, I'm actually competing against my fiancée. She wants the Snowstone just as much as I do. If I win, she'll hate me. But I need it too. This is the first time in 3 years that Snowstone has appeared on the market. Who knows when the next opportunity will come? Sure, this might put me in danger, but for my own sake, for my items, I must win. The outcome soon became clear. The Snowstone now belonged to one person. Final bid, 42 million. The winning bidder is guest number 777. A round of applause erupted across the auction hall. Guests marveled at Deculin's audacity and extravagance. So, Professor Deculin won it. At this price, this might be the most thrilling auction I've ever witnessed. Julie is going to be delighted. Professor Deculin put in so much effort to obtain this gift for his beloved. And in the end, he secured exactly what he wanted. Meanwhile, inside Julie, an uncontainable wave of fury surged. She had nowhere to unleash it. Again, just like last year. I won't stand for this. Flashes of a past memory invaded her mind. A grand table covered in glittering gemstones and rare jewelry, and Deculin's arrogant voice echoing. I can give you all of this. And if you desire more, I will buy more. I will do anything for you. That engagement ceremony had been the worst day of her life. His wealth and grandeur a cruel insult. Do you even know what I truly wanted from you? That had been the reason she had shattered their engagement. Yet rumors spread that she acted tough but eventually ended up in Deculin's hands, leaving her pride wounded. Julie's mind seethed with anger as the whispers of the crowd replayed in her head. I heard she only got the knight captain position because of him. They say she begged him for it. Her fingers clenched into a trembling fist. She didn't even need to guess who had orchestrated those rumors to ruin her reputation. Does he think I won't get revenge? That man is someone I will never, ever love, no matter what. Her hands shook with rage, her thoughts burning with fierce determination. Just as she prepared to storm out of the auction hall, she noticed Deculin approaching. His voice rang out, calm yet commanding. Do you want the snowstone? Julie's anger flared even higher. Her expression darkened. How much longer does Deculin plan to humiliate me? But before she could respond, he spoke again, saying words that caught her completely off guard. I'm sorry right now. Please forgive me. Without another word, he turned and walked away, leaving her frozen in place. She wasn't sure if she had misheard him. Did he just apologize? Because he won the snowstone? The Deculin I know would never apologize. Confusion and lingering fury swirled in her mind as she slowly made her way out of the auction hall. The moment she stepped outside, a voice called out, Hey Julie, get in the car. It belonged to a stunningly beautiful woman, her older sister and the eldest daughter of the Freyan family. Time passed quickly, and soon night fell. Meanwhile, Deculin's luxurious car had already escorted him back to his estate. Sitting inside, he couldn't shake thoughts of Julie. She planned to forge a weapon for herself using the snowstone. And yet I outbid her. That must have pissed her off. As the car pulled up to the mansion, Deculin stepped out, thinking, I'm honestly surprised. The unexpected death flag still hasn't happened. Just how much of a bastard was the original Deculin that she would end up killing him with her own hands? With that lingering thought, he strode into the estate. The servants all bowed in unison, but something was off. Their expressions weren't calm and composed as usual. Deculin immediately noticed and asked, Did something happen? His butler hesitated, looking uneasy, before finally answering, Lady Uriel has returned home, sir. At those words, Deculin already knew what was coming. He didn't need anyone to spell it out. Uriel was about to confront him. Well, whatever needs to happen will happen. Calmly, he ascended the stairs to the second floor, where his younger sister awaited. The moment he passed by, she spoke, her voice sharp with accusation. That was my money. You told me you'd hold on to it for a while, and this is what you do. At her words, Deculin finally understood why the original version of himself had so much in his personal account, and he felt a pang of guilt. I never even considered that she had this much saved up. Was I always this thoughtless? He tried to reassure her, lowering his voice. Don't worry. I only purchase things that will generate profit. But Uriel's response was a piercing scream that shook the entire estate. You treat me like a damn trash can. Do you think I exist just to clean up your mess? Deculin's instincts immediately warned him. This was bad. Slowly, he turned around, and what greeted him were Uriel's tear-filled eyes, overflowing with raw hatred. Her voice trembled with fury as she continued. The family's finances are in shambles. Our workers and I have been working tirelessly to keep this house afloat. And yet you throw away our money like some degenerate gambler. Just how much of a bastard can you be? From Deculin's perspective, a black-red aura rose from her body, sending chills down his spine. This was it, the sign that his fated death was approaching. A golden hue signaled the activation of prosperous magnetism. The meaning was clear. Fail here and everything was over. But succeed, and unimaginable fortune awaited. All right, I know what I have to do. To preserve his fragile life, Deculin lowered his tone, trying to reason with her. Don't worry, Uriel. But she immediately cut him off, shrieking, Do I look like I'm worried? I worked myself to the bone just for you to throw it all away. Her voice shook with fury, trembling as she shouted. Do you think I wanted this? Do you even realize I dropped out of college? That I never even had a chance at a normal life, all because of you? You didn't have to ruin everything. Deculin's calm response only poured oil on the fire. Her clenched fists trembled as though she were about to strike him. The only thing you're good at is wasting money. Ever since our parents died, you've done nothing but burn through everything they left us. And now you've blown 150 million ELN in a single day. Casually, Deculin repeated, I said, I'll give you the position of head of the family. Uriel's face turned bright red before she let out a flustered, high-pitched scream. Nonsense. Complete nonsense. He narrowed his gaze. That's not how a proper noblewoman speaks, much less the head of a house. I won't fall for her act. Turning his eyes on her, Deculin added flatly, I'm not lying. If you doubt me, I can swear an oath. Her shock was immediate. What? A mage's oath? Do you even realize you'll die if you break it? Are you serious? Yes, he answered, calm and unyielding. From her perspective, nothing added up. Did he eat something rotten today? Hit his head somewhere? Why is he saying this? Did he suffer brain damage? Though disbelief swirled inside her, for now, she reluctantly accepted it. Before leaving, she shot him one last warning. If you go back on your word, I'll kill you on the spot. Deculin raised a brow. Still planning to leave the house? Of course. Someone wasted the entire family fortune. I had to do something about it. With that declaration, she stormed off, surprisingly in a much better mood. Thanks to quick thinking, Deculin dodged yet another death flag and earned 2 store coins. Once Uriel vanished, he let out a long sigh. Phew, that storm's finally passed. I made it out alive again. Crossing his arms, he mused. Handing the position over to her isn't a bad move. If I keep changing things like this, maybe I really can avoid my death. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a familiar voice drifted through the window. Have you really changed? Deculin flinched, his sharp gaze snapping toward the sound. Standing there was Ganesha, the adventurer, an uninvited guest. His voice turned cold. What are you doing here? With casual ease, Ganesha swung herself into the room. Sorry, just passing by. Thought I'd drop in. Honestly, I was surprised to see you acting like this. Deculin only crossed his arms and sighed. What's so surprising? She simply handles things better than I do. Her next words shook him to the core. Maybe so, but Uriel van Grandulina doesn't carry the bloodline of the Uclina family. His calm expression faltered. What the hell is she talking about? His thoughts raced. He had always known Uriel wasn't his full-blooded sister. But to think she had no connection to the Uclina line at all? That was something he had never considered. Ganesha pressed on. Are you really fine with this? You're the one who asked us to investigate whether you and your sister truly shared blood. We agreed on this, didn't we? At last, he understood. So that's it. He shook his head slightly. Even so, Uriel is still Uriel. Her eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat glistening at her temple. Wow, I never thought I'd hear something like that from you. Truthfully, no one was more stunned than Deculin himself. I didn't expect such a backstory to exist. Satisfied enough, Ganesha straightened, already preparing to leave. All right, I'll keep this secret for you. Oh, and before I go, you should know. The six-handed serpent has started moving. Immediately, Deculin sifted through what he knew of them. The six-handed serpent, a notorious syndicate whose leaders carried million ELN bounties, terrorizing the continent. Perched on the window frame, Ganesha added, they're targeting items from the auction house. Security's tight, sure, but you'd better be alert when your goods are delivered. Looks like you've been neglecting your defenses. That's probably why I could sneak in so easily. Anyway, see you. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. Deculin rubbed his temples. That was something I never needed to know. And even if I did, it wouldn't change anything. From the start, I wasn't truly Deculin. Whether Uriel is my sister or not, I'll treat her the same. Uriel will always be Uriel. Better this truth stays buried. Elsewhere, Ganesha relayed the visit to her teammates. I told you, Professor Deculin has changed a lot. It's like someone else is inside him. He's completely different now. The trashy man we knew would never say sweet things like that. Across from her, one of the men scoffed, telling her to be real. Ganesha immediately bristled at the comment that she just liked handsome guys. She snapped back loudly, challenging, asking if she should punch him in the face for being ugly. The man only grinned and shrugged, explaining that his grandmother had said he was handsome, though at the time, there had been an actually good-looking guy standing right behind him. Ganesha roared, calling him an idiot, and just like that, the two of them erupted into a brawl. Nearby, A young woman sighed at the scene before turning to Ganesha, asking if that meant Deculin actually had a conscience. Ganesha paused for a moment, adjusting her hat before replying. She said that there was no longer a need to monitor Deculin, as her initial concern about his involvement in the magic slave trade seemed unfounded. She motioned for the group to head back, her expression hardening as she warned her team to keep everything they had witnessed a secret. The 5 of them joined hands, a glowing sphere of light enveloping them, and in an instant, they soared into the sky. The next day, the scene shifted to the Magic Academy. Inside his office, Deculin had finally saved enough money to access the system shop, but he hesitated as he stared at the screen. It offered a level 1 enhancement for magic quality, increasing magic output and efficiency for 10 shop coins. Frustration washed over him. Though he could now use the system shop, he still lacked the coins needed for what he truly wanted. The system allowed him to enhance his own abilities and those of prominent characters, but usage was extremely limited, just 6 opportunities before the second half of the story concluded, and the coin cost doubled with each level. He reminded himself not to waste this chance. Despite constant training, strengthening his memory, body, and telekinetic sword control, he still lagged behind notorious criminals in combat. To grow stronger, he needed to improve his magic quality and gather 4 more shop coins. A knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts. He called out for the visitor to come in. Alan, his assistant, peeked inside and greeted him, holding up a newspaper with a serious expression. Deculin took it and saw the front page featuring a long-haired criminal, the headline warning of the wizard killer Lockhart spotted on the outskirts. Having played through this storyline many times, Deculin recognized the danger. Lockhart was a significant early-stage threat to magic users, but Deculin reassured Alan that there was no need to worry. He was merely heading to the library and instructed Alan to rest at home. Then, a thought struck him, and he turned back to ask if Alan would like to become a professor's assistant. Alan was stunned, recalling how Deculin had always called him incompetent. Deculin clarified that he was serious and had long planned to select an assistant, as every other professor had one. Without waiting for Alan's hesitation, Deculin handed him a bracelet engraved with the Yahello family emblem, telling him to keep working hard. Alan accepted it with deep gratitude, marveling at the emblem and nearly in tears from happiness. Deculin reflected on Alan's reliability. Unlike others who had grown weary of his harshness, Alan had persevered, handling documents and errands alone. Realizing the risk of losing him, Deculin also handed Alan some money as a small token of employee benefits and instructed him to take the rest of the day off. Alan hesitated at the unexpected generosity, but Deculin ignored him and left for the library, leaving his assistant staring after him in disbelief. As Deculin walked, his mind was occupied with Luna's documents, which contained flawed research on pure elements that he needed to correct. Finding books on elemental manipulation would be a bonus, so he quickened his pace. Passing a bookshelf, he noticed a small figure, Sylvia, and asked why she was in the staff library. Sylvia froze, startled, and quickly explained that Professor Rhett had granted her permission to access materials. Deculin remained stern, noting that both the professor and librarian had disregarded academy rules to let her in, suggesting they deserved disciplinary action. Before she could respond further, Deculin used telekinesis to take the book from her hands, inspecting it. It was Ethanol, a rare romantic novel, which she had acquired despite breaking the rules. Deculin's tone carried amusement as he commented on her choice, causing Sylvia's face to flush. She tried to explain that her interest was purely in literature and languages. Deculin tossed the book back to her and let her off with a warning. If she came again without proper authorization, she would face discipline. He advised her to have someone else borrow the book if her goal wasn't to flaunt family influence, and then turned and left, leaving Sylvia dazed and clutching the book, wondering how he could even read Ethanol, given its inconsistent language. The scene then transitioned to a pine forest. At that moment, an outdoor lesson was underway for the freshmen. Some students chased after small creatures while others gathered herbs. To ensure safety, 3 professors, including Deculin, supervised the session. Off to the side, the chubby Professor Retton wiped sweat from his drenched face and remarked on how calm the students were, despite it being their first field training on Black Mountain. He admitted he had expected them to be afraid and, though the session needed to end before nightfall, he still felt proud. Deculin, meanwhile, observed the area quietly. He noted that Black Mountain, distant from the academy, was of great significance and protected by strict security due to the magic tower. Its forest served both as a student training ground and a rich source of magical materials, but the high risk of attacks from monsters and poisonous creatures necessitated reinforced protective barriers and constant patrols by professors. Raylon, scratching his head as if remembering something, turned to Deculin and mentioned that this week's patrol duty still needed to be assigned. Without hesitation, Deculin volunteered, prompting brief surprise in Professor Retton before he nodded approvingly and complimented Deculin's leadership, calling it exactly what a model professor should display. Deculin, however, remained expressionless, thinking to himself that his motivation was not some noble sense of duty. Glancing at the mission screen that had just appeared, Deculin saw a side quest, The Darkness of the Magic Tower, with a reward of 1 shop coin and an additional title bonus. He felt an inexplicable pull in his mind, realizing that something significant was about to occur on the mountain. Furrowing his brows, he pondered the situation as the other professors began gathering the students. Soon, the field training ended, with students bidding their professors goodbye before heading off. 9 hours later, in a cafe near the Magic Tower, the young mage Ephraim treated her friends to ice cream sundaes after receiving her funding. The friends marveled at the dazzling desserts, remarking how beautiful and delicious they looked. Ephraim grinned, encouraging them to dig in, silently noting that she now had 100,000 gold. Her close friend Retlon mentioned that he had submitted their club formation plan, which should be approved soon, prompting concern from a blue-haired boy across the table about whether enough students would join. Julia reassured him confidently that as long as they ran the club well, more members would come. Ephraim, still staring at her sundae, confirmed there had been 50 volunteers at Black Mountain today, despite a number of accidents. Just as she spoke, a loud noise startled the group, and a desperate voice called out for help. Panic set in and they rushed toward the sound. Ephraim's heart raced as she increased her speed, but Julia sensed something was off and tried to stop her. Ephraim, confused, asked what Julia had said, only to realize that she was no longer in town but in an unfamiliar forest. The desperate voice repeated its call, and Ephraim, determined to help, ran toward it. Ahead stood a young woman with long hair covering her face. Ephraim asked if she was okay, but blood suddenly spurted from the girl, her screams echoing through the forest. Alarmed, Ephraim gathered mana into her fists, ready to defend her. Then, a cold figure appeared. Deculin, surrounded by floating, razor-sharp steelwood shards. Ephraim assumed the worst, asking if he had attacked the woman. Deculin's icy tone cut through her fear as he told her to open her eyes and look again. When she did, the woman had vanished, replaced by a monstrous humanoid being with deep red skin and eyes, white smoke seeping from its mouth, exuding a menacing aura. Ephraim instinctively stepped back, stammering in fear. Deculin glanced at her briefly and explained that she had fallen under an illusion spell, the work of demons, advising her to stay out of it and leave. Using his telekinesis, he forcibly removed her from the battlefield. Once she was out of sight, Deculin focused on the demon, muttering that it was time for the hunt. The red-skinned demon, enraged at losing its prey, lunged at him. Blows collided violently in the dark night, and the demon screamed as it aimed its massive claws at Deculin's chest. He swiftly manipulated his steelwood shards to form a barrier, sparks flying as he stepped back to assess the situation. Focusing on the glowing core on the demon's forehead, Deculin analyzed its abilities, realizing its main power was illusions, which his mental resistance rendered ineffective. Then, the Euclina bloodline surged within him, filling him with rage. The unique attribute of his lineage allowed him to purify surrounding dark mana and enhance his strength when facing demons. The more he tapped into it, however, the more aggressive he became, gradually losing control. Channeling this fury, Deculin clenched his fists, his gaze colder than ever, determined not to let the demon survive. With a growl, he launched forward, steelwood shards slicing through the air. Time passed swiftly, and soon the massive demon lay motionless in a pool of its own blood, with not a trace of life remaining. At that moment, a notification appeared before Deculin. The side quest, The Darkness of the Magic Tower, was complete, granting him one shop currency, an additional title, the first demon kill, and unlocking the Euclina attribute. Lowering his gaze, Deculin scoffed at the lifeless corpse of the demon, muttering to himself that even in death, it remained a filthy creature of corruption. Yet despite the victory, a faint unease crept into his mind. The appearance of this demon was unusual, he realized. This was only the beginning, a game more challenging than ever before. Time passed quickly until morning. The scene shifted to the Academy's hospital, where the genius mage Ephraim suddenly woke from her unconscious state. A nurse noticed immediately and addressed her, calling her Luna. Confused, Ephraim turned to scan her surroundings and asked what had happened, mentioning the forest. Anticipating her question, the nurse explained that a demon had appeared at Black Mountain the previous night. Ephraim had been hidden by its dark magic and lost consciousness, only to be found and brought to the hospital. The mountain had been sealed off, and the magic tower was investigating. The nurse added that Professor Deculin had been the one to save her. Ephraim groaned inwardly, frustrated at the mention of him again. Remembering the time, she hurriedly asked what day it was. The nurse considered and replied that it had been 36 hours since she was brought in, Wednesday. Ephraim's eyes widened in shock, and panic surged through her. Realizing she was late, she bolted from the hospital toward the lecture hall. By the time she arrived, she was panting heavily, catching the attention of her best friend Julia, who waved and expressed concern. Ephraim nodded, assuring her she was fine, even joking that she had slept so much she felt in the best shape ever. Her gaze fell on strange materials on the table, and she frowned, asking if there had been an announcement about the lesson she had missed. Julia shook her head, admitting she had no idea and speculating that today's class might be special. Soon, Deculin and his teaching assistant Alan entered the classroom. Deculin's deep, steady voice announced the introduction of his assistant, causing the entire class to widen their eyes in disbelief. Whispers and murmurs spread as students reacted, astonished that someone had become Deculin's assistant. Ephraim, understanding the difficulty of such an achievement, felt a wave of tension and unease. Deculin stated that today's lesson would be based on real-world experience, and instructed the students to complete an assignment within 3 hours. Alan distributed clocks to each student, emphasizing the time limit. Ephraim's mind, however, was in disarray. Thoughts of her father's legacy and her own ambitions clouded her focus, leaving her distracted. She muttered to herself, questioning why her father had never been given a chance and why Deculin was suddenly performing acts of generosity. Despite her determination, her mind remained cluttered, making it impossible to concentrate on the assignment. Suddenly, Sylvia, a genius in the class, announced that she had completed the task in just 25 minutes and 50 seconds. Flowers bloomed before her, radiating dazzling brilliance, leaving the other students astonished. Ephraim clenched her teeth in frustration, determined to complete her work as well. One by one, the other students finished and left the classroom under Deculin's dismissal, but Ephraim remained, unable to complete the task. The sky darkened outside as she sat in despair, berating herself for being unable to match Sylvia's speed and skill. Finally, as she stood, ready to leave, Deculin's cold voice sliced through the silence, noting the exact time she had taken. Ephraim froze in shock. He criticized her for struggling with a simple assignment, warning her that with such a weak mindset, she would never reach his level. Then he turned and left, leaving her to process his words. Though frustrated and angry, Ephraim clenched her fists and resolved to complete the task, igniting her determination like a raging fire. Deculin, in truth, had not left. He remained just outside the classroom, silently sensing the fluctuations of mana within. Observing Ephraim's focused energy, he sighed in relief, knowing that the hours he had spent pushing her were necessary. He anticipated her growth, aware that the appearance of the demon on Black Mountain marked the unfolding of the main storyline. Though she lacked the mental fortitude of a true mage, overcoming this obstacle would allow her to improve at an incredible pace, eventually gaining power that might one day challenge him, though he intended to prevent that. As Deculin contemplated this, the classroom door burst open. Ephraim stormed out, her expression dark and filled with frustration, unaware that he was still there. Deculin calmly stepped inside, inspecting the results of her efforts. Brilliant flowers had bloomed, radiating dazzling brilliance, earning a subtle smile from him despite his usually cold demeanor. 6 hours and 25 minutes had passed, and the assignment was complete. He pulled out a sheet with Ephraim's image and began noting her performance, muttering that although she displayed the typical weaknesses of an academy student, her result was worthy of contention for first place. A system notification appeared. The side quest Your Own Path was complete, awarding him 1 store credit. Exhausted, Deculin began making his way across the campus when a lively voice called out, greeting him. He turned sharply, tension and cold sweat creeping down his back. It was Zeit. A flood of memories hit him. The hulking man before him was Zeit von Bugenfrieden, head of the Freden family, Julie's older brother, and the one who had pushed for Deculin's engagement to Julie. Most importantly, Zeit's combat strength in the early stages of the game surpassed even Ganesha, ranking 3rd in sheer power. A terrifying fighter known for his overwhelming battle prowess, Zeit was seeking Deculin. Why was someone like him looking for him? Deculin wondered if it had something to do with Julie's snowstone. As the thought crossed his mind, a surge of internal warning sirens blared in his head. He gulped hard, anxiety knotting in his stomach. Is this some kind of death flag? I don't even have a contingency plan for dealing with this monster, he thought. Meanwhile, Zeit, completely unaware of Deculin's inner panic, continued to grin cheerfully. He commented that he had heard about the tension between Deculin and Julie, and, wanting to ease his worry, had arranged a dinner for the week. You're free, right? Zeit asked, his tone casual. Deculin exhaled subtly, relieved. For now, Zeit seemed friendly. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, a massive hand landed firmly on his shoulder. Haha, I love that decisiveness, Zeit said with a beaming smile. I've already prepared all your favorite dishes, so just come by. I've got everything handled. Don't worry about a thing. With a pat that felt more like a command than an invitation, Zeit added, I'll be expecting you, Professor Deculin. See you soon. Watching Zeit's massive figure disappear, Deculin couldn't shake the gnawing unease. He hadn't even been given a chance to refuse. More accurately, it was impossible to refuse. Zeit always put his family above all else, and Deculin knew the consequences of defying him could be severe. Canceling simply wasn't an option. The next day, at the Frieden estate, Julie was informed about the dinner. Unsurprisingly, she was far from pleased. I don't want to see him. Besides, I'm busy with cavalry training. I don't have time for this, she declared defiantly. Zeit let out a small sigh, a hint of frustration on his face. You're just mad about losing that snowstone, aren't you? He asked. Julie shot back immediately. Mad? Oh please. As if. Zeit pressed further, questioning why she wanted a rare or only useful for forging weapons. Before he could finish, Julie snapped, If he's planning to give me a sword, then I'll break off the engagement on the spot. Her face was livid. Zeit, visibly losing patience, radiated an oppressive aura. Bulging veins traced his neck and face as he spoke in a dangerously low voice, warning Julie to think carefully. I specifically told you the other day how foolish that would be. There is no place for personal emotions in politics, and as far as I know, there isn't a single man in love with you. Unless you've taken a liking to someone. Julie cut him off, clenching her teeth. I don't. Seeing her stubborn yet resigned expression, Zeit's demeanor softened slightly. Do you care that much about Deculin's past? He asked. This has nothing to do with that, she replied immediately. Zeit pressed further, asking why, but Julie had no answer and fell silent. Deciding not to push further, Zeit turned to leave, throwing one final remark over his shoulder. Just make sure you show up on time. If there's a problem, fix it. Julie remained motionless, frustration and helplessness surging through her. To vent, she launched into a frenzied sword practice session, the sharp whooshing of her blade tearing through the training grounds. The dirt beneath her feet bore the consequences of her relentless strikes. A calm voice interrupted. Your strikes are a mess, my lady, said a man dressed in black. It was Varen, Julie's trusted subordinate. Julie exhaled slowly, regaining some composure. Varen, I'm sorry you had to witness me like this, she murmured. Varen's face remained unreadable. There is nothing to apologize for, my lady. I still can't believe our esteemed family head is forcing you to marry that man. Julie's sharp gaze cut through his words. Enough, she said, leaving no room for argument. As a knight, speaking ill of someone behind their back does not suit you. Don't dirty your hands for my sake. I'm fine. Without another word, she turned on her heels. I'm heading back. Prepare yourself. Varen watched her walk away, silently deciding, my lady, I finally found my answer to this suffering. I will prove my loyalty. I will make you happy. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Meanwhile, the Council of Elders convened an emergency meeting due to the demon that had appeared at Black Mountain. Elder Burke addressed the chamber sternly, noting that while the mages had initially suppressed the demon's corruption using forbidden arts, its reappearance required immediate action. Orders were given to alert the 12 great houses to assemble. Back with Deculin, he carefully sorted through the items he had won at auction. Murmuring to himself, he noted the usefulness of Rupertine's ring to replenish his mana and a runic pendant to store excess energy. The rest of the items would be safely stored underground, following Ganesha's advice to prevent theft. However, the most important item, the snow quartz, remained completely unusable. Locked within a reinforced cabinet, it rejected all attempts to channel mana. Expensive and rare in the game, Deculin could only admire it from afar, frustrated at his inability to utilize it despite his efforts. Then a thought struck him. If he melted it down, could he control it with his will? The more he considered it, the more plausible the idea became. He decided he should check the library for its properties. In theory, a sword could be tamed through communication. Did that mean he had to connect with the stone to understand it? If that was the case, there was no more hesitation. He immediately reached out and lightly touched the snow quartz. In an instant, an intense burst of light erupted from the stone, engulfing the entire room. A moment later, Deculin pulled his hand away with a sigh. A notification appeared before him. Comprehension plus 0.1%. Mana 1.3573.357 plus 300. Looking at how much mana he had consumed to tame the snow quartz, Deculin could only shake his head in frustration. At this rate, it would take him a whole year to tame the stone. Is there a way to do this more efficiently? With a sigh, he glanced at the calendar beside him and muttered to himself about the evening's plans. Dinner with Zeit and another event, which had been arranged 3 days before his death, before he had taken over this body. That evening, the meeting took place at Bonmikiel restaurant, where Zeit had arranged for Deculin to meet. As soon as he arrived, the Freyan family head grinned and welcomed him, noting that Julie had gone in first and was waiting inside. Zeit gave Deculin a hearty slap on the shoulder before leading him into the private dining room. Inside, Zeit's voice rang out in admiration, remarking on how stunning Julie looked in an elegant outfit, a stark contrast to the armor she usually wore. Even someone as cold as Deculin couldn't help but react slightly. She usually wore armor, but when dressed up, she looked incredible. No wonder the old Deculin had been so obsessed with her. Beside them, Julie crossed her arms, sounding a bit annoyed as she reminded everyone of the effort she had put into her appearance. But Zeit paid little attention. After taking his seat, he turned to another woman in the room and asked about her presence. The woman smiled softly, explaining that she had come along to take care of Julie. From Deculin's perspective, the unfamiliar woman's presence made him uneasy. He realized he had been too focused on Julie and did not want to meet Josephine here. Even though she was his fiancé's older sister, Josephine was not someone to underestimate. She was the master of darkness, head of a covert intelligence organization, incredibly strong and fiercely protective of Julie. Anyone who dared harm Julie would face her wrath. Deculin sensed the overwhelming killing intent Josephine radiated toward him the moment he entered the room. He reminded himself that he had no choice but to play his role and make it seem as though he cherished Julie, the only way to survive. Meanwhile, Zeit, completely unaware of Deculin's internal panic, was enthusiastically steering the conversation toward the wedding. Professor Deculin, when do you plan to hold the wedding ceremony? It's been 3 years since the engagement, hasn't it? Before Deculin could answer, Julie instinctively tried to protest, but Zeit silenced her with a firm gesture, insisting that it was an affair for the adults. Julie's eyes dimmed with frustration. Her lips pressed tightly together as if holding back words she couldn't say. Deculin instinctively glanced at Josephine, who, though appearing indifferent, kept her piercing gaze locked onto him. A shiver ran down his spine as his body tensed. Carefully, he delivered the words he had prepared. He would leave the decision to Julie and was willing to walk away if she didn't trust in the marriage. His gentle tone, however, only made Julie grit her teeth in fury. Zeit, the family head, simply sighed, reminding Deculin that marriage was not something to be taken lightly, and that the elders would not accept a whimsical decision. Julie could no longer hold back. "Master of the house, please let us speak in private. I beg you." Zeit, sensing his sister's emotional state, nodded and allowed Josephine to accompany Julie out of the room. Before leaving, Josephine waved playfully, flashing a mischievous grin. Once the door clicked shut, Julie's voice turned ice cold. She demanded to know what Deculin was trying to do and what he really wanted, glaring at him with pure resentment. Outside, Josephine remained in the hallway, silent and listening intently to the private conversation unfolding behind the closed doors. Deculin did not dare respond immediately. Instead, he stole a glance toward the door, aware that Josephine was still there. She acted as though she had left, but it was only a ruse to conceal her eavesdropping. Yet this was also an opportunity. Josephine did not know he had noticed her, and Deculin truly loved Julie. If he could convince Josephine of that, he could avoid his deadly fate. With that thought, he activated his top-tier acting skills, putting on a deeply emotional expression. He spoke with care, admitting that neither of them could cancel the engagement, as things had gone too far. Hearing this, Julie clenched her fists tightly, her voice trembling with anger. Julie's voice was ice-cold, her words laced with fury. She demanded to know what disgusting method Deculin was planning to torment her this time. Before their engagement, he had used his influence to force the marriage upon her, promising to compensate the elders of her family. She reminded him of the exact words he had used to convince her, "Fighting is dangerous." Because of that, she had abandoned her pursuit of the Empire's will. He had offered her the captaincy of the Haydn Knights, an order under the Uckline family, and when she had refused, he spread all sorts of rumors about her. "What the hell do you want from me?" she asked, tears streaming down her face as she stared at him, waiting for his answer. Seeing her tearful expression, Deculin fell silent. Inside, he thought, "I know everything." The original Deculin had mistaken obsessive desire for love, destroying everything around Julie to keep her by his side. He had committed unforgivable acts, leaving him to understand her resentment more than anyone else. Finally, he spoke, voice steady. "I won't do that again. I don't believe you." Julie screamed in response, but his next words caught her completely off guard. He admitted he had pushed her too far and acknowledged his mistakes, but reminded her that her sister and brother had also overstepped. Their opposition to annulling the engagement wasn't just for family honor, he explained. She should leave her family behind to pursue her dream of becoming a guardian, knights loyal only to the emperor. "Julie, I am neither honest nor loyal. I am the complete opposite of your ideal. I'm not the right person for you. The only thing I can do is maintain our engagement, but never marry you. I truly want you to be free, but with the tangled web surrounding us, I can't make that happen. You can use my name to protect yourself. Until you achieve your dream, I will wait and uphold our engagement." Julie's anger melted away, replaced by doubt. "What are you trying to do? Why say all of this now?" she asked. Deculin's tone remained unchanged. He expected nothing from his confession, but if he could ask for one thing, he wanted to see her smile just once a month. His voice carried a subtle sorrow. Hearing this, Julie's face flushed crimson, her voice trembling. Even Josephine, who had been eavesdropping outside, blushed in shock, leaving Zeit utterly confused. Deculin had been lost in thought moments ago, speaking only to survive, yet seeing Julie flustered made her look adorable. He had to admit his feelings for her had become his own. Julie's embarrassment deepened as she shouted, "Are you trying to deceive me with such embarrassing words? I don't believe you anyway. I will never believe in your schemes." Deculin laughed quietly, which only made her redder. "Why are you laughing? I already told you. I won't believe you," she snapped. Outside, Josephine, convinced by Deculin's acting, felt at ease but remained curious, wondering if his feelings were real. 3 days later, Deculin sat in his luxurious car, deep in thought as he watched the scenery pass. The Memorial Day had arrived, and the vehicle stopped at a cemetery. Instructing his driver to wait outside, he entered alone, feeling his emotions swirl. The sound of footsteps in a graveyard had a way of stirring the heart. Sunlight filtered through grass and tombstone cracks, and his heart softened in the presence of memories. Not his own, but those of Kim Woo-jensen. His gaze fell on a particular gravestone, and an image of his ex-girlfriend, Ra, flashed in his mind, her beautiful smile etched in memory. Back then, during a late-night break, his girlfriend had excitedly suggested adding an Easter egg to the game, a small addition to Deculin's backstory. She had even gotten author approval. Deculin had responded with a bored sigh, tossing his empty coffee cup into the trash. That's just going to increase our workload. We've been working all night. It won't directly affect sales. Stop making more work for us. Era had crossed her arms, insisting that it was important to put heart into the game. Deculin had sighed, telling her to do as she wished, noting she wasn't truly asking for his opinion. Era had smiled, amused by his response, and remarked that it wasn't pointless, as Deculin had a late fiancé too. He had never understood why she found it so amusing, why her smile was so bright after adding the Easter egg to preserve Kim Woo-jensen's memories. Now, standing before the tombstone, Deculin read the inscription. You are Raven Fergus Mahan. Always grateful to you. He froze, overwhelmed by emotion. Why had she engraved his name? Deculin had been created based on Kim Woo-jin. Why had Era used her own name for his late fiancé? And why thank him? Slowly, he reached out, fingers grazing the cold stone. A deep wave of emotion surged through him, tears welling and falling. Memories flooded back. Her praise for his drawings, draping her coat over him in the cold, holding his hand, telling him she loved him, lifting him up when he was exhausted. 7 years together, always by his side. The more he remembered, the harder he cried. Unbeknownst to him, a strange man watched from afar, teeth grinding in fury. I finally found you, you filthy wizard, he muttered. Deculin's tear-streaked face faded, replaced by his usual cold expression, as he turned to leave. Now that I've calmed down, it's as if I never cried at all, he thought. Suddenly, the man stepped in front of him, and Deculin murmured, a familiar face. Lockhart, isn't it? His eyes focused on the long-haired man, dagger in hand, radiating a terrifying bloodlust. It was Lockhart, the mage slayer featured on wanted posters. Realizing Deculin recognized him, Lockhart snarled, You know about me? Well, isn't that interesting? How dare a cocky, insignificant little wizard like you speak? Deculin didn't respond, processing everything he knew about Lockhart. A mid-tier antagonist, natural enemy to all wizards, with the ability to nullify magic without limits. Even physical force was useless against him. Just as Lockhart lunged, Deculin activated his telekinetic abilities, launching stone shards toward him. Yet the shards froze midair, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. Deculin's brows furrowed. I knew this already, but it's still infuriating. Magic is completely useless within his range. As Deculin muttered to himself, Lockhart threw his head back and burst into laughter. Ha, you fool of a wizard. Magic doesn't work on me. Lockhart swung his dagger, slashing straight at Deculin, but he swiftly leapt back, dodging with ease. Lockhart didn't stop, lunging forward relentlessly, his arm moving like a machine, striking again and again. Yet Deculin, with his sharp observational skills, predicted each attack effortlessly, weaving through the strikes without breaking a sweat. Most wizards would have trembled before Lockhart, overwhelmed by his magic nullifying ability, but Deculin was different. At that moment, Lockhart kicked off the ground, launching himself into the air with his dagger aimed directly at Deculin. Die! He roared. The only response he received was a devastating punch to the face. Crack. The sheer force sent blood gushing from Lockhart's nose, his body hurtling through the air like a discarded ragdoll. Lying on the ground, blood dripping from his face, He barely had time to react before a brutal kick landed squarely on his jaw. Deculin's cold voice rang out. "That means nothing to me." Lockhart let out a furious snarl, preparing to curse him, but a vicious boot to the face silenced him. A few days ago, Deculin had collected 10 shop coins and purchased an upgrade that enhanced his mana quality. The upgrade drastically boosted his mana control efficiency. Shortly after unlocking it, he had tested his newfound power by attempting to lift a chair with telekinesis. Instead of simple levitation, the chair had rocketed through the ceiling and lodged itself in the roof. Looks like I need to completely readjust my control. I only wanted to lift it slightly, but this is ridiculous. Now, however, he realized his mana output had drastically increased, and the ability seemed to have a far greater area of effect than expected. Well, I guess I'll just go back to my usual routine. Deculin shrugged off his jacket, tossing it aside before effortlessly pulling himself up onto a pull-up bar to resume his daily workout. As he grabbed the bar, something felt off. His fingers sank into the metal. Startled, he quickly let go and looked at the deep imprints left behind. What the hell? I thought this upgrade only slightly enhanced my abilities, but instead it's dramatically increased my raw physical strength. Reality returned. Lockhart lay sprawled on the ground, completely wrecked. Villain's fate avoided, shop coins +2. Deculin barely paid attention to the system notification. His cold gaze fixed on Lockhart, beaten like a mangy dog. I knew enhanced mana quality would apply as an attribute. With Iron Body, I could already overpower him, but now with this upgrade, it's even easier than I expected. Lockhart's body trembled uncontrollably as he struggled to rise, spitting curses through gritted teeth. Damn it! I should have been the one to wipe out you wretched sorcerers. You heretical scum, traitors against Vism, against God. You arrogant brats, lunatics. All of you without magic. You're just useless insects. Deculin, ever the dignified nobleman, remained unfazed by the senseless ranting. He pondered, this man's ability is powerful enough to be considered a cheat. His hatred toward sorcerers, his expression, the way he speaks. Narrowing his eyes, Deculin asked, Lockhart, are you a descendant of the Crimson Tribe? For the first time, Lockhart's rage was replaced by shock. His wide, unblinking stare bore into Deculin, and after a long pause, he hesitantly muttered, How do you know that? The Crimson Tribe, born from bloodshed, traced its lineage to ancient demons scattered across the continent. Living in hiding, their existence had always been at odds with sorcerers. Just as magic was created to combat demons, the conflict between sorcerers and the Crimson Tribe had become a fundamental pillar of this world. Though persecuted for the sins of their ancestors, not their own, another cleansing was likely occurring somewhere at that very moment. Deculin's gaze softened. Lockhart, I understand you. The oppression you've endured must have been unbearable. But if you kill an innocent sorcerer, you'll become just as monstrous as those you despise. Lockhart's face twisted in rage like a man unaccustomed to sympathy. Shut up. What the hell do you know? Stop spouting nonsense and just kill me already. Deculin remained calm, voice steady. I know because the Crimson Tribe is innocent. Lockhart's body stiffened, his rage faltering for a brief moment, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Then he scoffed. What the hell did you just say? Taking a step forward, Deculin declared, I am Deculin of House Euclina, a family of noble blood, one that has never lost its honor. Lockhart gritted his teeth. What are you trying to preach to me before you kill me? Deculin's voice remained steady. The only time I ever lost my honor was when I stood before a demon. House Euclina had hunted demons for generations, cursed with an instinct, a madness that took hold the moment they laid eyes on them. Deculin's cold blue eyes locked onto Lockhart as he spoke, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. But tell me, Lockhart, have I lost my honor while standing before you? Did I waver at your provocations? Did I succumb to madness? His final words struck with precision. You are human. You can trust me. Lockhart's face turned completely blank, a strange thought crossing his mind. Perhaps this was what true nobility looked like. At that moment, a distant voice called out, Over here! Hurry up! Deculin swiftly delivered a precise kick to Lockhart's chin, sending him spitting blood before collapsing unconscious. Just stay put and turn yourself in, he muttered, though Lockhart could no longer hear him. Soon after, two men rushed over. One straightened and saluted, introducing himself. I'm Inspector Ribbar. That was one hell of a kick. You really live up to your name, Professor Deculin. As for this murderer, should I give him a few extra kicks for good measure? Ribbar's voice was filled with anger as he glanced down at Lockhart, but Deculin stepped in just in time to stop him. No need. Just leave him be. With that, Deculin activated his telekinetic power. A mound of sand shifted from a distance, gradually forming into a sturdy rope. Inspector Ribbar couldn't hide his astonishment. I never imagined magic could be this incredible. Deculin handed him the rope and calmly warned. This man has the ability to nullify magic. Spells won't work on him. Instead, use this to restrain him. Ribbar nodded in understanding. Deculin then asked, How did you get here so quickly? Weren't you on patrol? Inspector Ribbar shook his head slightly. We came as soon as we received a report. Didn't you call it in, Professor? It wasn't me. Someone else must have heard the commotion and reported it. Deculin replied. Well, I'll be heading off then. You take care of things here. Understood. Ribbar responded swiftly. For Deculin, this encounter with Lockhart was nothing more than a minor incident, resolved without unnecessary bloodshed. There were still traces of that person in the area, and he had no desire to taint it with violence. The next day, scene shifted to Euclina Manor, Deculin's training room. His younger sister, Julie, was present, delivering a summon from the Burke Council, the first meeting in 15 years. Deculin paused his training, reached out and took the letter. You came all this way just to hand me the scroll? He asked nonchalantly. Julie looked exasperated. Since you don't care, I had to come myself. Isn't it the head of the household's duty to look after the family? And when are you finally going to put some clothes on? Ignoring her complaint, Deculin unrolled the letter and skimmed through it. It reported a demon sighting in Black Mountain and stated that the Burke Council had summoned the noble houses for a discussion. Simultaneously, the system issued him a main quest, the summons of Burke. After reading, Deculin turned to Julie. It's scheduled to happen in a week. I'm allowed to bring one person along as a bodyguard. Julie raised an eyebrow in surprise. You need a bodyguard? Then I'll have Jeff go with you. He used to be a mercenary. Deculin shook his head. That won't be necessary, especially not Jeff. He's more familiar with steering a ship than wielding a weapon. Julie scoffed but then grew serious, her gaze tinged with concern. You can't go without a bodyguard. I've been there before. The journey to Burke is dangerous, even life-threatening. Deculin paused, studying her before asking, Are you worried about me? In your dreams, don't say creepy things like that, Julie shouted. After a brief silence, she added, I just can't have you dying before I officially take the position of head of the family from you. Still flustered, she quickly changed the subject. I'll handle the bodyguard situation. I'll make sure to hire someone reliable. Scene transitioned to the Freyan military camp. Julie was in the middle of training a group of soldiers. Not far away, the deputy commander stood watching, his expression deeply troubled. What should I do? A voice suddenly spoke from behind. What exactly do you mean by that? The unexpected voice startled the deputy commander, who shouted, At least make some noise when you walk. Varen, we've got a big business opportunity coming our way. But there's something about it that makes me uneasy. I don't know if we should accept it or not. Varen raised an eyebrow. Stop overthinking. Just tell me what's bothering you. The older man sighed in frustration before explaining. The mission was to protect Deculin, more precisely to safeguard the entire train. If asked directly to guard the whole train, they wouldn't have accepted. Hence the careful wording. The deputy commander spoke measuredly, unaware of the slight tremor in Varen's hand when he heard Deculin's name. Instantly, Varen masked his reaction and offered his advice. Take the job. Not just anyone can protect an entire train. If they succeeded, their army's reputation would skyrocket, and money would no longer be a concern. They were, after all, a private military force. Still, the deputy commander hesitated. But Varen cut him off coldly when the subject turned to Deculin. It did not matter. Their commander was not the type to let personal feelings interfere with a mission. The deputy commander, understanding this, nodded in agreement and quickly excused himself, promising to report to the commander. Varen remained behind, standing perfectly still, his expression icy and unreadable. Berk was the name of the highland mountain range at the northernmost tip of the continent. At an altitude of 3,500 meters, it was home to the mages known as the Elders of Berk. The region served as the epicenter of all magical disciplines across the continent, a hub where every school of thought and every form of magical research converged. Even the magic towers and the floating islands of archmages could not challenge its authority. Berk's influence was so vast it could be considered the very foundation of the magical world. The Summoning Assembly, an event that occurred only once every few decades, was not only an honor for any mage summoned, but also a recognition of their standing in the magical hierarchy. Yet, a summon from Berk carried a deadly reputation. It was also known as a mage's grave. At Berk train station, Julie's team had gathered in preparation for the journey. She turned to her vice captain to confirm that all preparations were complete. He reassured her confidently, adding that Deculin had arrived. As Julie turned, she saw Deculin approaching, accompanied by his assistant Ilade. He scanned the snowy surroundings with fascination and marveled at the thick snow, remarking to Ilade that it was hard to believe it was already April. Julie stepped forward to greet them. Her face flushed red as she thanked them for making the journey and explained that the Freighton Association would take responsibility for guarding half of the train, promising to ensure their safety and comfort during the trip. Even as she spoke, Julie's thoughts drifted to Deculin's words from the previous gathering, a lingering memory that made her body tense. She wondered anxiously whether she should smile and, if so, how brightly or just a small, polite smile. Behind her, the vice captain watched silently as Julie trembled and suffered inwardly, her deep dislike for Deculin at odds with her commitment to give him her best effort. Varen stepped forward and introduced himself as the assigned escort for Deculin, explaining that the others were only present to pay their respects. The vice captain patted Varen on the back, praising his talent and assuring Deculin that there was no cause for concern. Observing this interaction, Deculin furrowed his brows subtly, examining Varen carefully. Despite the praise, he could sense no remarkable energy from the young man and wondered if he was overthinking the matter. Varen, however, remained unaware of the scrutiny, explaining casually that each train car had been assigned a guardian and that he would oversee the one Deculin occupied. Deculin acknowledged him with a slight nod, silently counting on Varen's competence. Once the formalities concluded, Julie prepared to leave, wishing Deculin a safe journey. She turned quickly to walk away but stopped abruptly, forcing a stiff, painfully deliberate smile. Deculin noticed the effort and let out a quiet chuckle, appreciative that she had kept her word. Hours later, inside the carriage, Deculin observed his assistant Alan struggling to stay awake. He suggested Alan take a short nap, which the young man gladly accepted, leaning back against the seat. Deculin, meanwhile, contemplated the significance of the summons from Berk. Despite its prestige as the pillar of the magical world, the Berk Grand Assembly was fraught with danger. One of the greatest threats was the attacks on trains during the journey, a deadly intelligence game that had contributed to the original Deculin's death. While the original Deculin might have purchased information from underground sources to navigate safely, the current Deculin had severed all ties with such forces. Instead, he relied on countermeasures he had personally prepared, including mastery of the legendary Estrin combat technique. Alan's sudden, deep sleep struck Deculin as amusing. Just moments ago, the young man had been practically bouncing with excitement over the trip to Berk, a journey Deculin had personally invited him on as his assistant, warning him of the dangers but leaving the choice to accept entirely up to him. Across from him, Alan's eyes widened instantly in shock, and then, overcome with emotion, he seemed on the verge of tears. He struggled to speak, expressing his gratitude for the opportunity. It was an honor, he said, for someone like him to be given such a chance. Despite the display, Deculin still found himself surprised that Alan had agreed to come along, knowing full well the dangers they would face. Perhaps Alan was more ambitious than he had thought. Time passed as the train made a brief stop to let passengers off. Deculin gazed out the window, deep in thought. Only the final stop, Berk, remained, and so far nothing had happened. Had he actually picked the right train? he had prepared meticulously, enhancing a master's attire with Midas hand, reinforcing steelwood fragments throughout the car, and even enchanting Alan's clothing. A frown crossed his face at the thought of how much mana he had spent on preparations. He muttered to himself, hoping for a peaceful journey, though he knew all too well that things rarely went according to plan. Just as the train passed over a massive stone bridge, a sudden explosion ripped through one of the cars, shattering the calm with a deafening blast. A few days earlier, another journey had begun, involving Gilthian and his daughter Sylvia. Inside their car, Gilthian sighed at his daughter's relentless focus on exercises. Even on a train, she wouldn't put her books down. Sylvia, undeterred, remained absorbed in her studies, determined to do everything necessary to become a grand mage. Gilthian chuckled, offering fatherly encouragement, reminding her that her diligence would serve her well in the future. Sylvia's eyes flickered with a trace of frustration, longing to attend more of Deculin's lectures, even if Ephorine did not concern her. Sylvia asked her father why they had departed early for the Burke convocation, noting that they could have waited a few more days. Gilthian fell silent for a long moment, then explained gravely that the journey to Burke was known as a graveyard for mages. Every convocation brought deaths, and 15 years ago 11 mages had perished. While being summoned to Burke was a symbol of prestige, those who failed to attend were erased from history, replaced by other families. He asked Sylvia if she understood how ambitious families outside the 20 great houses could eliminate others to claim their seats, and she realized the truth. The path to prestige was littered with danger and death. Gilthian explained that the deaths along the journey were viewed by the world as a natural magical selection process. Back in the present, the explosion threw Deculin and Varen on high alert. Narrowing his eyes, Deculin activated his mental force, while the shockwave awoke Alan, who blinked in disbelief at the floating train. Deculin quietly sighed in relief, knowing that his mastery of psychokinesis, combined with Estrin martial arts, had saved them. On top of the train, the attacking assassins stared in shock at the airborne train, struggling to comprehend the scene. One growled, reminding the others to stay focused, promising that the reward would be worth it. They dropped ropes and swung into Deculin's car, smashing windows and scattering shards everywhere. Prepared for the attack, Deculin assessed the intruders coldly, labeling them fools. He unleashed his psychokinesis, hurling steel fragments and splintered wood at the assassins, tearing them apart before they could even regain their footing. Alan froze in shock at the carnage, stammering in disbelief. Deculin swiftly knocked him out, murmuring for him to rest, and ordered Varen to evacuate the other passengers. As Varen carried Ilade to safety, Deculin noted the surprising softness of his assistant's nape, a detail made noticeable by his enhanced senses, though he quickly pushed the thought aside and turned back to face the remaining attackers. He warned the intruders that their deaths would be natural, and as he spoke, a violent surge of mana erupted from his body, instilling a suffocating sense of doom in the assassins. Varen had successfully placed Alan behind cover, observing the floating train with a furrowed brow. Inside the train, the floor was littered with corpses, pools of blood spreading across the space. Exhausted, Deculin slumped against a seat, noting that the simultaneous reduction of explosion damage and combat had drained his mana to just 10 points. Soon, Varen returned to report that all remaining passengers had been evacuated safely, earning Deculin's approval. But then Deculin noticed a red aura emanating from Varen, the unmistakable mark of death, a villainous fate. Cold sweat broke out on Deculin's face as he realized Varen had been hiding his true nature all along. The young swordsman drew his blade and, pointing it directly at Deculin, announced chillingly that he intended to kill him with his own hands. Already exhausted, Deculin tried to buy time, asking if Varen acted under orders from someone. Julie, perhaps. Varen roared in response, rejecting any involvement from Julie, declaring that he would carry out the kill for his master alone. Deculin quickly understood that Julie was not involved, but he now faced an elite warrior of the Phaeton unit with only 10 points of mana remaining. Varen launched his attack without hesitation, slashing at Deculin with lightning speed. Desperately, Deculin manipulated a shard of steelwood to block the strike while deactivating the telekinetic force keeping the train afloat, sending it plummeting toward the ground. Meanwhile, in Sylvia's private room, A knight approached with 2 cups of ice cream, offering them cheerfully. Sylvia, exhausted, declined, saying she had eaten too much already. When she asked if everyone had arrived, the knight informed her that Deculine was still running late, asking her if she was waiting for anyone specific. Noticing her mood, the knight quickly excused himself, leaving her alone. Sylvia sat quietly, her mind drifting back to a memory of a day at the cemetery, visiting and speaking with her mother. A quiet, ordinary moment that now felt distant. Sylvia gently placed a bouquet of flowers before her mother's cold gravestone and softly spoke to her. She told her mother about Professor Deculine, complaining that he gave far too much homework, as if his class were the only one she was taking that day. But her words were interrupted by the sound of someone sobbing nearby. Curiosity piqued. Sylvia quietly followed the sound and was stunned by what she saw. Ahead of her, a lone figure knelt before a grave. It was Deculine. Even from behind, she recognized him instantly, the hunched back unmistakable. She questioned herself, wondering why he was here. She had never imagined Deculine as the type to mourn someone else's loss. When Deculine finally stood, 2 streaks of tears lingered at the corners of his eyes. Sylvia's expression froze in shock. The man she had always known as cold and strict was crying. Her perception of him as an annoying, superior professor shattered in that moment. He too had loved and lost. The image of his tears lingered in her mind like shooting stars, quickening her heartbeat slightly. Her father's warning about the planned attack on the train echoed in her memory, filling her with unease. Yet a spark of curiosity stirred within her. Determined to experiment with her magic, she drew on the mana within her body, channeling it through a mana stone. Streams of energy poured from the stone, converging until a small dove formed. "I did it," she whispered, naming it Swift, pressing her forehead against its head as if imparting a thought, before tossing it into the air. "Fly, fly away, and show me what you see." Back on the train, Deculine had managed to halt the fall, the carriage wedged precariously against the mountainside. He grimaced in pain, suspecting broken bones, but trusted his iron body trait to see him through. Suddenly, a sword hurtled toward him. Thanks to his enhanced senses, he tilted his head just in time, swinging a piece of steelwood at Varen, only for it to be deflected by a faint red aura. Deculine muttered, noting the aura protection. Across from him, Varen's admiration was evident. "You're one tough bastard, Deculine," he said, wrapping his sword in aura and executing a powerful horizontal slash. Deculine struggled to control the floating steelwood fragments around him, using them to block the attack. Varen's strikes were terrifyingly fast, and sweat dripped down Deculine's face as he acknowledged the reality. Varen was far stronger than him, yet he could not collapse. The unyielding trait within him allowed his spirit to remain intact, his mind nearly untouched even as his defenses began to fail. After countless blows, the steelwood fragments shattered. Deculine let out a faint chuckle, contemplating the possibility that this might be the end, or perhaps he would wake up in his office as if none of this had happened. A sudden spatial distortion caught his attention, and Varen screamed in pain as his wrist was severed by an unseen force. Seizing the moment, Deculine used the last of his mana to drive a rusty steel fragment into Varen's right ankle, following with a kick to his left shin. Varen staggered, crashing through seats and nearly falling out of the train, only to stop himself by plunging a dagger into the floor. Deculine approached with icy precision, demanding to know Varen's motives. Varen's answer revealed the truth. He was a blindly devoted servant, determined to kill for the sake of Julie. Deculine realized then that this attack had nothing to do with her, but the danger he faced was immediate. Varen's mind drifted back to a memory from his youth. He had been restrained by 2 adults, furious after a scrawny boy had scaled a wall to trespass, while a woman accused him of wrongdoing. Varen had shouted in protest, but Julie intervened, observing calmly, and decided to take custody of him, leading him away while he struggled in frustration. Varen struggled against his restraints, his voice raw as he demanded to be released. He insisted that he had done nothing wrong and questioned why he was being taken to the police. Julie stopped in her tracks and, without turning, spoke softly. She acknowledged the Freya family's notorious behavior and admitted she believed him, at least partially. Varen's eyes flickered with hope. He insisted that he truly had done nothing wrong. But Julie's firm voice cut through his protests, reminding him that violence was never the answer. A tense silence followed. Julie tilted her head slightly, her tone resolute yet calm. She offered to teach him how to control himself if he came with her, leaving the choice entirely in his hands. Surprised, Varen hesitated before asking with a hint of innocence, "Will you give me food?" That simple exchange marked the beginning of his relationship with his master. He eventually joined the Order of Knights, though his childhood and temperament made it difficult for him to fit in. Julie was the only person who ever truly cared for him, and as long as he could remain at his captain's side, he felt content. His admiration for her grew steadily, as did his love, though he had long known that these emotions were a burden he could never impose on her. Yet despite his devotion, Varen's loyalty took a deadly turn. He declared that he must kill Deculin, believing that one day, Deculin's actions would bring ruin to his master. His eyes burned with hatred, and even Deculin had to admit that the man's logic was rooted in truth. The tragedies of the world were indeed shaped by his past deeds. Still, Deculin refused to let history dictate their fates. He extended a hand toward Varen, promising that he would not harm Julie, asking for his trust. Varen's expression darkened, but the crimson aura surrounding him flared even more violently. His resolve was absolute. Deculin realized that reasoning with him was futile. Tightening his grip on the rusted steel shard, Deculin struck at Varen. Far away, Julie suddenly jolted as if sensing the disturbance. The vice-captain looked at her with concern, asking if she was feeling unwell or worrying about Varen again. She smiled gently, dismissing his worry, unaware that her loyal subordinate was plummeting through the sky. Varen's final whispered words were for his master alone, a wish for her happiness, spoken even as he fell. Above the train, Sylvia's mana formed of sword, transmitting the scene back to her. She watched as Deculin fought his own bodyguard, who had attempted to kill him. In self-defense, Deculin had subdued Varen, who had fallen off the cliff. Sylvia assessed the situation rapidly, though her focus was interrupted by a voice calling her back to the intermission. Hesitant, she followed, still wondering if Deculin would make it on time. Meanwhile, law enforcement officers had been dispatched following reports of a bombing on the train. Lilia FM, deputy director of the Security Bureau, led the investigation. Upon arrival, she received reports of the explosion, learning that 2 individuals, Varen and Professor Deculin, were missing, while witnesses pointed toward Alan, still unconscious against a rock. As she questioned survivors, a photographer presented a shocking piece of evidence. A photograph showing the train suspended in midair by Deculin's psychic power. Even with proof before her eyes, Lilia struggled to believe it. Suddenly, a mysterious voice relayed that Varen was dead, having attempted and failed to assassinate Deculin, who had survived. Lilia's eyes scanned the area, searching for the source of the transmission, but she could see no one responsible. A shout from the crowd drew everyone's attention to a lone figure approaching. Deculin, disheveled yet focused, still processing the battle he had endured. Calculating quickly, he realized he had exactly 6 hours to reach the Berk summit. Lilia stepped forward, introducing herself formally and preparing to question him about the incident. Deculin, however, cut her off, asking for the time, then immediately inquiring whether the train was the only way to Berk. Lilia, frustrated by his evasiveness, confirmed alternative land and sea routes but struggled to maintain control of the questioning. Before she could continue, Deculin vanished from sight. Those nearby realized he must have used acceleration magic, displaying extraordinary mana reserves even after a brutal fight and preventing the train from derailing. The man they were witnessing was indeed the legendary Deculin spoken of by Lockhart. At the Berk summit, representatives from powerful noble families filled the grand round table, each seated in their designated spots. Gilthian muttered under his breath, noting the time almost 9:30, when the stars would align. Beside him, the young prodigy Sylvia sat anxiously, her sharp eyes scanning the 2 empty seats at the grand round table. He still hadn't arrived. Behind the velvet curtains, in a secluded corner of the summit, a mage draped in an ominous cloak prepared to address the assembly. His voice echoed through the hall, extending gratitude to all who had answered the call. As his words resonated, a tremendous surge of mana pressed down on everyone present, making even Sylvia wince. This mana, it's extraordinary, she thought. It must be Deskakin, the Grand Elder of Berg, the living legend who abandoned the material world itself. To challenge for the title of Archmage, I must at least reach his level. Deskakin's voice rang out once more, announcing that the roll call would begin after the formalities. Gilthian of Ilade immediately responded, acknowledging his presence. One by one, the names of noble families were called, each representative confirming their attendance. When Deskakin reached the Uklina family, however, silence fell. The Uklina family has yet to arrive. His voice deepened, carrying weight that made the room tense. If they do not answer before I call their name 3 times, they will be deemed absent and expelled from the Mage Society. Murmurs of shock spread across the Grand Hall. Expelled? Their last summons had been 2 centuries ago. Among the seated mages, mocking voices soon followed. Wasn't this expected? Deculin's abilities pale in comparison to his ancestors. There are countless rumors of his lack of talent. Laughter rippled through the chamber, brimming with scorn. For Sylvia, the words stirred deep irritation. How has he lived this long? Doesn't anyone worry about him? How pitiful, she thought, unable to shake the discomfort gnawing at her. Before Deskakin could call the Uklina name a 3rd time, the grand doors swung open. All eyes turned as Deculin's silhouette entered, moving with deliberate, unhurried steps. Brushing the snow off his coat and smoothing his slightly disheveled hair, he spoke calmly. Deculin von Grand Uklina present. A hush fell over the room. The current head of the Uklina family had finally arrived, and a fleeting, unspoken understanding passed between the attendees. Tension hung thick in the air as the meeting commenced, proceeding swiftly without unnecessary exchanges. The first item on the agenda was the emergence of a monster in Black Mountain. A representative of the Brand family spoke in a calm yet razor-sharp tone, emphasizing the severity of the threat. We must issue directives to all magical factions or collaborate with the Holy Order. Additionally, mages should be dispatched for investigation and surveillance in suspected areas. The discussion progressed efficiently, and the proposal passed without objection. Shortly after, a female attendant announced a short recess. Deculin exhaled slowly, exhaustion and irritation swirling in his mind. Exhausting, I ran like a lunatic without a single moment of rest just to make it here. Both stamina and mana completely drained. Yet his face remained composed, revealing none of his internal turmoil. His unyielding demeanor was like stone against a storm. As the attendees began to rise, Alan rushed toward him, sweat rolling down his forehead. Professor, are you all right? I'm sorry for being late. Because of that, I wasn't allowed to participate in such an important meeting. Deculin's voice was calm and unwavering. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. But inwardly, suspicion darkened his gaze. I can no longer view this child as innocent. He's hiding his true identity. But why? What is his goal? Recalling a famous quote from his past life, he finally spoke, commanding, Alan, from now on, stand by my side. Understood. Alan's eyes widened in surprise, barely able to whisper, Yes, sir. Deculin's thoughts lingered on the line. Observing Alan at his side was the safest choice for now. After the recess, footsteps echoed through the vast chamber as everyone returned to their seats. The presiding officer announced the next issue, the handling of the Bloodroad sorcerers who had recently appeared. The atmosphere shifted instantly, tension pressing down like an impending storm. Deculin's thoughts turned grim. A matter this sensitive. There's no way this discussion will end peacefully. A sudden slam shook the room as Badon of the Borad family bellowed in rage, comparing the Bloodroad to cockroaches gnawing at society's foundation. Across from him, a Sensel's expression tensed as she shot back sharply, demanding proof. We have no means of distinguishing the Bloodroad from other races, she declared, challenging the accusations with a voice unyielding and precise. Before she could finish, Badon's roar cut through her words, his fury drowning out everything else in the room. He demanded that they find a way, insisting there must be some trait that gave the Bloodroad away. They needed to exterminate them immediately using the royal magic of the Mage Tower. Asel's eyes blazed with anger as she shot back at him, calling him an old bastard, and warning him to watch his words. Deculin, sitting quietly, remained unfazed, observing the heated exchange with a contemplative gaze. As expected, their perspectives clashed violently, yet he remained silent. Unaware of Deculin's inner musings, Bidon's tirade intensified. He raged that the Bloodroad sorcerers were recognizing one another and gathering into groups under an unseen leader, and worse, no one knew their ultimate goal. Frustrated, Asel slammed her hand on the table, her voice thunderous as she denounced his claims as nothing more than one-sided speculation. Bidon, gritting his teeth, shot back with equal ferocity, arguing that their leader was hidden in the shadows, gathering followers while plotting unknown schemes. His words made the other representatives exchange nervous glances, their silent agreement fueling Bidon's triumph. He reminded them all of the countless mages who had perished 60 years ago due to hesitation, and the moment the words left his mouth, the room fell into a suffocating silence. After a long pause, Gillian's gaze shifted toward Deculin, his voice low but heavy with meaning. He reminded Deculin of his family's legacy at the forefront of exorcism, standing as the vanguard against demonic forces, and asked for his stance on the matter. Deculin remained silent for a moment, his mind turning over the situation. He thought about how hatred born from abandoning reason always led to needless suffering, and though he could not stop the Bloodroad outright, he resolved to delay the conflict to fulfill a greater mission in the future. Speaking finally, his voice calm yet weighty, he reminded them that the Bloodroad had long been treated as enemies, but historical records revealed that everything stemmed from a fundamental mistake. Bidon's scowl deepened in irritation, demanding to know what mistake Deculin spoke of. The young man met his glare without hesitation, recounting how 237 years ago, during the Rodra Witch incident, Rodra had been wrongfully accused of witchcraft and burned at the stake. This sparked a large-scale purge, causing the slaughter of countless Bloodroad, who then fought back, spiraling the cycle of bloodshed out of control. As for the incident 60 years ago, Deculin clarified, it was not a war but a political maneuver triggered by the discovery of a manstone mine in Bloodroad territory. Bidon's fury only intensified, his voice a guttural growl as he scoffed at Deculin's words, mocking the Uclina family for their role in seizing the mine and slaughtering the Bloodroad. He insisted the Bloodroad were a brutal, warlike race whose nature demanded destruction, especially by a family renowned for hunting demons. Deculin's icy gaze met his without faltering, asserting that his family's tradition was to hunt demons, not commit genocide against the Bloodroad. Bidon bellowed again, insisting that the Bloodroad were demons. The tension in the chamber snapped like a taut string, but Deculin's calm voice pressed against the room with an invisible weight. He challenged Bidon to take responsibility for his words, pointing out that labeling others as demons ignored their shared humanity, and that those who denied it might be the cruelest demons themselves. Bidon's face flushed red with impotent rage, and the meeting ended unresolved, the topic postponed until the following day. Elsewhere, Guilian spoke to his daughter Sylvia, regret coloring his tone as he lamented having to be away until the next meeting. Sylvia, however, responded indifferently, brushing off his concern and asserting that kids her age already had their own rooms. Gillian's face reflected sorrow as he murmured to himself about his daughter no longer loving him, and Sylvia stood silently, momentarily at a loss. After a pause, Guilian forced a cheerful smile and reminded her to follow the hotel's rules carefully, given the high concentration of mana in the Burke region and the magical phenomena that could occur at night. Sylvia sighed and promised she would behave, dismissing his worry. Later, in her lodging, Sylvia held a piece of paper and muttered to herself, noting that the rules seemed intended only to frighten children. As night fell, a small golden bird appeared nearby, its eyes glittering like twin gemstones. Suddenly, Sylvia awoke with a fierce thirst, her throat dry as a desert. She rose sluggishly, drank a glass of water, and felt momentarily relieved. But the sense of safety was short-lived. A creeping sense of danger infiltrated the room, chilling the air like a wind from the abyss. An ominous presence approached from behind, a black miasma spreading like an ink veil, consuming everything in its path. Sylvia's eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively assumed a defensive stance. Her body tensed like a drawn bowstring. Panic surged as she recalled the instructions on the paper, her heart hammering, realizing that the room had transformed into something unfamiliar, no longer the safe space she had entered. The hallway around Sylvia had twisted and warped, as if reality itself was being distorted by an unseen hand. She hastily reread the lines on the instruction paper, her eyes scanning each sentence with mounting urgency. One passage leapt out at her. Once you have laid down to rest, under no circumstances should you leave your bed before sunrise. Violating this rule could transport her to an unpredictable location. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead, each droplet sliding down like shards of ice. Her breath hitched as the realization struck. She had to stay in bed until morning. That was why this was happening. A few days ago, when she had been in the second hallway, nothing like this had occurred. But now, she realized grimly, it must be because the heads of the great families and other powerful individuals were nearby. The mana surrounding her had thickened, becoming volatile and prone to distortions. She had been too arrogant, too careless, thinking her room could shield her from danger. Before she could finish, a terrifying sound echoed from the corridor behind her. A deep, guttural growl reverberated through the air, accompanied by heavy, deliberate footsteps that sounded like a beast stalking prey. The oppressive fog of death crept closer, thick and suffocating, chilling the very air she breathed. Without a second thought, she sprinted down the hallway, every ounce of her strength propelling her forward. Up ahead, a staircase emerged from the darkness, bathed in an eerie violet glow. The strange light seemed almost inviting, and for a split second, her instincts screamed to take it. But a chilling memory resurfaced. The Rosary Hotel was a single-story building, and under no circumstances should anyone take the stairs if they appeared. Her pulse hammered in her chest. Clenching her teeth, she forced herself to keep running, passing an open doorway from which an unsettling glow spilled, mingling with the spectral fog. She reached the door and pounded on it, her voice breaking with fear. "Is anyone in there? Please, help me." Dread clawed at her chest as the warning resurfaced in her mind. If someone knocks at your door at night, do not respond. What if the person inside treated her as a threat? What if they refused to help? She had no choice but to continue knocking desperately. "Please, is anyone there? I'm begging you." Seconds ticked by, hands trembling, eyes brimming with unshed tears, hopelessness threatening to consume her. Then, without warning, the door creaked open, spilling warm light that illuminated her pale, fear-stricken face. A calm, familiar voice spoke. "Out wandering so late at night, Sylvia?" It was Deculin, standing at the doorway, serene and composed. He resembled the still surface of an undisturbed lake. Some of the terror unraveled from Sylvia's chest, though her wide eyes still glistened with tears. Deculin's voice carried no urgency as he said, "Come inside." Sylvia hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward, whispering, "Thank you." Not long after, the fireplace crackled to life, filling the room with soothing warmth that seeped into her trembling body. She finally began to calm, exhaling shakily. "I'm sorry for disturbing you. I made a mistake. I got out of bed in the middle of the night and ended up being randomly transported into the hallway." Deculin did not seem upset. He replied evenly, "Chaotic magical phenomena are common in Burke. Wandering spirits stripped of rational thought lurk in the corridors, making the situation dangerous. Had you read the rules more carefully, you wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament." From where she sat, Sylvia studied him quietly, her thoughts swirling. He was always so composed, so steady, as if nothing could shake him. Perhaps it was because he had endured too much loss and pain, that he could disregard the rules and yet open the door to help her. Just as she lingered on the thought, a chilling growl erupted from behind. From the gap beneath the door, a slimy purple substance slithered across the floor, twisting and contorting into a grotesque skull with hollow, glowing eyes. With a blood-curdling shriek, it lunged at her, jagged teeth flashing ominously. Sylvia froze, her body locked in fear. At that moment, Deculin's calm voice cut through the terror. "Stay calm. There's no need to be afraid." Before she could react, two streaks of light shot past her with blistering speed, striking the dark entity and shattering it. The apparition disintegrated into scattered ashes. Sylvia stared in awe, realizing the streaks were crystalline shards of ice, suspended in midair like razor-sharp daggers. That was incredible. The wandering spirit, it's completely destroyed, she exclaimed. Deculin replied in a measured tone. There's nothing to be impressed about. It's merely a form of magic designed to kill. Hardly worth mentioning. He paused briefly, adding, magic was never meant to be created for the purpose of taking lives. His words left Sylvia momentarily speechless, her cheeks heating as she struggled for a response. Her gaze drifted to the fire, curiosity softening her fear. Isn't that flowing flame? She murmured. Deculin lifted his eyes from his book and answered simply, yes. Sylvia launched into a flurry of spells, conjuring dazzling arcs of lightning, solid iron constructs, gentle wooden formations, and fierce flames imbued with fairy magic, all in an effort to capture his attention. Yet Deculin remained utterly unfazed, eyes fixed on his book, treating her efforts as if they were nothing more than passing scenery. Frustration bubbled within her. He didn't even glance at my magic. Should I try something even more spectacular? She wondered. Just as she contemplated, Deculin spoke without looking up. You did well. Sylvia blinked in surprise. Then he added, however, your wind-based magic circle was unstable when integrated into your fire spell. His remark caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Sylvia quickly asked, Professor, what exactly was wrong with it? Deculin, however, remained indifferent. That's something you should figure out on your own, he replied coolly, returning his attention to the book in front of him. Sylvia bristled. But you gave Eflin detailed guidance on these things, she thought, frustration bubbling within her. Deculin, still focused on his reading, added without looking up, I'll discovered it himself. I did not teach him. Sylvia bit her lip, sensing her impatience growing. At last, Deculin glanced at her, his expression calm yet firm. Sylvia, you must rid yourself of impatience and impulsiveness, he said, pausing before continuing. You are still young and have plenty of time to grow. As long as you keep pushing forward, you will achieve what you seek soon enough. He tilted his head slightly, his voice steady and filled with quiet confidence. That's why you should take slow but steady steps forward. Closing his book, he fixed his gaze on her. After all, you are one of the 3 most promising and talented young mages in the world. Sylvia's eyes widened in surprise. Is this how Professor Deculin sees me? She thought. She recalled the endless phrases she had heard since childhood. Oh my, what a genius. This girl will undoubtedly become a grand mage. Her future is incredibly bright. Those words had repeated so often that they had lost meaning. Empty compliments repeated to exhaustion. But Deculin's words felt different. Sharp, precise, and piercing directly into her heart. Not long after, Sylvia, exhausted, was given a bed to rest. Her steady breathing filled the quiet room as she slept peacefully. Meanwhile, Deculin continued reading by the flickering firelight. Suddenly, a faint but peculiar surge of energy caught his attention. He turned his gaze toward the source outside, thinking, this energy. Could it be? A short while later, Deculin found himself deep within a forest, walking steadily as his thoughts churned. I was warned about this place. Aside from the Burke Conference, this secluded mountain path is considered restricted. Perhaps I will find something rarer than I expected. At that moment, a ghostly figure emerged behind him, indistinct but menacing, radiating malice with a chilling wail. It lunged at him, grotesque hands reaching out to terrify. Deculin remained unfazed, walking rhythmically as if oblivious to the entity. The ghost hesitated, confused. What? Did he not see me? It wondered, and determined. It persisted, growling and flailing in repeated attempts to frighten him. Nothing worked. It was like throwing water against stone. After a while, Deculin abruptly halted, startling the ghost into instinctively stepping back. He turned and asked in a completely indifferent tone, Hey, have you seen any magical artifacts with significant power around here? Instead of answering, the ghost shrieked incoherently, flailing before suddenly fleeing, as if encountering something far more terrifying than itself. Deculin furrowed his brows, watching it disappear, and shrugged off the odd encounter before continuing his search. Soon, his gaze landed on exactly what he had been looking for. A piece of wood radiating brilliant golden energy, glowing like sunlight trapped within its grain. As he picked it up, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Pure mana wood, a fragment of a mana tree struck by lightning. This wood naturally contains an immense amount of mana and has been refined by the power of the lightning itself, making it exceptional. Category: Special Wood. Deculin smirked. Just as I expected. This is good stuff. He tightened his grip, eyes gleaming with calculation. Since arriving in this world, he had trained relentlessly, but the body's innate capabilities had led to countless failures. With this wood, however, he could craft a high-quality magic wand, increasing his power significantly. He fixed his gaze on the radiant fragment, a small smile curling the corner of his lips. This is even better than I hoped. Time passed swiftly, and morning arrived. The noble families reconvened at the conference table, the tension thick, taut as a drawn bowstring. Bidon, the rounded elder, slammed his fist on the table, fury emanating from every word. Their veins carry the blood of demons, don't they? Then isn't it obvious they are demons themselves? Deculin, unshaken, countered sharply. What a ridiculous assertion. If you add salt to water, do you then call it salt? His words cut through Bidon's fury like a blade, leaving many attendees stunned, unsure how to respond. A murmur spread through the room, questioning Deculin's motives. Is he siding with the enemy? Some whispered. Or is he trying to lure them into exposing themselves? Across the table, Gillian's brows furrowed, his eyes glinting like drawn swords. He let out a cold scoff. What exactly is Deculin trying to paint here? What game is he playing? Sylvia watched her father thoughtfully, recognizing that everyone in the room assumed Deculin had a hidden motive. But she felt differently. The words he had spoken the night before still echoed in her mind, resonating like a melody. They're all wrong. He's merely stating the obvious truth. The argument escalated until a commanding voice sliced through the tension. That's enough, declared the esteemed elder, authority radiating from every word. A formal conclusion cannot be reached under such divided opinions. The matter concerning the Bloodveil clan will be added to tomorrow's agenda. For now, let us move on to other discussions. Unlike the contentious debate over the Bloodveil clan, the remaining matters were resolved swiftly. Within a few days, the conference reached its official close. One by one, participants departed, their fading footsteps echoing through the hushed chamber. Unable to stomach his failure to dominate the debate, Bidon, in a petty outburst, shoved past Deculin, ramming his shoulder into him like a sulking child throwing a tantrum. Deculin's brows tightened, his irritation subdued but clear. His only goal had been to secure this win as a stepping stone for greater missions ahead. Yet all he had managed was to gather even more enemies. The next morning, amid the lively Burke shopping district, Deculin and his aides stepped into a boutique dealing in enchanted tools. The air was heavy with the musk of aged timber and condensed mana. Palming a cluster of sparkling gems, Deculin studied the glimmering light that flickered like stars in his hand, his mind caught in deep calculations. He needed to forge a wand before returning to the academy, yet selecting the right core was proving far from simple. This was unfamiliar territory. Just then, Alan's gaze darted toward the entrance, his excitement impossible to hide. Deculin turned, raising an eyebrow in question. Alan gestured eagerly at the newcomer, calling her his savior, the woman who had ensured his safe passage. A flicker of surprise crossed Deculin's features before he swiftly regained his usual composure. The newcomer was Lilia Preman, deputy director of the Security Bureau, who greeted him with a gentle smile, remarking what a coincidence it was to meet here. Not long after, the trio decided to head to a nearby eatery. Deculin reasoned it was a fitting way to show thanks, since Lilia had been responsible for Alan's safety. Once seated, her warm smile remained as she spoke, thanking him for the invitation and asking about the investigation, particularly the fate of her escort. Deculin answered calmly that he had been slain during an ambush. Nothing more could be done. Lilia nodded in quiet thought while fragrant dishes arrived, seeming to delight only Alan, whose eyes shone with pure happiness. Lilia, meanwhile, studied Deculin's composed demeanor, unease stirring within her. Something wasn't matching with what she had heard before. Her mind drifted back to her recent exchange with Lockhart. By royal decree, the Imperial Security Bureau had decided he would be sent to Lodak, the Empire's most infamous prison, an appropriate end for one who had butchered innocent mages without regret. In the interrogation chamber, Lilia sat with folded arms, impatience sharpening her tone as she demanded if he had anything to say. Lockhart remained mute, his gaze clouded with thought. When she pressed him, she abruptly commanded, her voice cold and absolute, that he activate his power. At once, his grin widened, and raw energy surged through the room, shorting out every recording device. The space belonged solely to them now. Slamming her hand against the table, fury blazing in her eyes, Lilia berated him for constantly worsening matters and warned that men like him made their kind appear demonic. Lockhart only smirked, offering no answer. She clenched her jaw, declaring that if not for his bloodline, she would have killed him already, and that exposure of their truth would draw the noble house's wrath upon them both. Still grinning, Lockhart asked if she truly believed they could hide forever within the Empire. Lilia coolly replied that as long as their secret remained buried, they could endure. His grin faltered, insisting their demonic strength was the only thing to be feared. She snapped back that the Bloodwy clan were not the only ones blessed with unusual power. The subject shifted to Deculin. Lockhart questioned why she had provoked him, noting that the Euclina line had long been under watch. Lilia's voice dropped, hinting that Deculin might need to be eliminated if he persisted as a threat. For once, Lockhart objected, calling Deculin a genuine noble undeserving of death. Lilia blinked in disbelief, citing the damning evidence against him. Lockhart recalled the cemetery, where Deculin had claimed that his blessing proved the Blood-White clan were not monsters. Back then, humans had seen only justice in his eyes. Lockhart believed that if more nobles like him existed, their people could live peacefully beside others. He added that Deculin had never once tried to kill him despite knowing his blood-white heritage. Lilia, briefly taken aback, soon regained her composure, reminding him that Euclina ancestors had butchered and oppressed their kind. Lockhart admitted as much, but argued that vengeance against descendants would only prove their oppressors right, that they were monsters. Lilia's stare hardened, insisting the family's menace had never ended. Lockhart retorted, asking how long she thought she could hold her post before suspicion arose. She shrugged, replying that it was her life, and since blood whites bore no outward difference from humans, she had little to fear. He scoffed, but she waved it off, stating she cared nothing for such things. She shifted the conversation instead to the Emperor's failing health, urging patience until it was clear how his heir would treat their people. Back in the present, Lilia's gaze lingered on Deculin, convinced he could not be the noble he appeared to be. Her attention was broken by the sound of unsteady steps drawing near. The acrid stench of liquor filled the air, making her wrinkle her nose. She raised a hand to cover her face as a slurred voice called out. Her reply was curt. She had no words for him. It was the blonde-haired man Deculin had humiliated at the banquet. At that time, he had fumed in silence, unable to retaliate. Now, perhaps he had come to settle the score. His voice dripped with scorn as he sneered, claiming there was something vile lurking inside Deculin's soul. Meanwhile, at the Freyton estate, Julia stood frozen, unable to accept what she had just heard. Her voice shook as she demanded the captain repeat himself. He hesitated before delivering the crushing truth. Varen had fallen in the line of duty. Each word struck Julia like thunder, cracking her composure. For several moments, she could only stare in shock before steadying herself, issuing a trembling yet firm order, to prepare and demand answers from Deculin the moment he returned. Back with Deculin's party, a helm entered, arrogance dripping from every stride. Lilia watched in silence, noting him as head of the Rewind family and wondering what game was about to play out. Oblivious to her thoughts, Yahello slurred in a lazy, drunken tone, questioning Deculin's behavior at the last assembly and accusing him of stirring up trouble with another house. His words stumbled on, suggesting Deculin had aligned himself with the blood robes, a faction his demon-hunting lineage despised. Despite the crude taunt, Deculin's face stayed composed, unreadable. Julia, seated opposite, could barely contain her shock, her eyes widening as Yahello mocked further, accusing Deculin of once swearing to destroy the blood robes but now shielding them. Alan, unwilling to bear the insults, slammed his hand on the table, fury rattling the room as he demanded Yahello hold his tongue. Yet before Alan could speak further, Deculin raised a hand, wiped his mouth, and dismissed the matter with calm disdain, remarking that the blond man's brain had rotted like spoiled cheese, explaining his nonsense. Frustrated but unwilling to lose face, Yahello forced a crooked smile, warning Deculin of the looming deadline for his research and expressing eagerness to see him fail. With that, he departed, leaving Julia uneasy, her heart heavy. She trembled faintly, wondering how Deculin could possibly stand against all others for the sake of the blood robes. Memories of her earlier talk with Lockhart returned, shrouding her mind with doubt. Days later, before departing Burke, Deculin stepped into a renowned magic outfitter. There he sought out a famed wand maker to commission a new staff. Without realizing, he completed a hidden side quest linked to crafting a Localox wand. The task required either fame or notoriety, displays of kindness or cruelty, rare materials to win the craftsman's notice, and 2 visits to the shop. Thanks to his reputation and earlier visit, Deculin unknowingly met every condition, thereby clearing the quest. After finishing his dealings with the High Council, Deculin boarded a train with his assistant to return to the academy. On the trip, they found themselves sharing a compartment with Vithan, whose murderous aura pressed heavily against them. Yet no clash erupted, and Deculin spent the journey sunk in reflection. As the train rattled onward, the arduous ride neared its close. At the station, the crowd pushed by as Deculin stretched, while Alan asked with hopeful curiosity if this ride might finally bring a change from the endless snow. Before Deculin could answer, a squad of swordsmen led by Julia approached. Her face was darker and heavier than he had seen, her grief nearly tangible. She greeted him formally, voice strained as she acknowledged his survival, already aware of Varen's fate. Deculin gave a curt nod. Looking at the soldiers behind, he noted their relief was dulled by the weight of loss. Julia clenched her fists, voice trembling as she admitted she had read the reports, then asked the question gnawing at her heart. How had Varen died? A heavy silence lingered, pressing down as Julia's sorrow filled the air. No accusation, only deep grief for one she had cherished. Her gaze fixed on Deculin, raw with loss no words could ease. Facing her, he faltered. Some truths, he knew, would only tear deeper wounds if spoken. Though he had meant to tell her everything, that Varen had tried to kill him, that it had been planned from the start. Standing before her now, he could not say it. Deculin weighed it silently. Should I truly reveal what happened? If I do, the cruelty would be too great. Julia's will was firm, but her heart not hardened enough to bear such a truth. If she learned it, she would inevitably blame herself, carrying guilt forever. That was who Julia was, always shouldering responsibility for her men's failures, always punishing herself. Sometimes, Deculin thought, ignorance was the lighter burden, even if it meant her resentment later. He was prepared to carry that weight. The conductor's voice cut sharply through the tension. Train 4 bound for the Empire is now departing. All ticketed passengers, please board immediately. The crowd moved, leaving Deculin no more time. At last he spoke, calmly stating that Varen had simply been too emotional. Julia's expression darkened, but she sighed softly, not in relief, but in weary acceptance. She had known Varen, and though pain lingered, some of her turmoil eased. Lowering her head, she thanked him quietly. I understand. We'll be leaving now to search for him. Please take care of yourself. With that, her swordsman withdrew, leaving Deculin alone with his thoughts. His mind replayed the fleeting image of Varen hanging outside the train, poised between life and death. Ironically, he realized he was not so different from Varen. Strong emotions could drive anyone to madness. And still, Deculin wondered what truly defined the right path. When the swordsmen were gone, Alan muttered bitterly. They were so rude. Professor, we were victims too. Yet they looked at us like the criminals. Deculin answered coolly, no anger in his tone. It doesn't matter. They're fools. Suddenly, a voice called behind him. Why did you hide that from her? It was Sylvia, also returning on the same train. Deculin turned, confused. Hide what? Without replying, Sylvia pulled a book from her bag and handed it over, her tone soft. A gift for you, Professor. She turned and hurried off, leaving him standing still. Alan, baffled, could not hold back. Professor, what was that about? Deculin sighed, weariness in his voice. I haven't a clue. The trip had been grueling. Even with the ordeal behind them, he felt drained in body and mind. He longed only to return home and rest. Glancing at Alan, he gave a small nod. Let's head back. Yes, Professor, Alan answered quickly. Meanwhile, Julia and her knights paused at the crime scene, lying not far from the 4th station, less than an hour's ride from Burke. An agent from the security bureau was waiting there, ready to brief them. He explained that, in the first assault, Deculin had done everything possible to protect the train and save survivors alongside Knight Varen. Passing over photographs taken by a nearby reporter, he went on, describing how the convoy had been struck again, sending the train plunging off a cliff. Knight Varen had fallen with the wreck, while the VIP car, where Deculin had been the entire time, somehow remained suspended in midair. The agent remarked that, given the isolation of the region, all available evidence came only from the words of survivors. Silently, Julia withdrew, moving toward the cliff's rim. She stared down where Varen and the wreck had disappeared. Below, a pale mist cloaked the canyon, the snowy wilderness stretching without end. Memories surged, sharp and bitter. I've lost my right hand. I can't believe you died such a meaningless death. She had thought she could withstand losing comrades, yet Varen's harsh life weighed heavily in her mind. The scene shifted to the Yahello estate. Deculin had just returned from a long, weary trip when a shrill scream rang through the grand hall. Uriel Vandalin Yahello, his younger sister, had uncovered the outrageous sum he had spent on frivolous purchases and erupted. I've been holding back too long. I thought you'd changed. But you used the family check to buy all that junk, didn't you? The butler, Roy, rushed to calm her, but Uriel shoved him aside, her voice cutting and furious. Did you forget everything I told you? We're not a bottomless treasury. At this rate, the Yahello family won't last 2 months, you fool. Deculin, hearing this, felt a pang of unease. He recalled the extravagant cost of crafting his wand, far above his plan. The outcome of his careless spending was plain. Only 2 months stood between the family and financial ruin. He needed to act quickly. He spoke up, attempting to soothe the storm. He assured them, relax. I already have a way to recover the money. Yael narrowed her gaze with suspicion. A way? What way? She pressed, but Deculin gave no direct answer. Instead, he motioned for her and Roy to follow him to the storeroom, where the auction goods lay. Yariel's eyes roved over the collection, her voice heavy with disbelief. She sneered, asking if this was some gallery of junk he had bought just to flaunt. She implied he was dragging their name through the mud with reckless vanity. Deculin sighed in annoyance, telling her to wait and see. With a touch of sharpness, he reminded her to speak more like a lady, since she would one day head a demon-slaying line. Uriel snapped back in outrage. What? Sure. Lecture me on manners while you ruin the family coffers. Butler Roy rushed between them, urging peace. Deculin hardly minded the interruption. At first, he hadn't grasped why the auction pieces radiated such weight and prestige. He had thought of them only as art-like investments. But recently, while preparing for Burke, he realized these treasures could yield immense profit. With that thought, Deculin activated his Midas hand. A soft glow spread from the porcelain vase. Uriel scowled, unimpressed. She muttered that he had dragged them there just to wave his hand like a fool. Ignoring her, Deculin ordered Roy with a firm voice. Call for an appraiser immediately. These items will be reauctioned. Uriel's jaw dropped. She shouted that they had just bought them and antiques weren't meant to be flipped. Deculin only replied, calm and stern, silence. Roy hurried off to fetch the appraiser while Deculin studied the vase. A window of information opened before his eyes. It had been crafted by an Eastern master, holding the heart and spirit of its maker. With the Midas touch, it had awakened, blessing flowers with eternal bloom and strong healing. A proud smile tugged his lips. What had once been valued at 2.5 million elm was now priceless. He ordered the servants to treat it with utmost care. Yell froze, stunned into silence. When she found her voice, she asked if he truly meant to sell everything, accusing him of risking their fortune. Deculin replied with certainty, assuring her they would make wealth. Yell threw her arms up in anger, and he shifted the subject smoothly, saying it was time to get to work. Her furious cry trailed after him as he walked off. The scene moved to the Tower of Magic, inside the clubroom of the Magic Exploration Society. Ephraim sat at a table playing cards with classmates. She laid down her hand with a grin of triumph, revealing a winning set. Sylvia gasped in disbelief, and another student groaned about nearly winning. Ephraim laughed at their protests, smirking at her streak. For a moment, it felt like she was living a dream. She thought of her past. Once a baron's daughter who had never imagined attending the Tower of Magic, despised by peers and professors alike. Now she was here, laughing and playing cards with friends in a humble little club. Sylvia, puzzled by her nostalgia, teased her to cut the mushy stuff, and Ephraim sheepishly agreed. Then the door slammed open. A booming voice demanded to know what they were doing. A second figure followed, sneering that commoners were wasting space. Ephraim's heart dropped. It was Professor Redlawn and Local, notorious for making scenes whenever commoners were present. Redlawn stormed toward the club banner, mocking the Magic Exploration Society. Ephraim stiffened, then drew in a breath and calmly replied that they had submitted a proper club proposal and gained approval. Redlawn's face twisted as he accused her of lying, calling her a commoner brat again and again. Cold anger flickered in Ephraim's eyes, an urge to strike him rising hot in her chest. Sylvia whispered sharply for her to stay calm. Local sneered at the scene, clearly savoring their cornered state. Redlawn pressed harder, scoffing at the club's legitimacy and claiming no professor would have ever approved it. Then footsteps echoed, steady and familiar, catching Ephraim's attention. Redlawn noticed her pause and sneered, certain she was bluffing, until a chilling voice sliced through the air. Everyone froze. Redlawn spun about, and there, framed in the doorway, stood Deculin. His gaze was sharp enough to cut stone as he fixed it on the professor. "I'm the one who approved it. Do you have a problem with that?" His words carried weight like a hammer striking steel. Redlawn broke into a cold sweat, his knees quivering under the crushing magical pressure. Ephraim stared wide-eyed, one thought flashing through her head. Why is Professor Deculin here? Deculin stood firm, unflinching before the scheming professors who had tried to bully commoner students. His face was ice, his eyes sparking with irritation. "I authorized this club. Professor Redlawn, do you take issue with my decision? I could hear you shouting my name down the corridor. If you've got something to say, say it. Or do I now need your approval before I act?" The corridor grew stifling, tension thick as rope. Students nearby exchanged uneasy glances, their whispers stilled by the atmosphere. Deculin, though weary from the day, stood composed. He thought back to the morning. Uriel badgering him over finances, these two professors stirring trouble, and now Redlawn daring to mock him in front of students. His blood burned, yet he wore a mask of calm authority, refusing to let anger master him. Redlawn's face drained pale. Sweat ran down his temples as he stammered, pointing feebly at the room. "Professor Deculin, sir. I was only worried. This room is far too shabby, don't you think? I merely felt the Royal Tower's mages deserved better. That's all." He added with a weak laugh, "Ha. I'll personally renovate it with proper furniture." Deculin nearly laughed at the pathetic excuse. This old snake never ceases to amaze, he thought, reminded of swindlers in the market. His voice came calm as still water but edged with ridicule. "You've always been thoughtful, Professor Redlawn. Yes, this place is outdated. I'll remember your suggestion." Then his gaze shifted to Local, the coward who had fueled the scene. Deculin's tone fell, heavy with disdain. "Trash always behaves the same way. After all, what else can the worthless do but break things?" Without another word, he turned on his heel, walking away in slow, steady steps. Behind him, the two professors stood frozen, faces drained by humiliation. Redlin's cheeks flushed red, teeth grinding, but he could do nothing. No way to oppose Deculin head-on. The scene turned to the classroom, where the main character prepared to begin the day's lecture. The students' voices rose in murmurs, the room like surf rolling in waves. It had been some time since they'd studied under Professor Deculin. Huh? Yeah, he's been insanely busy, practically on fire. Wonder what happened over there. Who knows? But that train attack was all over Wizards magazine last month. Amid the chatter, Sylvia remained seated quietly, her eyes locked on Deculin, trying to predict his move. The main character placed a hand on the lectern, tapping lightly for silence. His voice, firm and commanding, rang clear. Everyone quiet. Time to begin class. Pay close attention. Today's lesson covers pure elements and magical interference. Simply put, interference is when one mage casts a spell and another cancels or replaces it. But before we get into theory, let's warm up. Alan moved with deliberate care, carrying a crate of magical stones to the front. Deculin snapped his fingers with precision, weaving a spell. The stones lifted smoothly, suspended in a magnetic field, sparkling like tiny stars. The classroom glowed, alighting every student's eyes. One by one, the stones drifted outward. Sylvia caught one and Ephraim did too. Deculin's voice carried again, serious yet encouraging. Each of these stones is worth 3,000 lane. I'll keep them floating. Try to snatch one by breaking my mental magic. If you succeed, it's yours. Ephraim slammed her desk and leapt up, her eyes alight. For her, a struggling noble with S-tier status, 30,000 lane was a treasure. Her red-haired friend quickly covered her mouth, hissing, "Hey Ephraim, don't yell when the professor's talking." Deculin stayed composed. For a mage, resisting interference is as crucial as casting strong spells. If your magic is broken and erased, you've already lost. Those who master defense hold the advantage. But for now, let's see what you can do. Instantly, the students dove in, hurling energy to shatter Deculin's mental magic. Hong, quick and daring, was the first to touch a floating stone. The room went still, every gaze fixed. Deculin reflected quietly. Yes, he had once stopped an entire train midair, but only through simple mental magic. He still needed refinement. Deep down, he wondered, how long could he withstand the combined pressure of 150 gifted young mages, and how would he measure against the sharp talents of this new generation? Both Sylvia and Ephraim gave their all, but the challenge was far from easy. Ephraim, her radiant smile still lingering, thought to herself that wizard tools cost a fortune, and her own funding was nearly gone. Even so, she felt genuinely thankful toward Professor Deculin for giving out magical stones so freely and decided she would definitely claim one if he didn't mind. Sitting nearby, Sylvia's gaze shifted toward Ephraim, her mind tangled in countless thoughts. She recalled Deculin's earlier remark, that Ephraim had always overcome obstacles through sheer determination. That memory ignited something within Sylvia, stoking her will. She reminded herself that losing, especially to Ephraim, was not an option. The two prodigies clashed in silence, neither giving ground. The rest of the class struggled hopelessly against the main character's ironclad mental magic. A few pushed so far their noses bled, others trembled violently under the strain. Watching from below, Alan could hardly contain his awe. "Professor, you're incredible. Even with 150 opponents, you don't leave a single opening. None of the students can get through." His enthusiasm even caught Deculin off guard, for he hadn't expected first years to drive themselves so far and still fail. Then, one of the magical stones quivered, a sign his mental magic was being disturbed. Deculin immediately sharpened his focus and, just as he guessed, Sylvia was the first to succeed. She gasped for breath, sweat streaming freely, the difficulty etched on her face. Afterward, she cast a sidelong glance at Ephraim, who was still locked in struggle, and exhaled in quiet relief, assuring herself that she alone had passed. The main character stepped toward her, voice calm and encouraging, commending her for her effort. Sylvia blinked in surprise at his praise, then offered a simple nod. From the beginning, Deculin had expected Sylvia to succeed, though not with such effort. Scanning the room, he asked evenly, "Is there truly no one else?" The students strained, yet none made progress. Just as he was about to conclude, another stone flickered under interference. A faint smile touched his lips. "Well, it seems someone else just managed it." Sylvia's eyes widened. Impossible. Yet there it was, Ephraim had broken through as well. Despite her fatigue, Ephraim grinned brightly, telling herself those 3,000 elm were hers. Sylvia's frown deepened, her brows knitting, realizing their rivalry had only intensified. Around them, the class struggled desperately, soaked in sweat and trembling from overexertion, but none could reach their stones. The room's air grew heavy, thick with strain and frustration. Sensing the danger of pushing them further, the main character raised a hand to call it off before disaster struck. His timing was just in place. A student doubled over, vomiting on the desk, while others collapsed where they sat. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he sighed. "Pathetic. That's enough. Take a break. And clean up the mess you made." Slowly, the students dragged themselves upright, many barely standing. Julia, pale and drained, turned toward Ephraim. She asked weakly how she had managed it, admitting that despite giving everything, she had nearly collapsed without success. Ephraim, resting her head on the desk and panting, replied with a tired pride that she had nearly fainted herself. Her tongue felt numb, yet she believed she had figured out the trick. Julia's eyes widened, astonished. Ephraim gave a small nod, explaining faintly that though she knew little of psychic powers, when she fought Deculin's magic, it felt like piercing straight through a barrier. Julia couldn't hold back her admiration, confessing she was truly jealous. Across the room, Sylvia's chest tightened, her frown sharpening. To her, it was absurd, a student who always sat at the bottom of every exam suddenly rising to stand beside her. Knowing Deculin never played favorites, a thought struck her like a blade. Had he been privately guiding Ephraim, hiding it from her? Her eyes locked on the girl, cold and sharp, no longer mocking but wary. She reminded herself that Ephraim had been prophesied to rise as one of the 3 greatest magicians of the age. Arrogant though she was, her talent was undeniable. Sylvia's rivalry had shifted into something deeper, a simmering fire waiting to erupt. After the grueling, tear-stained warm-up, the main character turned to explain the technique they had just faced. His voice carried steady authority, holding the class's full attention. He explained that while they had tried to break his psychic magic head-on, there was an easier method: mana disruption. It was no high-level secret, but a simple principle. Instead of canceling a completed spell, one disrupted it mid-formation. He paused, watching their reactions before continuing. Mana disruption, he explained, demanded multiple magic circles and only worked on spells the caster already understood, making it less practical in real combat. Shields or counterspells remained safer in the field. Yet to truly master it, one had to identify the spell's central point, which shifted depending on whether the spell was offensive, supportive, or elemental. Once the core was found, disruption became far simpler. Moving to the board, Deculin began sketching circles as examples, teaching them how to find the centers of common types. Pointing at a lightning spell circle, he explained, "For offense, the combustion flow always begins from the inside out like this. Support or healing spells, on the other hand, are structured differently." The students scribbled diligently, though his pace forced many to rush. 2 hours passed under the weight of complex diagrams, the classroom dense with thought. Finally, Deculin checked the time and exhaled. "There's more to cover, but the hour's up. You've already wasted plenty of my time, so I doubt you'll complain. Work out the rest yourselves. Midterms are close, and before then, a practical open exam. Everything from today will matter." Class dismissed. Without delay, he strode out, leaving bewildered students in his wake. Julia stretched tiredly, grumbling aloud. "What? He expects us to figure out the rest ourselves. So unfair." Her red-haired friend, Riley, chuckled beside her. "Haha, you're right." But Ephraim, on the other hand, seemed different. Ephraim smiled brightly, her eyes shimmering with a quiet excitement. "But today, it felt like I unlocked something. It's hard to explain, but it really was incredible." Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a cold voice from behind. Hey, Ephraim, the commoner representative. Turning sharply, she saw Beck, the same gossiping troublemaker from before, his face carrying that typical arrogant smirk of the nobility. Riley immediately stepped forward, annoyance lacing her voice. Beck, what do you want now? Last time you dragged Professor Rhett into our group. What's your problem this time? Beck only smirked wider, his tone dripping with mockery. Oh, nothing much. I just find it strange how you commoners love to show off. Ephraim, tell me, how did you jump from the bottom of the class to second place? Ephraim met his gaze calmly, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. HMP. Even if I told you, it wouldn't matter. Before she could continue, Beck cut in, his voice sharp with contempt. A commoner with no home or money. How'd you bribe him, huh? Ephraim's eyes flared with fury. What did you just say? Beck lifted his chin arrogantly, sneering. Oh, come on. Everyone knows you've been getting private lessons from Professor Deculin, right? Her voice trembled with rage. Shut up. I've never done anything like that. The argument caught Sylvia's attention as she stood nearby. Beck pressed on, his insults growing crueler with each word. Oh, please. You're such a fool. You're not even from this academy. How else could you have improved so fast? Of course, Professor Deculin must have taken a liking to you. Maybe even given you a mana stone. Makes perfect sense. After all, you're just an orphan with nowhere to go. Before he could finish, a surge of magical energy burst from Ephraim, flooding the room. Her fists clenched, her fury nearly slipping out of control. Say one more word, she hissed. Beck, unwilling to be humiliated by a commoner, snarled back. You think I'll stop? You filthy commoner. Yeah, Ephraim growled. Go ahead, say it again. The air between them thickened with tension, heavy and suffocating. Sylvia, watching from afar, furrowed her brow. Just then, Julia's hand reached out and pulled Ephraim back. Let it go, Ephraim. Don't lose your temper like that. What if you get punished again? Her words hit home, freezing Ephraim in place. She recalled Deculin's lesson. A magician must always stay composed. If she attacked Beck, everything she'd worked for would be wasted. Taking a deep breath, she released Julia's hand and forced a faint smile, though anger still clouded her face. Thanks, Julia. You're right. I got carried away. For a second, I thought I might lose my mind dealing with people this brainless. Beck's face flushed red, his hair bristling. What did you just say? Ephraim ignored him and turned to Julia, her tone light again. Julia, let's grab something good to eat on the way back. Julia nodded. All right. The two walked off quickly, leaving Beck fuming behind them. Sylvia, having seen everything, narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Her gaze followed Ephraim's back, a faint smirk curling her lips. Looks like some interesting things are about to unfold, she mused. Later, outside the academy building, Ephraim walked slowly, her steps heavy with lingering anger. She clenched her teeth. Thanks to Julia, I managed to hold back, but I really need to deal with that damned Beck. I'm so mad I can barely think straight. Her mind spun furiously until a familiar figure appeared ahead. She froze. It was Sylvia, calm, composed, yet her eyes pierced like blades. Ephraim frowned. What is she doing here? Sylvia approached her slowly, her tone soft but carrying an unmistakable weight. Can we talk for a moment? The air between them tensed, thick and cold. Ephraim frowned deeper, frustration bubbling up. What's her problem today? If she's trying to pick a fight, she picked the worst time. Just leave me alone. But Sylvia, sensing her silence, snapped sharply, her voice cutting through the air. Ephraim, are you really getting private lessons from Professor Deculin? Sylvia's words, Ephraim's blood boiled. She could no longer contain herself. I knew it. If you're trying to start a fight, then bring it on. And why would you even ask me that? Do you have any idea what happened between me and Professor Deculin in the past? Why would I ever let him tutor me one-on-one? You don't know a damn thing. And seriously, you cornered me here just to throw that kind of nonsense at me? Sylvia studied her closely, searching for even a flicker of deceit. When she realized Ephraim was telling the truth, her tone softened slightly. With a huff typical of her thunder temperament, she muttered, Fine, whatever. I get it. But before Ephraim could exhale, Sylvia added something that made her freeze. Did you know that after your father died, Professor Deculin didn't step foot in the lab for 3 whole years? Just so you know, your old man was a genius. But about 3 months ago, Deculin started going to the lab every single day. The revelation struck Ephraim like lightning. Her mind went blank, struggling to process Sylvia's words. Sylvia continued, explaining that Dolan had been reorganizing the place, hiring a new assistant professor, cleaning out the lab, and purchasing piles of new magical instruments. This sudden activity clearly meant something significant. Ephraim didn't answer right away. Her thoughts tangled into confusion and disbelief. Images flashed through her mind. Deculin, in that familiar lab, working tirelessly to complete her father's unfinished research. But the idea didn't sit right. No, she thought bitterly, he's not capable of that. If Deculin had the ability to finish that kind of work, he wouldn't have relied so heavily on her father in the first place. The memories that surfaced only stirred anger and resentment. She clenched her fists, masking the turmoil boiling inside, and forced her voice into a cool, detached tone. It's probably just the senior professor tinkering with old experiments. Nothing more. Sylvia smirked knowingly, accepting the lie without comment, and turned to leave, her boots echoing down the empty path as Ephraim stood motionless, alone with her storm of thoughts. By Wednesday, tension buzzed in Professor Deculin's class like static in the air. The 5th floor training hall, large and well-equipped for live exercises, was alive with chatter as students awaited their final session before midterms. Julia leaned close to Ephraim, whispering, "What kind of training do you think Deculin's planning? And why did he drag us all the way up here?" Their conversation was abruptly cut off when Beck shoved past Julia without so much as a glance. "Hey, watch where you're going," she snapped, glaring at him. Ephraim gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Let it go, Julia. He's not worth it." At exactly 3 o'clock, Deculin entered the hall, striding to the center stage with his usual air of authority. The noise died instantly. "Today," he announced, "will be your final practical session before midterms, a public mock examination." With a sharp snap of his fingers, the heavy curtains parted, revealing a vast arena beneath a domed ceiling. The battlefield stretched endlessly, surrounded by stands packed with spectators. Gasps rippled through the students. Even Ephraim was left speechless, and a few of the more experienced mages looked uneasy. Deculin continued, his voice carrying across the room. "A true wizard must know how to duel under pressure. The audience here is meant to simulate real combat conditions. You may use any magic you wish, but your duel must include at least 3 pure elemental spells. Remember, the goal is not victory, but mastery." Professor Rain was summoned as referee, shuffling awkwardly to the stage under dozens of eyes. Once everything was ready, Deculin called for the first match. 2 nervous students volunteered, their duel beginning with a clumsy exchange of fire and water spells. Bit by bit, they adjusted, casting, countering, and defending with growing precision. But the match ended swiftly when Lawton exhausted his mana supply. Next, Sylvia confidently chose a commoner as her opponent. Her magic erupted in a dazzling display of flame and lightning, utterly overwhelming him. From the sidelines, Beck laughed mockingly, taunting the defeated students. "You lot should just come serve in my family's estate. You're better suited for chores than magic." Ephraim's fists tightened, fury simmering beneath her calm expression. "If I ever face her," she thought, "I'll make sure she remembers it." She turned to comfort Vu Paris, who had lost earlier, offering a small smile. "You did well. Don't be ashamed." Deculin, unfazed by the commotion, called for the next match. Beck stepped forward immediately, pointing straight at Ephraim. You're my opponent." A faint smile touched her lips. "Gladly," Beck sneered. "No secret tutor to help you this time?" Ephraim shot back without missing a beat. "Funny. You sound just like Professor Deculin when he's lecturing about wasted potential." Beck's face twisted with rage. "What did you say?" She ignored him, raising her hand. Her magic ring shimmered, flaring with bright blue energy. Then, with a sudden burst, she charged forward. Beck retaliated with a roar, summoning an immense earth element spell. The massive rock sphere crashed through the arena floor, scattering dust and rubble. Convinced of his victory, Beck smirked, until his magic faltered. A surge of azure energy rippled across the field, completely overpowering his spell. Ephraim's power surged higher, unrestrained and fierce. She remembered an old saying whispered through the magic tower's halls. Every noble deserves a good punch in the face. Smiling, she conjured a colossal hand of wind, its roar shaking the arena, and sent it hurtling toward Beck. The impact launched him skyward before he crashed into the ground with a resounding thud. From the sidelines, Julia shouted in disbelief, "How did you do that, Ephraim?" Ephraim calmly walked over to where Beck lay groaning. Placing her hands on her hips, she tilted her head. "So, how does it feel to get stomped into the dirt like a bug? Quite a thrilling experience, isn't it?" Beck turned away, trembling with humiliation. "Why, you just got lucky." Before he could say more, Deculin's voice echoed across the hall. "Winner, Ephraim." His tone was sharp, however, filled with disappointment. "Pathetic. To think so many of you claim to be promising magicians, yet crumble under pressure." Ephraim raised her hand. "Professor, may I go again?" Deculin frowned. "What for?" "The rules said we needed to use 3 pure elemental spells. I only used one because my opponent was too weak to handle more." Beck turned pale, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. Deculin, however, considered her request and nodded. "Fair point. Judging you by an incomplete duel would be unfair. Choose your next opponent." Without hesitation, Ephraim pointed straight at him. "Then I challenge you, Chief Professor Deculin." Gasps rippled through the arena. Whispers erupted like wildfire. "She's insane. Does she want to get expelled?" Even Sylvia's eyes widened in disbelief. But Ephraim stood firm, her gaze unwavering. "This isn't reckless," she told herself. "I just want to see how far I've come, to face him with my own strength." Deculin studied her for a long moment, then smiled faintly. "Very well. I accept." Professor Rain shouted, panicked. "Professor, you can't be serious." "Silence," Deculin commanded, his tone like ice. Rain froze. Deculin turned back to Ephraim. "I will face you myself. But since it wouldn't be fair to attack a student without restraint, here are the terms. If you can make me move even 1 inch, you win." Ephraim nodded firmly. "Understood." They took their positions, eyes locked. Silence swallowed the arena. Ephraim steadied her breath, channeling mana through her bracelet, her heart hammering. This was her moment, the duel she had long dreamed of. "Begin," Deculin declared. Ephraim immediately unleashed a flurry of wind arrows from every direction. She knew the gap between them was enormous, but she wouldn't back down. Pouring every ounce of her will into her magic, she fused wind and fire, forming a blazing inferno that spiraled toward him. Deculin didn't move. He simply smiled, intrigued by the force of her spell. Ephraim continued, launching her 3rd spell, summoning the earth element to amplify the fire, creating a roaring, dense inferno. The arena was consumed by a cascade of heat and explosions, each blast shattering the stage with relentless force. Even Professor Rain was taken aback by the magnitude of her magic. Ephraim had mastered the art of chaining multiple elemental spells into a single devastating combination, a true display of destructive power. Breathless and having nearly exhausted all her mana, she stopped and stared at the spot where Deculin had stood. All she could see was a wall of blazing fire, obscuring everything. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind cut through the smoke, revealing what appeared to be a molten shell, glowing and hardened like magma. Then it split open like a fractured seashell. From within, Deculin emerged completely unharmed. Not a single hair out of place, not a speck of dust on him. He simply stood there, staring at Ephraim with an unreadable calm, making her feel like a child fumbling in a game she didn't understand. Her lips tightened as she gritted her teeth and launched another wave of attacks. Countless wind bullets tore through the air like shrapnel, aimed straight at him. The bullets stopped abruptly midair within Deculin's range, proving that he had completely overridden her spells. He hadn't extinguished or countered them. After all, he had promised not to attack, but merely observed, analyzing every movement with his vision-based skill. Calmly, he pointed out her magic's fatal flaw. The longer her incantations, the more predictable they became. Dullen's analytical ability had unraveled her spellwork, allowing him to instantly identify and exploit its structure. Shocked, Ephraim realized her spells had been subtly yet decisively disrupted by his mana. She tried to cast another spell, only for it to fail before it even began. Deculin answered her unspoken question with steady authority. She wouldn't be able to chant another spell in front of him. Ephraim clenched her teeth but refused to give up. If magic wouldn't work, she still had one plan: deny him both time and space. She surged forward, her body enhanced with acceleration magic, crossing the arena in the blink of an eye. Her plan was to release her spell at point-blank range, too close for him to suppress it. But just as she closed the gap, Deculin lifted a single finger and flicked her aside with ease. She flew through the air like a bird with broken wings, crashing into the ground with a harsh thud. Dazed, she could hear nothing but the ringing in her ears, while Deculin remained calm, reviewing what he had seen. He considered her elemental combos, especially the fire and wind fusion, noting how impressively she had created an explosion to obscure her line of sight, proof of her sharp ability to sense mana. Yet, without precise control of the elements, casting remained impossible. Her talent, her connection to the flow of mana, and the amplifier bracelet she wore had made her performance remarkable. Given her current capabilities, it wasn't difficult for him to imagine her achieving great things in the future. Approaching her, Deculin spoke with rare softness, acknowledging her skill. The words hit Ephraim like a spell. Stunned, she blinked, unprepared for praise from the very man she had always wanted to surpass. Deculin then turned to the crowd, coldly declaring that the public combat training was over and instructing first-years to focus on preparing for their exams. Murmurs rippled through the audience. Had Dullen really praised someone? Ephraim sat there dazed for a moment before a slow, triumphant smile spread across her face. She whispered to herself, "Fired up? He acknowledged me. He actually acknowledged my strength." Seconds later, Julia and their group of friends rushed over, cheering her on and praising her as the pride of all commoner students. The scene shifted far from the academy to a seaside city under the governance of a noble family from the Western Empire. At Lucanport, the Redstone Adventurer Party was stationed. Gwynessa stood at the dock, pointing at a ship on the horizon with a wide grin, exclaiming that they had arrived. As the ship docked, two children rushed down the ramp, eager and smiling, prompting Gwynessa to laugh warmly and greet them. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, and she turned to wave at Rhea, welcoming her to Lucanport with playful warmth. Rhea, dark-haired and brown-eyed, one of three gifted individuals Gwynessa had once taken in from a remote island, held the soul of an adult despite her youthful appearance. She was none other than Yua Ra Kim Woo's girlfriend from the real world. At the port, Gwynessa rushed forward to hug her tightly, though onlookers quickly intervened, worried she might crush her. Yua's face, however, remained quiet and thoughtful, her mind drifting back to the moment she had been transported into this world. The same blinding light that had struck the protagonist in his office had engulfed her too, tearing her from reality. Everything had vanished in that frozen moment. Sound, sight, even the sense of time, until she opened her eyes to find herself in a completely foreign world. The first voice Yura heard upon arrival was none other than Gwynessa's, scolding in her usual sharp tone. She complained about Deculin's plan, questioning whether it was really appropriate to use a child for the mission. Yura quietly observed the exchange, realizing that she had stepped into a world she had helped create. These were the characters she had poured her heart and soul into, staying up late night after night with her development team to bring them to life. And now, they stood before her in the flesh. Gwynessa approached Yura gently, confirming her name. Yura glanced around, taking in the redstone mercenaries, the salty ocean breeze, and the warmth of the moment. Hesitantly, she confirmed, "Yes, I'm Yura." Fate had led her here, and in the very game she had helped create, she had become the character Yura. Gwynessa's voice echoed across the port, calling out to Leo Carlos to stop running or risk injury. Yura looked down at the hand holding hers, recognizing that survival now depended on staying close to Gwynessa, the strongest adventurer in this world. If she had any hope of returning to her original world, it would be safest to stick with her protector. Meanwhile, back at the protagonist's mansion, A parcel had arrived from the Magic City. He opened it eagerly, revealing the magic staff he had commissioned. The Euclina staff by luck, crafted by the master artisan Lock specifically for Euclina. The staff could store up to 500 mana and functioned as a mana recovery loop, naturally enhancing the user's casting efficiency. He marveled at its flawless craftsmanship, the way it resonated perfectly with the user's magical frequency, and how it could subtly alter its appearance to complement the wielder's attire. Etched along the staff's polished surface were intricate runes, each inscribed with words of exorcism and purification. At first, he had thought the price, 9 million lien, was outrageous, but now, holding it in his hands, he understood. It was no ordinary artifact but a true masterpiece, one that would prove invaluable for the path ahead. Roy's voice came from behind the door, announcing that dinner was ready. The protagonist replied evenly, acknowledging him before taking his seat at the table. He was greeted by a feast fit for nobility, the kind of meal that made him pause and question their sudden extravagance, given their previously dire finances. Across from him, Gerald pouted slightly, explaining that it was a motivational dinner. Roy elaborated with a grin, revealing that the ancient artifacts the protagonist had sold at auction had fetched an astounding sum, enough to not only clear their debts but secure their future for years. Uriel shot Roy a sharp glare but quickly softened, admitting that the dinner was their way of saying thank you. The protagonist took a bite, savoring the rich flavors, a small smile tugging at his lips. Uriel smirked in return, teasing that perhaps he actually knew what he was doing after all. For once, the siblings ate in peace, the rare quiet between them feeling almost unfamiliar. Later, in Quillen's office at the academy, the protagonist flipped through a thick stack of papers, growing increasingly frustrated. Midterms loomed near, and he was attempting to craft fair and engaging exam questions. Unfortunately, the materials left behind by Deculin were more like traps than tests, questions designed to torment rather than challenge. He scoffed at their pompous phrasing, the pretentious tone of every sentence. Even in something as mundane as an exam, Deculin's arrogance bled through, as if the difficulty itself were proof of his brilliance. The protagonist had no interest in perpetuating that kind of thinking. He wanted to design problems that were demanding yet meaningful, questions that inspired understanding rather than despair. Something that would make his students think. As he sifted through the last box of old documents, one particular sheet caught his eye. The handwriting was finer, the composition elegant, and the logic surprisingly graceful. This question felt different. It wasn't Deculin's style at all. Instead, it carried a quiet intelligence and creative spark that stirred something in him. A faint memory surfaced. Ephraim's father, his scholarly demeanor, his brilliance. Could this be one of the original manuscripts Deculin had stolen from him? The thought tightened the protagonist's chest. The question's depth, the way its magical theory intertwined with elemental law, was leagues above the rest. If students could truly grasp the principle and project it through their mana, the result would be nothing short of miraculous. And then, as that realization struck, the page began to glow. Streams of multicolored mana erupted from it, swirling through the air in radiant spirals before merging at the center of the room. The energy condensed, forming the shimmering silhouette of a girl, an illusion born from the resonance of a correct answer. The protagonist's eyes widened with awe. The phenomenon was perfect, a self-generating visual manifestation of elemental comprehension. The different hues represented distinct elemental forces, and their harmony symbolized unity through understanding. It was, in every sense, the ideal teaching tool, something capable of turning pure theory into a breathtaking experience. Yet as he watched, a flicker of emotion stirred within him, jealousy. Even Deculin, proud as he was, must have recognized the question's elegance, a brilliance that wasn't his own. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist muttered under his breath, realizing that if this truly came from Ephraim's father, the illusionary girl might have been modeled after her mother. The thought struck a chord, filling the room with a quiet, bittersweet ache. The scene shifted to the headmaster's office. Adeline turned a freshly delivered document in her hands, the official record of the last Magic Council meeting. The issue of the Crimson Robe Clan had been postponed, stamped and signed by Grand Elder Birch Drezekin himself. She studied it thoughtfully, murmuring to herself about the council's strange change in direction. As expected, Deculin had objected to the suppression strategy, a peculiar stance coming from him. Her gaze swept the room, landing on the professors gathered before her. Adeline, headmaster of the Royal Academy's Magic Tower, was a half-elf of extraordinary magical power and intellect, widely regarded as the most promising candidate for the title of Archmage. Despite her formidable reputation, she carried herself with disarming warmth, curious, cheerful, and almost childlike in her enthusiasm. Taking a sip of tea, Adeline chuckled softly, recalling Deculin's stubbornness in defending a heretic. The image of him strutting through the academy, prideful as ever, made her laugh quietly. One professor raised a tentative hand, mentioning that Lady Luina was expected to attend the upcoming Grand Magic Assembly. Adeline blinked, piecing it together. Luina, once a fierce contender for head professor, who had resigned years ago, was returning to the Empire. A mischievous smile curved Adeline's lips. The professors exchanged anxious glances, speculating about what Luina's return could mean. Adeline waved her hand dismissively, humming as if it were nothing serious. Then, with a cheerful clap, she reminded everyone to submit their exam questions before the end of the day. The professors scurried out, leaving her alone. Her bright demeanor faded into quiet contemplation. She leaned back, tapping the table thoughtfully. Deculin's midterm, she mused aloud. There's no way he wrote something that inspired himself. Did someone ghostwrite it for him? A knowing smile tugged at the corners of her lips. If Lena's facing Tequin this time, things might get interesting. A few days later, the day of the pure elemental magic comprehension midterm arrived and chaos reigned. This isn't an exam. It's a spiritual trial, one student groaned. I'm done. Dropping this class. Teaching assistant Alan clapped his hands, raising his voice to restore order. With calm authority, he explained that the midterm would last 10 days, with submissions due at midnight on Sunday. Each student would be assigned a private study chamber to take the exam, free to leave for meals, classes, or rest, but the test itself could only be completed inside that room. It's open resource, Alan added with a reassuring smile. Across the hall, Julia fidgeted anxiously, whispering to Ephraim, 10 days? For one test. Ephraim groaned, tugging her hair in frustration. Why does this always happen to me? As expected, Professor Deculin was nowhere to be seen. He had left his bizarre instructions with Alan and vanished, completely oblivious to the students' growing panic and despair. The professor had also asked Alan to relay one final note. Anyone who achieved a perfect score on the exam would receive a letter of recommendation personally signed by the head professor. That single announcement sent a shockwave through the lecture hall. A letter from Deculin? Are you serious? The air buzzed with disbelief and excitement. Students exchanged wide-eyed looks, their exhaustion instantly replaced by ambition. To outsiders, it might have sounded trivial, but among mages, such a letter was nothing short of monumental. Magic users were ranked from first circle, the weakest, to eternal archmage, the theoretical 11th level whose existence remained a matter of fierce debate. Advancing through those ranks wasn't just difficult, it was perilous. Every promotion required surviving grueling magical trials that tested body, mind, and soul. But a letter from Deculin, a verified monarch-class mage, could change everything. It granted exemptions from certain trials, opened access to elite magical institutions, and practically guaranteed advancement within the hierarchy. To most, it was the golden ticket to power. Yet amid the electrified chatter, Ephraim remained completely unmoved. Her brow furrowed, lips curling in faint disgust. A letter from that arrogant jerk? As if I'd ever want his recommendation, she muttered under her breath. The idea of being praised by Deculin felt more insulting than flattering. Then, out of nowhere, a mischievous spark lit up in her mind. Wait, but what if I did get a perfect score? She whispered. Her eyes gleamed as an absurdly vivid fantasy played out in her imagination. She stood triumphantly with one boot pressing down on the head of a kneeling Deculin. Huh? You wouldn't have needed to grovel if you'd just written that letter when I told you to. You idiot, she declared proudly in her daydream. Below her, a teary-eyed Deculin wailed. The mental image was so ridiculous that she burst into muffled laughter, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Aha! Oh man, That would be so satisfying, she whispered, trying to contain herself. Julia, seated beside her, leaned in with concern. Ephraim, are you okay? She asked softly. But Ephraim barely heard her. In her head, the fantasy continued. For once, academic vengeance had never looked sweeter. Time passed. By the 4th day of the midterm, Ephraim's enthusiasm had been thoroughly crushed. This is impossible, she groaned, glaring at the mountain of parchment covering her desk. For hours, 10 hours, and each question just gets worse than the last. Despite her exhaustion, a stubborn spark refused to die. This exam is insane, but brilliant, she admitted quietly. Every answer feels like unlocking a new part of my brain. It hurts, but it's kind of addictive. She clenched her fist. Just you wait, Deculin. I'll beat this. I'll earn that perfect score. She looked at the next question. Her confidence vanished. Yeah, no. I got nothing, she muttered, slumping forward until her forehead hit the desk. Maybe a break will help. In another chamber, Sylvia stretched her stiff shoulders with a long sigh. Phew, finally cracked that one. Took me 30 hours, she murmured, pushing her silver hair out of her face. She recalled Alan's earlier announcement about the recommendation letter and snorted softly. A letter from the head professor like it's some kind of divine gift, she scoffed. Anyone who can solve all of this wouldn't need a letter. They'd already be ready for the advancement trial. Still, she couldn't fully suppress the small flame burning in her chest. No, she thought, this isn't about grades or letters. These problems are masterpieces. Each question unraveled a new way of thinking, each answer pulling her closer to the mage she wanted to become. Just as that thought settled in, a voice called out from the hallway. Wait, is that you, Sylvia? She blinked and turned. Sure enough, Ephraim stood there, looking equally tired and disheveled. They locked eyes for a brief, awkward moment before blurting out simultaneously. Which question are you on? The words collided midair. Both froze, cheeks reddening. I'm on number 8, Sylvia said quickly. What? You've reached 8 already? Ephraim cried in disbelief. I mean, I'm still working on it, Sylvia clarified, flustered. Oh, Ephraim rubbed her cheek awkwardly. Still, you're fast. I'm stuck on 7. Sylvia blinked. She's only one question behind me? A flicker of competitiveness rose in her chest. No, she's not bluffing. I need to focus. She stood abruptly. Huh? You're leaving because of me? Ephraim teased. Sylvia shook her head coolly. I've just rested long enough. Ephraim grinned faintly as Sylvia walked off. Meanwhile, high in the Tower of Magic, far from the frantic scratching of quills and restless sighs of students, Deculin stood alone in his study. He held a freshly printed newspaper in his gloved hand. Across the front page, the headline burned in bold ink. Emperor Krebame in critical condition. The words were carefully chosen, cautious, too cautious. So it begins, Deculin murmured, voice low and deliberate. His expression was unreadable, but a faint glimmer of anticipation flickered behind his eyes. The calm before the storm was over. Emperor Krebame was in critical condition. The emperor had always been known for his gentle, balanced approach. A man who carefully maintained harmony between divine and imperial power. He never enforced aggressive policies against the blood shrouds, choosing tolerance over oppression. But the real concern wasn't his death. It was the one who would take the throne afterward. The newly crowned monarch was a completely different figure. Deculin stated Sofian Yakataran August von Rin. Our main character knew without a doubt that the world was about to change. Dusk fell over the academy. It was the final day of the midterms. Deculin's so-called marathon exam had already claimed a large number of dropouts. Then something unexpected happened. Regardless of their grades, students began to wear their survival like a badge of honor. They boasted about having completed the exam as if that alone were an achievement. Even more surprising, after it ended, most didn't go off to celebrate. Instead, they quietly reflected on what they had learned. That reaction alone captured everyone's attention. Even the professors at the Magic Tower became curious about the now infamous exam paper. And at that very moment, only 2 students remained working on the final question. Ephraim and Sylvia. Ephraim stared at the last hurdle, visibly irritated. But no matter how difficult it was, she refused to give up. Not after all the coffee she'd drunk. She looked like a walking corpse, yet she forced herself to focus. If she could just hold on a little longer, if she could just understand what the question was truly asking. Out in the hallway, Deculine and Alan waited. Then, suddenly, a burst of light erupted from one of the exam rooms. Alan froze in shock. Someone had solved the final question. Deculine already knew who it was. The doorknob turned. Our MC stepped inside while the student waited patiently. He gently closed the door behind him, looked at the student before him, and told her he knew she would be the one to solve it. He congratulated her. The student was none other than Sylvia. Her exam room had transformed into a living masterpiece. The air swirled with magical light. Colors floated brightly, filled with elemental energy. Even the cool blues carried warmth. The lights were like stars that shimmered with hope, mixing hot and cold hues, dazzling and sharp. It wasn't just magic. It was art. Even Deculine couldn't believe it. In his mind, even he, the one who created the questions, couldn't manifest something so beautiful. He knew his limits. Hidden inside that final question was Deculine's own heart. A man who once dreamed of being an artist. He had wanted to stir hearts with his work, to move people, but he lacked the raw talent. Still, he pursued that dream, and along the way, Deculine's aesthetic sense had been fused into this last question. Now, watching Sylvia's manifestation, both the lover of beauty and the aspiring artist within Deculine felt a deep, quiet peace. He looked at Sylvia and told her once more that she did well, and, surprisingly, he thanked her. The student was caught off guard by that remark. Then he left. Sylvia also wanted to thank him. She played with the swirling colors, letting them dance around her hands. As she did, she remembered everyone who told her to become an archmage, but she realized that magic itself was already beautiful. She didn't need to become one to appreciate it. Back in the hallway, Alan went to Ephrine's room to tell her that time was up. She replied that it was a shame. Alan told her that she had done well, and mentioned that even until the very end, there had been 2 people attempting the question. She asked if Sylvia had finished solving everything. Alan nodded. Ephrine called her a monster, but she couldn't help feeling a hint of jealousy. Then she thought about it. Her worries about recommendation letters and Deculine had all vanished. The only thing that remained was her curiosity as a mage and her desire for knowledge. She wanted to answer everything too. Even though the exam was over, she still had questions. So she decided she'd continue to solve them. She smiled at Alan, and he smiled back, admiring her persistence. He told her he would be cheering for her. And just like that, Deculine's exam was finally done. Ephrine stepped out into the garden. Her body weighed down by exhaustion from the marathon exam. Had she managed to answer every question, she might have felt a spark of satisfaction from the sense of accomplishment. But in her mind, all that awaited her at the end of the ordeal was a door scarred with graffiti and a cold, empty bed. As she sat there, 3 shadows appeared before her. Someone called out her name. It was Julia, accompanied by her clubmates. Julia told her it was tradition to unwind after exams and invited her to grab something delicious to eat. Ephrine felt touched by the offer. Julia tilted her head and asked why she looked so down, teasing that her face looked dumb. Ephrine held back her tears and tried to laugh it off. Julia then asked if the exam had been tough, looking at her friend with genuine admiration for her endurance. Moments later, she smirked and declared that since Ephrine had made them stay so late, she'd be the one paying for dinner. That instantly snapped Ephrine out of her sentimental mood. She jumped up, yelling that she never agreed to that. A few days after the final exam, Ephrine finally solved the last question she had skipped. Staring at the glowing light that bloomed before her, she smiled softly, her eyes glimmering with relief and pride. Overwhelmed with emotion, she whispered to herself how beautiful it was. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind the door. It was Julia, asking if she was ready to go. Wiping away a tear, Ephrine answered with a gentle smile that she'd be out in a moment. Later, the 2 met at a small cafe near the academy. With the weight of exams finally lifted, they let their thoughts drift into warm conversation. They both admitted how relieved they felt, though they also knew the peace wouldn't last forever. These calm days, they agreed, were precious. Ephraim mentioned she was looking forward to the next academy meeting, and Julia nodded in agreement. Then, Ephraim's expression dimmed slightly as she confessed how grateful she was that she hadn't given up on the exam. To her, it had become one of the most meaningful experiences she'd ever had in her magical studies. Suddenly, Julia's eyes sparkled with excitement. She interrupted Ephraim's reflection, asking if she'd heard the news. Startled, Ephraim blinked and asked what she meant. Julia pointed to the sky with a mysterious grin and began to explain. Professor Deculine's exam had caused quite a commotion. Rumor had it that he'd been summoned to Sky Island, the legendary floating isle. Ephraim's eyes widened in surprise as Julia continued. The floating isle hovered endlessly at an altitude of 1,500 meters. A marvel created by the greatest minds in magical engineering. It was a sanctuary for mages from around the world, holding the most advanced magical knowledge and existing as a neutral ground celebrating individuality. Naturally, it had become a haven for eccentric scholars devoted entirely to research. According to Julia, Deculine's exam had been praised for its originality and complexity, becoming a hot topic across Sky Island. He had even been invited to deliver a lecture there, explaining the theories behind his infamous midterm. The scene shifted to the floating isle itself. Deculine stood upon its gleaming marble floors, quietly pleased that his exam had drawn so much acclaim. The invitation not only enhanced his reputation but also granted him a bonus of 30 mana points. And, on top of that, the pay was enormous, equivalent to 1 billion Korean won. Feeling rather fortunate, he began to wonder if he should pursue this line of work more often. Setting the exam papers aside, he stepped into the grand lecture hall, where familiar figures like Professor Rylen and numerous mages from the Royal University were already gathered. Taking his place at the podium, Deculine greeted the audience with calm confidence. He introduced himself as the chief professor of the Imperial University's Magic Tower, a king-ranked mage and master of the elements. His topic for the day was the midterm exam of Magic Tower University, a lecture expected to last 2 hours. Before diving into the test questions, he began with a short explanation about pure elemental forces. But before he could go far, Principal Adrian was heard whispering to someone nearby, asking if they had seen the exam questions. A cold, sharp voice replied that it was clearly plagiarized. There was no way Deculine could have created such brilliant material on his own. The speaker was none other than Luina Vans Ross McQueen. Despite the murmurs of suspicion, the lecture proceeded without disruption. Deculine made a deliberate effort to help the attendees grasp his ideas by referencing familiar material from previous Magic Tower lectures. The audience quickly found themselves absorbed by the fresh and organized structure of his presentation, something they hadn't experienced before. Just as he was about to move on to question 6, Principal Adrian raised her hand. She conjured a glowing magic circle in the air and asked how one could optimally combine Magic Formula 6 with destructive elemental forces. From the phrasing and her tone, Deculine, inwardly amused by her playful reputation, immediately understood her intent. He suspected that her curiosity was less about learning and more about testing the authenticity of his exam. Deciding to indulge her, he drew a single straight line across her magic formation and subtly altered its structure. "You simply need to add a linear core circuit," he explained with calm confidence. Adrian blinked in surprise before stammering her thanks. But she wasn't done yet. With a spark of childlike curiosity, she began bombarding Deculine with increasingly difficult questions. Still, he remained composed, answering each one fluently with his deep, intuitive understanding of magic. Gradually, murmurs of irritation rippled through the hall as other attendees grew impatient with her interruptions. Noticing the shifting mood, Adrian finally fell silent, allowing the lecture to continue. With only 10 minutes remaining, Deculine began wrapping up. He announced that due to time constraints, he wouldn't be explaining the final question of the exam. Then, another voice rang out, sharp and cutting through the air like a blade. It was Luina. "Professor Deculine," she said, her tone laced with venom. "Did you truly write question number 8 yourself?" Her eyes burned with resentment. Deculine's brow furrowed. He recognized her instantly. The same professor he had once expelled from the Magic Tower. "I only wish to know if you genuinely created it," she pressed. The room erupted in whispers. Was she accusing him of plagiarism? Deculine's voice grew cold as he replied, "Drawing inspiration from others is part of every craft. But my work is my own." Then, with a surge of mana, he conjured a magnificent image in the air. Swirls of starlight and elemental energy filled the hall, dazzling everyone present. "This," he declared, "is entirely my creation." What appeared in the exam was something else, equally original. He turned his gaze toward Luina. "Does that satisfy your doubt?" he asked calmly. Her expression twisted in frustration, but she said nothing more. The tension slowly dissipated as Deculine concluded his lecture. His task was complete, and his mana reserves had increased by 30 points. On his way back, Deculine reflected quietly. He knew that his relationship with Luina would remain strained. Though things had ended peacefully today, he could sense that trouble was looming on the horizon. Lost in thought, he suddenly stopped. A figure was approaching, a woman whose face stirred a faint memory. As she drew closer, her sharp gaze locked onto his, filled with unmistakable hostility. Deculine felt uneasy. The two stood in silence for a moment, tension thick in the air. Then recognition dawned. She was one of his old university classmates. Deculine stepped forward with a polite smile and extended his hand. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" he greeted warmly. But the woman's expression remained wary. "I don't remember us being close enough for first names," she said coolly. Unfazed, Deculine adjusted his tone. "Is Princess Mayho all right?" The Empire was changing rapidly. Emperor Crabane's life was nearing its end. And when he passed, the world itself would shift. Named figures would face perilous crossroads, and new events would unfold. This time, Deculine's role was clear. The person he had to protect was Princess Mayho, a character of his own creation, destined to shape the second half of the grand story. Because of her complicated bloodline, Mahu's life had always been in danger. She was second in line to the throne of the Urun Republic and third in the royal succession of the Kingdom of Leek. A princess of mixed royal blood, she was currently residing within the Empire under the guise of studying abroad. But once the Emperor passed and she left the Empire's protection, her life would be at risk. Charlotte squinted in irritation, remarking that Deculine still had a way of forcing people to face uncomfortable truths. Before she could say more, Deculine suddenly produced a crystal orb, catching her completely off guard. He told her calmly not to be alarmed. It was meant to serve as a lifeline for a comrade walking a dangerous path. Charlotte, still trying to make sense of his words, accepted the orb in silence. Later, back in her quarters, she examined it closely. She soon realized it was a communication crystal. Deculine had told her to use it once she had decided on her next course of action. As she reflected on their earlier conversation, she couldn't shake the unease in her chest. Sometime later, Charlotte, frustrated and unable to hold back, confronted Deculine. She demanded to know if he truly expected her to rely on him. "That will never happen," she said sharply. But Deculine's response was calm, almost detached. "There's no time left," he said. "Surely even you understand that. But if you still refuse my help, so be it. The choice is yours." With that, he turned away and left her standing there, conflicted. Charlotte let out a tired sigh once he was gone. She wasn't sure what to do anymore, whether to trust him or not. Just then, a gentle voice spoke behind her, noting how pale she looked. It was Princess Mahu, the very person Deculine had sworn to protect. Charlotte quickly composed herself, assuring Mahu that she was fine and that there was nothing to worry about. But Mahu's gaze was distant, heavy with sorrow. She confessed that her brother's agents would soon arrive, men who would either try to manipulate her or remove her entirely. She said she didn't care about succession, but despite her brave words, her voice trembled as she admitted that she was afraid. She had come to the Empire under the pretense of study, but in truth, it had become her sanctuary, a rare place of peace and safety. However, she knew that once the new emperor ascended, that peace would shatter. "That's why we have to leave as soon as possible," she said quietly. Charlotte rubbed her temples, overwhelmed by the weight of it all, then nodded that she understood. Mahu noticed the exhaustion in her expression. She approached with a small suitcase and handed it to her. "This is all the money I've saved," she said softly. Charlotte blinked in surprise. Why would you give this to me? Because you don't have the funds to hire mercenaries, Mahu replied. You'll need protection to get us home. Don't try to shoulder everything yourself. This money belongs to all of us. It's not a waste. Charlotte hesitated, then nodded slowly. You're right, she said. But I'll warn you. I plan to use it to hire even more mercenaries. Mahu smiled faintly at that, understanding her intent. But before either could speak again, Charlotte froze. She sensed something, a flicker of movement outside the window. When she glanced up, a dark silhouette lingered in the distance. Her instincts flared. She rushed to the window, threw it open, and shouted, demanding to know who was there. The figure darted away without a word. Charlotte's expression hardened. It's getting worse, she muttered under her breath. If I don't accept help soon, things are only going to spiral. Meanwhile, at the Deculine family estate, the mage himself sat quietly in his study, absorbed in a book. The faint creak of a door announced Uriel's arrival. Still reading? She teased playfully, stepping into the room. I don't remember you being such a bookworm. At least respond to your sister once in a while. As she wandered about, she brought up the rumors swirling in the capital, that he had given a wildly successful lecture on the floating isle and been paid a small fortune for it. Deculine didn't even look up. If you're here for money, you're wasting your time. I'm not giving you a single coin. Uriel blinked in surprise. What? I wasn't even asking for money, she protested, folding her arms in indignation. Quickly changing the subject, she added, Anyway, an official document just arrived. The new students at Magic Tower University are requesting permission to visit our territory, Heidekine, for their next field trip. Before she could say more, Deculine bluntly refused. Uriel asked in surprise if he had just said no, pointing out that he should at least consider it. But Deculine had already imagined those students getting drunk and vomiting all over the estate, which he found completely unacceptable. They wouldn't be able to clean up a mess like that, so he wouldn't allow it. Uriel looked at him in confusion, wondering what on earth he was talking about. She reached into her pocket as if intending to take something out. She told him not to be so stubborn and insisted that he look at the document. After all, they weren't doing this for free, and this was a great opportunity to introduce their magic to the freshmen. However, Deculine immediately raised a hand to decline. He told her to leave. Uriel, slightly surprised, urged him to just glance at it once. But Deculine's face had taken on a strangely serious expression. He told her firmly to go right now. Although confused, she ultimately agreed, replying with a reluctant tone. Uriel turned away in irritation, muttering to herself that he was just as stubborn as ever. Deculine watched her until he was certain no one else remained in the room. Then slowly he retrieved a crystal communication orb from his hand. In a low voice he began to speak. He addressed his comrade on the other side, Charlotte, and said that although he didn't want to admit it, he believed they needed to leave immediately. There was no time left, and he asked for her assistance. Turning to the corner, Deculine summoned a map with his mana. He said it was very good and then asked her if she would follow his every instruction. She seemed confused, asking what he meant. As he examined the map spread out on the table, Deculine explained that Princess Mahu had only one possible escape route. It was an extremely dangerous path, and precisely because of that, it was also the safest. When she questioned what it was, Deculine calmly answered, the Crevice Canyon. His answer made Charlotte flinch. She reminded him that the place was heavily contaminated by demonic energy, and someone like him should be well aware of that. Irritated, Deculine asked whether she truly believed they could avoid death by taking the so-called safe routes. He told her to trust him, that they would make it through the Crevice Gorge safely. That perilous mountainous region was known for being densely saturated with dark energy, resembling a den of demons. There were even rumors that real demons occasionally appeared there. Moreover, the area did not belong to any nation, meaning it was free from all legal and institutional constraints. Still, it was the only viable escape route for Princess Mahu. Once they crossed the gorge, the Duchy of Aeon would be within reach. Charlotte's voice sounded skeptical. She said that they had already considered the geographic advantages, but that was before realizing someone from the Yukon family would be involved. Deculine tried to reassure her, saying that she didn't need to worry. He would personally guide her. Charlotte was stunned and asked in disbelief if he really meant he would lead the way himself. She then questioned why he would go to such lengths, asking what benefit this journey would bring him. Leaning back in his chair, Deculine answered calmly. He said that he was a man who deeply valued politics, and in terms of intellect and foresight, he always surpassed her. Offended, Charlotte asked if he was just boasting about his achievements. But Deculine, his eyes narrowing, clarified that he only wished for Princess Mahu's survival because it would benefit his family and territory. This wasn't about kindness. It was business, pure and simple. She shouldn't overthink it. After a brief pause, Charlotte asked about the meeting point. Deculine responded without hesitation. 3 days later, at the entrance of Crevice Gorge, he added coldly that if she couldn't even make it there, then they weren't worth saving. On the other side, Charlotte responded with steel in her voice. She said she understood, but hoped his skills would prove to be as reliable as his bold words. A system panel appeared, marking a new independent quest, liberation with a Praetor reward and potential for bonus achievement. 3 days later, at the Haidakine territory, cheers erupted throughout the area. Some of the newcomers marveled, exclaiming that this was Haidakine. Others agreed, commenting that it felt like being in an entirely different country. One noted how beautiful the scenery was. Haidakine was the capital of Deculine's domain, a tourist city filled with leisure and excellent cuisine, modeled after the most livable cities in the real world. Despite repeated requests in the past to hold gatherings there, Deculine had always declined. Until now, Uriel teased him, asking why he had suddenly changed his mind. She reminded him that he used to say gatherings shouldn't be held there and had often ranted about how dirty those people were. Deculine remained silent, deep in thought. The real reason was its proximity to Crevice Gorge, their secret meeting point. It was only a 3 to 4 hour horseback ride away. When the time came, Mahu would be able to retreat quietly and without incident. He turned to Uriel and asked where the newcomers would be staying. Uriel promptly replied that she had reserved an entire floor of the Henroans Hotel for the arriving students and professors. Standard rooms would house 4 people each, but those who wanted privacy could pay extra for their own room. Deculine responded approvingly. Uriel giggled and said it was only natural. As both a professor of the academy and the Lord of Haidakine, Deculine then provided basic guidelines to the guests. He stated that gatherings should always be free and relaxed. He wouldn't interfere no matter how much fun they had. However, he made it clear that he had a few non-negotiable rules of his own. His expression darkened and his voice turned cold and threatening. He warned that if anyone dared to defile his hotel or territory, they could forget about enjoying their future days at the Mage Tower. Following that, Deculine began laying the groundwork to turn Haidakine into a strategic field base. Everything was already in place. Uriel arrived with the city's mages and proudly boasted about them. She asked him how the mages from their Hain Tower compared. Surely they were the best among all the regional towers. Deculine said nothing. He simply stood there silently observing. Thanks to the combination of his clairvoyance and divine sense for treasure, Deculine was able to perceive a golden aura radiating around talented mages. Without hesitation, he pointed at some of them and stated that the salary for those 2 mages should be raised while the bespectacled one should be fired. His decision drew confusion. Someone questioned aloud why such a judgment was being made. But as everyone remained engrossed in their tasks, time passed unnoticed, and before long, dusk had settled upon the horizon. The group eventually gathered around a massive bonfire. The professors sat neatly, as though taking part in a supplementary test. Sylvia was the first to step forward. She launched something into the sky, which exploded in a series of dazzling bursts, painting the dark canvas above with radiant magical flowers. The brilliance lit up the night sky, drawing admiration. One of the older professors couldn't help but shower her with praise, declaring it utterly flawless and awarding a perfect score of 10. The female professor beside him shared the same sentiment, also giving her a 10, marveling at the beauty of the fireworks. Julie, however, sighed with frustration. She silently questioned why the professor would assign homework even during trips like these. Were they really expected to conduct actual magical firework experiments? Ephraim, standing nearby, echoed the sentiment with a dry laugh, seemingly resigned. Then it was Ephraim's group's turn. Without delay, she began explaining their fireworks project, mentioning how they had combined destructive magic with harmony magic. But before she could finish her sentence, the professor interjected, cutting her off mid-thought. He told her to spare him the boring explanation and to just fire it already. Ephraim hesitated only briefly before obeying. She lit the firework, and it soared into the sky. The resulting explosion was brilliant, illuminating the sky with radiance no less splendid than Sylvia's. Even the students below were visibly impressed, voicing their admiration for the beautiful display and the performance of Ephraim's team. However, the elderly professor didn't seem to share the same enthusiasm. He looked displeased and gave it a mere 6 points, criticizing the volume of the explosion. The female professor was even harsher, awarding only 4 points. Julie, unable to tolerate the injustice, wanted to protest, but Ephraim stopped her, assuring her that it was all right. Then, unexpectedly, Deculine's voice broke the tense silence. He declared that the performance deserved a perfect score of 10. He explained that it represented a perfect balance between destructive and harmonic magic. The two professors beside him stared in shock at the score he had just announced. Ephraim's expression froze in utter disbelief. She could hardly accept that she had earned a 10. When the evening assignment finally ended, Ephraim hurried to the place where she had prepared her horse. Now that everything was finished, she believed she could finally leave. She wondered whether Charlotte had returned safely. Just then, a familiar voice called from behind, startling Deculine. The voice asked if guilt was what had brought him there. Turning around, Deculine questioned what she was doing outside at such an hour and told her to return to camp. Ephraim, however, confronted him directly. She demanded to know why he had treated her as he did during the disciplinary hearing, the club incident, and even earlier that day. She asked if it was because of her father. Mounting his horse, Deculine simply told her to discover the answers on her own, reminding her that she was no longer a child who could just sulk in frustration. His words made Ephraim grit her teeth in silent anger. She watched his silhouette fade into the night before suddenly shouting after him. She declared that she would apply to become his assistant and vowed to uncover the truth, why her father had taken his own life and what had driven him to such a decision. No matter what, she swore she would surpass Deculine and rise above him. After saying those words, she stayed where she was, the quiet night emphasizing the loneliness within her small, fragile heart. Wiping her tears, she turned and headed back toward the camp. Meanwhile, Deculine himself wrestled with chaotic thoughts. He wondered if Ephraim truly intended to follow him and become his assistant. If that happened, then the role he played as a villain was far from finished. He questioned what exactly Deculine had done to Ephraim's father, because even now, the answer wasn't clear. And if it turned out he had committed something unforgivable, then he would certainly face ruin. Later, Deculine arrived at the rendezvous point and dismounted. He told his horse not to continue forward because of the ominous energy lingering ahead, instructing it to return to the stables and come back at noon. Once the horse left, he looked around, wondering if Charlotte's group had arrived. He considered contacting them through Crystal, but before he could, Charlotte's voice called out to him. Deculine answered calmly, noting they must have endured a difficult journey to reach the meeting point, and asked if that was true. Charlotte appeared alongside Princess Mahu. Only 2 guards remained, both covered in injuries, though thankfully none were fatal. After reaching the meeting point as promised, Deculine greeted Charlotte's group and Princess Mahu, who was severely wounded. He approached and gave a polite bow, introducing himself as Deculine von Grehen Ucklein, head of the Imperial Royal Magic Academy. He stated that from that moment onward, he would take responsibility for creating an escape route for the princess and reassured them not to worry. Princess Mahu immediately expressed her gratitude. Deculine then commented that the journey must have been exhausting, given how fatigued she looked. At that moment, Zalat approached and handed him a letter. Slightly surprised, Deculine asked what it was. Zalat told him to keep it, explaining that she had taken it from a group of mercenaries. Deculine read the letter silently, his expression hardening. With a grim look, he crushed it in his hand and muttered that it was disgusting. Those people truly had no limits. Concerned, Zalat asked if he was all right. Deculine reassured her confidently, saying he would be fine and that everything would proceed smoothly as long as they followed his instructions. Princess Mahu, overhearing them, appeared slightly confused by his tone. Deculine turned back to the group and announced that if there were no further issues, they should begin their journey. Without delay, they moved into the mountain crevice. As they ventured deeper, a suffocating miasma of demonic energy thickened in the air. The three following Deculine had to cover their noses, yet he walked through it unbothered. Curious, Princess Mahu asked Charlotte about the letter's contents, noting how grim Deculine had appeared after reading it. Though troubled, Deculine chose to explain honestly. He said the letter revealed they were being pursued by 37 assassins and a particularly dangerous figure named Donantes. The moment the name was spoken, Zealot's expression darkened. She slowly explained that Donantes was a hybrid born of a demon and a spirit, making him nearly impossible to defeat through either physical strength or magic. Zealot added that compared to the assassins, Donantes was a far greater threat. Someone expressed disbelief, prompting her to elaborate further. The hybrid had been created through a forbidden ritual known as demon invocation, requiring a human body and a demon's horn as sacrifices. Their enemies had turned to forbidden sorcery, dark arts so vile that only the most depraved witches would use them to pursue others. She bitterly questioned whether such people deserved to rule a kingdom. Still, she admitted that their only hope now rested on the man leading them, Deculine, a member of the Yukine family, long revered for their demon-fighting lineage. At that moment, a system prompt appeared, revealing that the Yukine bloodline possessed immense power in combating demonic forces. Those with this heritage could purify demonic miasma and convert it into personal mana, which increased to first-tier quality once purified. The deeper they went into the canyon, the more Deculine understood why the gorge had such a terrifying reputation. It was truly a nest of demonic beasts. The energy there was so dense it felt like it clung to the skin. An ordinary person would likely suffer just by breathing it in. But for Deculine, the environment worked in his favor. Surrounded by heavy miasma, his mana quality temporarily rose to the 4th tier. Mana quality was crucial. One level alone could create an enormous difference in a mage's strength. Mana was generally divided into 10 tiers. Ordinary people typically had levels 9 or 10. Those who reached level 7 could attempt to become mages or knights. Beyond level 5, the number of capable individuals dropped drastically. Renowned figures usually possessed level 3 or 4, and level 1 was considered almost divine, a realm no human had ever achieved. Even level 2 was considered rare, possessed by only 4 individuals across the entire continent. Jadon of Ber, the Imperial Guard of the Gayfrieded Empire, Archmage Dakin, and Headmaster Adrian of the Royal Academy of Magic. Deculine narrowed his eyes in thought. With his mana quality now at level 4, dealing with someone like Donantes was entirely manageable, so long as no unpredictable factors interfered. From behind him, Charlotte broke the silence, urging him to move faster. Deculine replied calmly, questioning whether urgency was clouding her judgment. He advised her to stay composed, warning that rushing might increase their exposure to demonic energy. Charlotte's expression fell at his words. Princess Mahu gently tugged Charlotte's sleeve, trying to reassure her that everything would be all right and encouraging her not to worry. Charlotte looked at her, quietly recognizing the princess's kindness. Mahu was surely more frightened and anxious than anyone present, yet she still comforted her subordinates. Silently, Charlotte swore she would never allow harm to come to the princess, even if she had to stake her life to protect her. Suddenly, Mahu shouted and pointed ahead, insisting she saw movement. A swarm of bat-like demons burst forward, heading straight for them. Individually weak but overwhelming in number, they closed in. Charlotte drew her sword, remarking that their enemies had finally appeared. Before she could move, Deculine stepped ahead, telling her to leave the task to him. With object manipulation, he unleashed a volley of razor-sharp stones he had prepared earlier. They shot forward at blinding speed, their edges cutting through the swarm. Many demons were cleaved in half. Others had their skulls shattered, falling like autumn leaves before they could reach the group. Once the attack ceased, Deculine calmly instructed them to keep moving. Their time was limited. Those following behind him murmured in awe, amazed that a single strike had wiped out such a large number of monsters. One guard exclaimed at the professor's extraordinary prowess. As they continued their journey, any creature attempting to block the path was swiftly eliminated by Deculine. A guard noted that only low-level monsters had appeared so far and wondered aloud why no serious threats had shown themselves yet. Suddenly, movement echoed from above. From the cliff, a sneering assassin appeared, mocking them for their supposed impending deaths. Dozens more assassins revealed themselves. The ambush had been prepared since the afternoon. Calmly, Deculine turned to Charlotte and ordered her to escort Princess Mahu to the Yukine Principality. Charlotte, shocked, asked what would happen to him. Deculine responded without hesitation, asking if she truly expected him to worry about his own safety. Such concern, he said, was unnecessary. Charlotte shouted in frustration, calling him impossibly arrogant. Deculine simply pointed toward the assassins, telling her to look. As they watched, he raised his wand. A moment later, a massive explosion erupted, engulfing the enemies and destroying them completely. One by one, the assassins fell without ever understanding what had struck them. Sharp stones tore through them like unstoppable lightning, leaving bodies collapsed and soaked in blood. Charlotte was left speechless by the ferocity of the attack. Deculine then asked whether she was ready to act decisively. He reminded her that her priority now was to escape immediately. Charlotte narrowed her eyes, turning toward the princess and urging her to leave at once. Suddenly, Mahu pointed again, shouting a warning. Charlotte followed her gaze to the cliff. Among the dead assassins stood a lone figure, cloaked in dense, terrifying mana. His aura was overwhelming, his presence commanding. He stared down at them with arrogance and unshakable confidence. Mahu demanded to know what the figure was, cursing under her breath. Despite the rising tension, Deculine remained steady, saying their plan had not changed. Once more, he instructed Charlotte to escort the princess to the Duchy of Yukine. Charlotte protested, insisting he couldn't possibly defeat such an enemy alone. The swordsman with them stepped forward, offering to help Deculine and urging Charlotte to escape quickly. Her expression darkened with guilt. Sensing it, Deculine reassured her that she need not feel any remorse. Once Princess Mahu regained her strength, she could repay him. He would summon magical constructs to accompany them. There was no time to hesitate. Gritting her teeth, Charlotte seized the princess's hand and dashed away, vowing they would meet Deculine again. Several lesser assassins immediately gave chase, shouting that they couldn't let the two women escape. One even mocked them, claiming they wouldn't get far. Deculine cut him off coldly, telling him to worry about himself. The mysterious figure turned to Deculine, accusing him of arrogance. He mocked the idea that Deculine planned to defeat his physical body with mana-less constructs, stating that neither spells nor mana would function properly here, both being drained by the demonic atmosphere. He asked what Deculine could possibly hope to do under such conditions, his voice full of madness and scorn. Deculine studied him quietly, thinking that such confidence bordered on delusion. Yet he admitted the man wasn't entirely wrong. Facing a giant with only physical or standard magical attacks was nearly impossible. The creature's body was almost fluid, and the environment made conventional spellcasting unreliable. But those limitations applied to ordinary people, not to someone of the Yukine bloodline. Deculine's mana quality had risen sharply, as had his mana regeneration. Along the way, he had layered enchantments onto his summoned constructs, enhancing them significantly. Because of that, this enemy was no longer beyond reach. A summoned object materialized overhead, launching a surprise strike. A stone projectile shot forward, slicing cleanly through the creature's head. Yet its body didn't fall like a human's. Deculine knew that wouldn't be enough. He launched a relentless series of strikes, tearing the monster's body apart piece by piece. The creature attempted to counter with twisted, dark magic, but Deculine neutralized it with ease. Behind him, the swordsman voiced concern over the creature's slow but persistent regeneration, urging Deculine to stay focused. Determination flared in Deculine's eyes. He resolved to keep attacking until nothing remained. Summoning dozens of razor-sharp stones, he prepared a decisive finishing blow. As he released them, another wave of projectiles tore forward, ripping the creature into hundreds of pieces. Unable to resist, it let out agonized, pitiful screams. The swordsman praised him in awe, calling him incredible. As the last shard pierced what remained of the creature's head, the battle came to an end. Meanwhile, Charlotte had finally defeated the assassins chasing them. Exhausted but resolute, she rushed to the princess and asked if she was all right. Mahu had collapsed from exhaustion, replying weakly that she was fine, just a little nauseous. Charlotte immediately recognized the early signs of demonic energy poisoning. She urged the princess to endure just a little longer. They had finally escaped the rift. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out behind them. Mahu turned and saw her grandfather, Gil, and Minister of Internal Affairs of the Yukine Empire. The sight of him brought her a wave of relief. Approaching them, he acknowledged the hardship they had endured and apologized that all he could do was wait. Mahu reassured him it was all right, saying she understood and was grateful regardless. Turning to Charlotte, Gil asked who she was. Charlotte bowed politely, introducing herself as the princess's escort. Gil nodded, calling her Knight Charlotte and thanking her for protecting Mahu. When he asked whether she had escorted the princess alone, Charlotte's face dimmed slightly as she explained that others had assisted. Looking back toward the ravine they had escaped from, Charlotte asked the minister to wait a little longer for the remaining members of their group. Without hesitation, Gil agreed. From morning until dusk, they waited, yet no one else appeared. Only a silent, empty road stretched before them, bathed in the deep red glow of the setting sun. With a worried voice, Princess Mahu asked if Deculine would be all right. Charlotte remained silent, lost in heavy thought, knowing he had truly risked his life to ensure the princess's safety. Gil gently rested a hand on Mahu's shoulder and suggested it was time to move. Mahu and the others entered the city gate, though their lingering glances revealed a tiny flicker of hope. And then, just as they feared hope was misplaced, the person they longed to see appeared at last. Deculine walked toward them, his voice carrying clearly as he remarked that it seemed they had returned safely. Ron scratched his head awkwardly and admitted with a sheepish grin that they were still alive. The two girls, spotting Deculine, ran toward him beneath the fading dusk, their relief overflowing as if meeting him anew. After defeating the assassins and ensuring the princess's escape, Deculine bid a quick farewell, saying he would be leaving at once. Alarmed, Charlotte immediately questioned what he meant, asking whether he should at least rest. Ephraim brushed the dust off his coat and replied calmly that it wasn't necessary. He added that everything had already been handled and that she could hear the details later from John. With that, he turned away, leaving Charlotte and the princess watching him silently. Charlotte narrowed her eyes, doubts swirling as she contemplated the perilous road ahead. At first, she had thought Deculine was simply causing trouble. Yet he had truly risked everything to protect them, taking the danger upon himself and guiding them safely forward. Despite their past conflicts, she suddenly felt she needed to thank him. She called out, and with a soft, relieved smile, expressed her gratitude. But what she received was only his familiar coldness. He rejected her thanks, commenting that she had likely only just arrived and hadn't washed yet. He said he couldn't shake hands stained with blood. Charlotte froze, teeth grinding in frustration, cursing internally that he never seemed to change. Deculine continued down the road, his figure fading in the morning sunlight. Suddenly, Charlotte called again, clearly testing his patience. Irritated, he listened as she cheerfully wished him safe travels and promised to repay him someday. Princess Mayho also waved brightly, thanking him warmly and addressing him as Professor. Deculine merely stared back in silence, expression unchanged, before turning away and offering a small wave. A notification appeared then, stating that the independent mission had been completed, awarding him 4 shop coins and 30 mana points. Time passed quickly until evening. At the minister's residence, Charlotte's voice rang out as she announced her presence. The minister granted her permission to enter. She stepped inside, performed the customary bow, and took a seat before him, though her mind buzzed with anxiety. She wondered what he would say. Could the Duchy of Urin be rejecting them as well? Or was there some hidden agenda? But she reasoned that if they had intended harm, it would have already happened during their first meeting. Sitting down beside her, the minister spoke calmly, asking her not to be startled by what he was about to reveal. He informed her that the Grand Duke intended for Manhwa to become his successor. He explained that a Grand Duchy was a founding noble house, completely independent, unlike ordinary dukes who were still bound to the royal family. Charlotte was stunned, unable to comprehend the weight of what she had just heard. After several hesitant moments, she stammered a question, asking if the princess would truly become the next Grand Duchess. The minister confirmed it, adding that perhaps even before reading Manhwa's letter, the Grand Duke had already decided, for he placed little trust in his nephew. He emphasized that this matter was of utmost secrecy, known only to the Grand Duke himself and now her. Charlotte's eyes narrowed with unease. Could such a thing truly be happening? Not long ago, the princess had nearly been killed in the battle for succession. She had been a frail, powerless girl with nothing to her name. Yet now, upon arriving in the duchy, she had been chosen as heir. Everything was unfolding too fast for Charlotte to grasp. A sudden realization struck her. She turned urgently to the minister, asking whether anyone besides her knew about this matter. The minister lowered his gaze and replied slowly that it was impossible. He himself had only learned of it from the Grand Duke minutes earlier. Charlotte reluctantly accepted this, though doubt lingered. Her thoughts drifted to something Deculine had once told her. That he wanted her and the princess to survive because their survival benefited his family and territory. He had clarified he wasn't protecting her out of kindness, only making a mutually advantageous bargain. He had added that overthinking it would not help her and that if she felt guilt, she didn't belong there. He told her to repay the Yukon family once Princess Manhwa gained power, as the princess was an invaluable ally. The more she pondered his words, the more tangled her thoughts became. What exactly had he meant? His behavior now suggested he had anticipated these events long before they happened. He had once claimed he was far too accustomed to political battles, surpassing her greatly in intellect and insight. She had brushed that off as arrogance at the time, but now she wondered whether he had calculated everything from the beginning. Her expression darkened as she muttered under her breath that he was truly a monster. Yet even so, the things he had done remained undeniable. With a small sigh of relief, she let a soft smile form, though she still wasn't entirely sure whether Deculine had made it back safely. At that very moment, Deculine was lying on a warm bed in his own residence. After a short rest, he pushed himself upright, realizing he had slept for barely 2 hours. He glanced toward the window, noting the sun had not yet risen completely. As he changed into his night clothes, he reflected that his iron-like body allowed him to erase fatigue with just a brief sleep. No matter how brutal the previous day had been, he always woke fully recovered, compelled to rise. He decided to test once again his ability to manipulate objects with pure willpower, something he guessed people in the modern world would be wildly envious of. Then he froze, feeling something stir deep inside. Letting out a weary breath, he thought again about how he should have cultivated this habit earlier. Waking only to train, training without pause, resting as little as possible and constantly seeking flaws to eliminate. Perhaps it had grown from living perpetually on the edge of danger, though that alone didn't explain everything. Discipline, relentless will, and a spirit hardened like steel had carried him through a life that never allowed wasted moments. Staring at the ceiling, he reflected bitterly that if only he had been this way sooner. He still remembered his girlfriend's expression from back then, the tired, disappointed look in her eyes. He had asked if something was wrong, if she wanted to say anything. She only said there was nothing and told him she was leaving. He had responded absent-mindedly, too lost in meaningless worries to grasp what was happening. Now he wondered if Kim Deculine, had he been like the man he was now, might have kept her from walking away. He sighed, lamenting how even the simple desire to sleep longer became troublesome when other people insisted on complicating his life. For someone like him, trapped inside this game, even 22 hours a day felt unbearably long. The scene shifted to the harbor, where the students returned to the capital. Excitement buzzed around them as they talked about how enjoyable the trip had been, how they almost regretted leaving, and how wonderful it would be to come back with their entire families next time. In a narrow alley, Ganesha was hiding from something, though the children with her were practically trembling with excitement. They whispered among themselves, amazed by the number of wizards around and eager to watch. Someone explained that these were the new recruits of the magic tower who had just arrived. Nearby, Leah looked puzzled, asking why they were sneaking around at all. Ganesha forced an awkward smile, insisting it was simply because the place was crowded and they were stepping aside for a moment. Another child muttered that it hardly looked like stepping aside, and that her behavior seemed suspicious. Ganesha's gaze flicked toward the station gate, and she silently cursed. Of all moments, why did Deculine have to show up now? Even if rumors said he had changed recently, appearing publicly beside the person connected to her earlier mission was the last thing she needed. Still, she could not deny how absurdly handsome he was. Handsome enough that she could stare at his face endlessly, even while forced to hide. Lost in that fleeting thought, she almost missed him walking calmly past. Deculine remarked that no matter how crowded the place was, it was still better than squeezing into such a cramped alley, and said he would step outside. Ganesha panicked and tried to stop him, shouting on instinct. Her voice caught his attention, and he turned, his eyes landing directly on her. She cursed inwardly, realizing she had been found. When she looked back, Leah stood frozen, staring as if confronted with something impossible. Her expression twisted with shock as she recognized the man before her. Deculine. In that instant, memories surged inside her like a crashing wave, breaking through every wall she had desperately built. Tears gathered in her eyes as she remembered the 8 years they had once shared, a time that refused to fade from her heart. She wondered why that image surfaced again so clearly. He was supposed to be just a character in a game, so why did he feel so achingly familiar? On the other side, Deculine was not exempt from the moment. He stared at the girl before him, struck by how much she resembled Wara, the bright, radiant smile that had carried him through countless hardships in his previous world. For a long, breathless moment, the two of them stood frozen, simply staring at each other. The world around them seemed to fall completely still, suspended in that inevitable, unbroken instant. There they were, finally, after traveling through literal worlds, now standing face to face while the surroundings went eerily silent. Rhea stood there frozen, looking into Deculine's eyes, unable to move her head away. And so was Deculine. There was something about this girl, he thought. But soon they realized that the awkward silence had lasted too long, and both of them snapped back to reality. Turning around, Deculine brushed off his thoughts as some ridiculous coincidence that he felt familiar looking at a game character. Meanwhile, Rhea started to walk back, thinking the same, telling herself to get a grip and not fawn over a character. Walking back, Rhea stretched her hands nonchalantly as if nothing had happened, while Ganesha stood there, confused as to what had just occurred. Meanwhile, Deculine, to clear his head, moved directly to the girls, threatening to deduct points if they left crumbs on the station floor. Still observing Deculine, Ganesha felt something odd. He clearly saw the girl but did nothing. This was not the Deculine she knew all along. Had he truly changed? We moved to the city several days later as a car speeds through the empty road. It's our boy Deculine with his sister Uriel. Uriel was visibly trembling and sweating, while Deculine sat calm and cold. He scolded Uriel, telling her not to scramble around like a dog and asking her to sit still. But they were on their way to meet the new emperor. It would be strange not to be scared. Uriel clapped back. But for Deculine, this was all an annoyance. All they were going for was to take a bow before the new emperor during the coronation and return to their business. No need for extra dramatics. Saying this, he reached into his pocket, pulled out 2 sheets of paper, and extended them to Uriel. Slightly confused, Uriel took the papers and started reading. In the notes were clear instructions on how to manage the territory in the future, taking into consideration what had happened recently with the old emperor and the new emperor's temperament. 12 days ago, Kurbane, the previous emperor, passed away. The progression of the main quest will grow more quickly upon the new emperor's crowning. So he decided to document some important events that were about to unfold. If Uriel followed them, he would be able to decrease the difficulty of future quests. But Uriel, while reading the notes, found them more funny than serious. She mocked Deculine, asking if he was some kind of fortune teller, telling him to be more serious about the situation. Finally, they reached the palace. The whole place was packed and decorated, ready for the new emperor. Guards stood stationed, guiding visitors to their assigned positions. Deculine walked through the carpet as Uriel followed behind, astonished by the sheer number of people present. But suddenly someone caught Deculine's eye. It was Julie. Walking past Deculine, she noticed him too. But after a second-long glance, she turned her head away and walked off, while Deculine stood there wondering if she was still having trouble sorting out the Varen situation. After a while of walking and waiting, an announcement was heard from the front. The Emperor had arrived. A shiny carriage stopped in front of the red carpet, and upon seeing it, everyone, including Deculine, immediately knelt in respect, welcoming the new Emperor through the entrance. From the golden carriage, snow-white feet wearing golden shoes stepped out. The Emperor walked through the carpet, eventually passing Deculine and heading straight for the throne situated in the middle, perched atop many stairs. In front of the throne, the Emperor stood while the religious head held the imperial crown in his hands, and soon the ceremony proceeded. The crown was placed upon the new Emperor's head, and the echoes of drums and the cheers of civilians who came to meet their new Emperor filled the area. And so, a new era began, the era of Emperor Safin Yekater August von Gibrain. She sat on the throne with a rather unimpressed expression, yawning from the boredom of the ceremony, which was noticed by Uriel. The new Emperor Safin, despite obtaining a status with unrivaled influence, she is always bored, and the reason lies in her character design. Within the game, she has the greatest talent. Had she wanted to become a knight, she would have risen as a guardian knight, and if she walked the path of a mage, then she would have been an archmage. She had incredible talent in all aspects, but precisely because of that, she wasn't interested in anything. But of course, there was a problem bigger than that. As Deculine was lost in thought, a sudden intense pressure washed over his body, making his spine shiver awake. He could feel someone staring straight at him. Who could that be? Deculine slightly lifted his head to look around, and the moment he looked in the Emperor's direction, it was clear. The Emperor was staring straight at him. Out of all the people there, the intense aura thickened the air. Watching this, Uriel thought the Emperor was simply surveying the nobles, taking a look at the people before her. But Deculine knew better. That stare was directly targeted at him and no one else. But why would she look at him like that? Clearly didn't feel like he was in her good books. Time passed, and the Emperor now sat inside the castle, holding a chess piece in her hand. She sighed at how boring the whole ceremony had been. She had expected a bombing or at least an ambush. Don't you hate it when nobody lunges at you with a knife to slit your throat during a morning walk? Standing beside her was her guard, Kairon, who listened quietly to her rant. The Emperor continued. But there was one person who piqued my interest, she said, holding a piece of paper. She asked Kairon if he remembered the famous question that had been recommended to her, the one that caused a huge ruckus during the recent academy test. Today she saw its creator. A smile crept onto her face as she continued. It should have been his first time seeing her, but when she looked at Deculine's face, it felt like he knew her quite well. This guy is good. But Kairon thought she was overthinking things. After all, she was the Emperor, and everyone knew the Emperor and the heir. Still, she wasn't convinced. Something about Deculine's gaze was different. Even though she couldn't pinpoint it, it felt like he was sizing her up. His eyes didn't waver when he realized she was staring at him. The whole situation intrigued her, like meeting an old friend. Slowly standing up from her chair, she decided to begin her work as Emperor by getting rid of the unwritten rules that had been passed down since long ago. The day passed, and the next day, Deculine and his assistant walked through the academy corridor toward his chambers. Deculine's face was as disinterested as ever as he remarked on how stupid the students were, even though the new school term had started. As they turned a corner, they were greeted by a group of students crowding outside the faculty office. Moving through them, Deculine opened the door and walked in, only to be greeted by Kairon along with several palace guards. This was confusing. Why would palace guards seek him out now? Kairon stepped forward, approaching Deculine with an edict in hand, and asked him to pay respect to the imperial order he was about to receive. Deculine and his assistant knelt as Kairon began to read the decree. The imperial family intends to grant the head of the Euclid family and the Magic Tower's senior professor, Deculine, the honor of sharing and conversing about magic with Her Majesty the Emperor. Furthermore, Professor Deculine has been included among the candidates for the selection of the instructional mage to teach Her Majesty the Emperor. To prove your ability, you are to solve the question created by the palace mage, George. Deculine, still kneeling, listened to the entire edict. But in his mind, questions erupted like never before. Why was he chosen? In the Empire, there is a tradition where the Emperor learns about the world from outside personnel for 1 year after their enthronement. Knights, mages, and scholars selected through their respective examinations conduct the lessons. Charon stood there, announcing the Emperor's edict to Deculine. Since he was chosen to be one of the candidates, he had to prove his ability by solving a question created by the palace mage. Thoughts ran through Deculine's head. The Emperor choosing him was never a plot in the storyline. Definitely interesting. Generally, such changes would not be of interest, but since it involved the Emperor herself, it was definitely worth getting into, especially when quests related to the royal family came with great rewards. On top of that, he might be able to figure out why Sophine had her eye on him throughout the whole ceremony. Charon came forward, asking what Deculine's decision was. If he believed that his abilities were insufficient, he had the option to forfeit as well. But of course, that was not a word our boy knew. He accepted and received the test question. Handing over the test, Charon and the knights started to leave the room as Deculine stared at the test paper. And before leaving, Charon looked back, glancing at Deculine as the palace mage's words echoed in his mind. It's a problem they'll be agonizing over for 3 days. One at least. But the candidates must solve this problem to qualify as an instructor. This problem was categorized as difficult by the palace mage himself, so Charon was interested to see how well Deculine would do. Just as he turned around, a blue aura emerging from the paper enveloped the room, stunning everyone. But Deculine just stared at the test with a disinterested look. Suddenly, a holographic image of the palace mage appeared from the question, congratulating the one who solved it and announcing that he would now be judging the solver's capabilities, depending on how much time it took. Solving it within a day would be considered quite fast. One knight watching couldn't hold his excitement, expressing his amazement loudly. Handing the test back, Deculine still praised the problem for its complexity, commenting that he was only able to solve it due to his recent interest in rune language research. But of course, that was just the forefront. The rune language within the problem, while a difficult script found only in ancient texts, was different for him. As the game designer, he was the one who refined the rune language for the game. While it was from quite a long time ago, with his memories and comprehension, a problem of this caliber was child's play. Deculine turned around as a knight approached him. Extending an invitation, Charon formally invited Deculine to the examination, congratulating him for completing the exam. Back at the palace, Charon was briefing the Emperor about Deculine. Hearing that he completed the question within 5 minutes, she was shocked and happy. Then there's nothing else to consider. We shall go with Deculine, the Emperor said to Charon, but he was still skeptical. He advised her to observe Deculine further before choosing him, yet the Emperor was not pleased. For her, Deculine solving a difficult problem from George was more than enough proof. Still, Charon's words were hard to ignore. Sighing, she addressed his recommendation, a woman named Luina, but she took 4 hours to complete the question. 4 hours would have been considered excellent had no one solved it in 5 minutes. But the results are clear. Charon stepped forward, stating that his recommendation of Mage Luina was not personal bias. Far too many rumors shroud Professor Deculine. He believed a more flawless mage would be more suitable for admission into the imperial palace. Hearing this irritated the Emperor, and she asked Charon not to speak of rumors, since she only believed what she saw with her own eyes. And since it had come to this, Deculine would be the instructional mage. Charon couldn't say anything more in front of her decision. Changing the topic, she inquired about Rugeden, who was meant to oversee the instructional night examination. Charon informed her that Rugeden was injured and on medical leave. Lifting the list of candidates, she asked Charon if he had any recommendation as to who should replace Rugeden. But suddenly, a name caught the Emperor's attention. I just got an idea. Cheering up at the thought of her new plan, she asked Charon to carry out the orders she was about to give. Meanwhile, at the order of Freeheim, Julie was practicing her swordplay while her fellow knights overseeing her were concerned for her well-being. She had been pushing herself non-stop, to the point that she was about to collapse at any moment after that incident. They speculated that the only thing that could calm her down was the discovery of Varen's body. But since it was on a cliff, the search was hard and slow. Suddenly, a guy came running to the grounds, calling for his captain. He ran to Julie and told her something that left her in shock. Immediately, everyone gathered in front of her mansion. There, Charon and his guards were conveying another of the emperor's decrees. Julie von Deafreden is granted the honor of conversing and crossing swords with Her Majesty the Emperor. You have been included among the candidates for selection as an instructional knight, to instruct Her Majesty in swordsmanship. Pass the examination and prove your ability. Hearing this, Julie immediately agreed to take part. Time passed, and Julie was seen wearing a cloak, walking toward a cabin in a massive blizzard. As she reached the place and opened the door, a familiar sound greeted her. Inside the cabin were 3 people who had arrived before her. With a bit of disappointment and exhaustion, Julie greeted them, addressing them as her seniors. The blonde guy asked her to take a seat, commenting that it was no surprise she was chosen, before continuing his ramblings about how they used to gather like this for group projects back in their school days. Beside him sat a gray-haired girl, the Sacred Star Knight, Gwen. She wasn't interested in the guy's cute stories and asked everyone to be on guard, stating that she wouldn't go easy on anyone for old time's sake. Obviously, they were all there for the same thing, spoke the Knight of Vigor, Raphael. The cabin went silent as tension brewed in the air. Julie looked to the side and noticed an empty seat. The blonde guy speculated that it was meant for the examiner, while Gwen mentioned the injury of Vice Captain Isaac, wondering who would take his spot. They didn't have to wait much longer. The sound of the cabin door creaking caught everyone's attention, and the person who entered caught Julie off guard. It was Deculin, aura farming with every step he took. He introduced himself as the acting examiner for the instructional night examination. The room was stunned as Deculin's eyes moved toward Julie. She remained frozen, thoughts racing through her mind. A mage came as the examiner for a night examination? Just how? What was Deculin's next move? Everyone in the room was stunned by Deculin's entry. The knight jumped up from his seat, screaming as he confronted Deculin, accusing him of not even knowing a knight's duty. But Deculin, unfazed by anything, casually sat on a chair. Sighing, he calmly said that he was not a knight, so he would be judging according to the manual provided. Even though they were not pleased by Deculin being here, since he was the chosen instructional mage for the palace, he was qualified, and if they still had any problem, they would be defying the emperor's words. The news of Deculin being selected as the instructional mage was the second shock for the group. Cutting to the point, the blonde guy came forward, asking Deculin if he could assure them about the fairness of the test, asking if he would favor one person over the others. Clearly, this was aimed at Julie. Deculin, maintaining his calm, explained that he was merely the examiner, so the final decision would lie with the emperor, and they could rest assured. He then asked them to rest for the day, since the exam would start tomorrow. The murmur within the group grew louder as they walked up the stairs, still questioning the fairness of the test but relieved that the final say rested within the emperor herself. Still sitting in the chair, Deculin's thoughts went wild. They were right to assume this test wouldn't be fair, but it was not for the reason they thought. Because no matter what, he was going to fail Julie. Time passed as Deculin peered out of the window from his quarters. Outside in the snow, the 4 knights were busy sparring with each other, not breaking a sweat after all this time. Julie was especially fired up and in great form. Watching her made Deculin slightly sad. The reason why he accepted this outrageous offer of selecting a knight despite being a mage who doesn't know the basics of swordsmanship was because of Julie. No matter what, she just couldn't enter the palace just yet, because that monster was in the palace basement. One of Deculin's death variables in Freden's abyss. The mirror. Julie couldn't enter the palace until that mirror was destroyed, or else things would truly spiral out of control. The next day, the contestants assembled for the first test. It was about evaluating their observational skill and persistence. The exam location had several varieties of rare magical fruits, and Deculin would assign each their own fruit. They just had to find and bring it back. He put his hand forward, and the image of their target fruit appeared before every knight. However, there was one more condition. The item they brought back had to be in pristine condition with no damage whatsoever. Also, Deculine would not move from his seat. Finishing his sentence, Deculine asked if anyone had any objections. This would be their first and last chance to say something. The knights stood silent, looking at each other. It was clear they didn't have any, so Deculine, wasting no time, announced the beginning of the first test. At an undisclosed location on the frozen wastelands, Julie struggled against a blizzard. The item she got was the ice flower. It's a transparent flower that grows on a cliff face at a high altitude on a snowy mountain and is really hard to harvest. But since 10 flowers bloom and wither in a day, it's not completely impossible. Even in the middle of her thoughts, she couldn't figure out if Deculine really only came here because of the Emperor's orders. As she turned around, she finally saw it. The ice flower shining brightly on top of a cliff. Wasting no time, Julie picked it up and was back at the cabin. As she presented the flower, Deculine stared at it for a moment without saying anything. After a while, he spoke. "It is damaged." Catching Julie off guard, he pointed to the flower, showing her a tiny crack in one of the petals. Disappointment washed over her face as she blamed herself for being careless, but her determination did not go down. Back in the forest, she found another one. Climbing the steep cliff with everything she had, she got her second one, almost falling down in the process. But back at the cabin, the same line repeated. "It is damaged." Pissing her off, the blonde guy sitting at the table eating couldn't believe it was faulty as well. After all that time, Julie's stomach decided to say screw the test, especially when she saw the blonde guy munching away at the table. But as if reading her thoughts, Deculine intervened. Meals were given after they completed their test or after they forfeited. With a serious face, Deculine asked if Julie was going to give up. But Julie was nowhere near giving up. Departing for the forest again, she fought the violent blizzard outside. Her coat was helping to keep out the cold till now, but the increasing cold and decreasing stamina were making it harder for her to keep going. She didn't have much time left. High up on another cliff, she saw a shine. She grabbed the flower again and walked all the way back to the cabin. But Deculine, standing in front of her, said the same line, no emotion. Colder than the blizzard outside. Julie was about to lose it by now. There was just no way that all 3 of the flowers she brought were faulty, especially when she thoroughly examined the one she brought this time. Grabbing the flower, Deculine pointed to the small crack on the petal. This was confusing and frustrating. This crack clearly wasn't there when she checked outside. So how? Suddenly, it clicked. She looked at the room with its blazing fireplace going full throttle. It was clear what the problem was. Collecting whatever strength she had left, Julie turned around, walking out for one last trip. As she departed, Deculine wondered silently if she had finally figured it out. But it didn't matter. She would still not pass this test. The raging blizzard calmed down as the sun slowly rose on the horizon. Inside, the other 3 contestants were discussing whether Julie could pass the test, while Deculine sat on his chair calmly waiting. Breaking through the mumbling small talk, Julie's voice suddenly pierced through, announcing that she had found yet another ice flower. The contestants jumped out of their chairs in excitement, while Deculine, still calm, asked Julie to bring it in. But this time Julie was not falling for it. She stood outside in the snow, asking Deculine to inspect the flower outside, promising that this time it wouldn't be defective. She stood there in the blizzard with a weary face, but still determined to pass the challenge. Thoughts rang in her mind. Until now she was too stupid to realize that the literal flower made of ice would be damaged by the warm fireplace inside the cabin. But this time she had cracked it. A slight relief poured over her face, but the next second Deculine straight up refused Julie's request. It was clearly mentioned at the beginning that he wouldn't move an inch from where he was sitting. So coming out was not an option. Our boy had all the escape routes covered. Julie bit her teeth with frustration, finally realizing that Deculine never intended to let her pass the test anyway. Still sitting, Deculine blamed Julie for lacking attention, scolding her for not remembering the rules he laid out. Hearing all this, Julie, in a calm voice, admitted that it was all her fault, but she was still not ready to give up. Kneeling onto the ground, Julie placed her hands on the snow, making her mana flow throughout her body. As everyone watched in surprise, Julie released all her mana, surrounding the whole cabin in a blue mana dome. Within it, her mana enveloped everything it touched, turning the whole cabin into an icicle and extinguishing the fireplace and all the warmth within. Deculine looked around in surprise, and Julie, barely holding it together, walked in, flower in hand, presenting it to Deculine for the inspection. Shifting his attention, Deculine stared at the flower Julie presented. What came out of his mouth after was colder than the blizzard outside. It is defective. Ice flowers are affected by mana too. The moment she unleashed such a powerful wave, her defeat was decided. In the end, everything was pointless. Julie's face didn't register anger nor frustration. She was confused and tired. And the next second all the exhaustion finally took its toll, kicking in together like the worst acid trip of your life. As she slowly collapsed onto the ground, her eyes weary and lifeless, Deculine announced Julie's elimination from the test. Time passed as Julie rested in the bed. Her body temperature had dropped drastically, effectively putting her into a temporary coma. Downstairs in the cabin, the contestants complained to each other about the unfairness Julie faced in the test, while Deculine stood there in the corner. He was occupied by something completely different. This was the first time he saw Julie's mana, but there was something strange about it. The moment Julie released her mana, Deculine's sharp eyesight gave him an alert. Her mana was abnormal and damaged. Mana damage is caused by a wound to the inner core, and these were really rare and won't happen from ordinary damage. It's probably from a severe, life-threatening injury at some point. But Julie's injury is a setting even he didn't know about. Does she reach the pinnacle of knighthood while carrying this abnormal status? What actually happened? The mumbled discussion continued among the other candidates complaining about the test and Deculine. They were Julie's peers and knights, so they might know something. Deculine called out to them, asking if Julie was injured at some point in her life. Hearing this triggered the blonde-haired man, who immediately shouted at Deculine, accusing him of being responsible for that injury and questioning his humanity in acting like he knew nothing. He continued on, remembering about the time they were on an escort duty, but suddenly he stopped. With concern on his face, he asked Deculine if Julie was still suffering from the aftermath of that injury. But of course Deculine was clueless. The story he was listening to was one that even he, as part of the game's creator crew, was unaware of. Could this have taken place before the official start of the game itself? The blonde man then turned to Raffle, asking if he found anything strange about Julie when he sparred with her. Raffle mentioned that Julie always consciously limited her mana usage. Even though she wielded her sword energy, she never let out her mana all at once, questioning if it was a side effect. While Deculine stood there listening, he ordered everyone to go to their rooms and rest, announcing that the next test would commence right after the failed examinee leaves. The next morning, as the sun shone into the snow, Julie stood outside the cabin with her bags packed and ready to leave. She let out a sigh as she proceeded to walk, but Deculine called her from inside. He expressed his regret in her elimination. But Julie, turning and bowing, admitted that it was the failure of her oversight that caused her loss, and that she should have paid more attention. Before Julie could leave, Deculine asked her if she could answer one of his questions, the promise he broke before. He wanted to hear what the promise was from her own mouth. He wanted to hear it once more. The promise was broken long ago and Julie still hates him for it. Yet here he was, holding her back because he wanted her to say something, or maybe he just wanted to keep her in front of him for a few more seconds. He questioned himself if he was making excuses for Deculine, whom he had become. After a long pause, Julie began to speak. It has already been half a year. At that time, she received a letter from the Luna family members. It was a letter from the mother of a mage under Deculine's command who took her own life. The letter detailed the evil deeds he had committed. Reading it, she demanded an explanation from him about whether the letter was true, but Deculine burned it right there. That became a decisive factor for her to annul their marriage. But Deculine was desperate. He pleaded to Julie not to go through with the decision, offering to do anything to change her mind. It was then he promised her to reveal the truth and apologize. But she didn't understand why Deculine was asking about it now. Speaking up, Deculine admitted it was his fault. All he had done in the past was on him. However, that research is still ongoing. He is continuing the research the man started, so naturally Deculine will grant the man to be the co-author of the research. And if there is profit, Deculine promised to share it with the Luna family and help revive them from the situation they are in now. He also promised that he will apologize to the real author on the day he publishes the research. Hearing this filled Julie with frustration. Shouting, she asked why Deculine didn't tell her all this before. Calmly listening to her concerns, Deculine again apologized with a soft voice. All he could do now was excuse it by saying that the Deculine from back then was different from the Deculine now. These words coming from Deculine caught Julie off guard. As she stood there processing what just happened, Deculine called out to Julie once again, telling her that from then on he will try not to love her. It was best for them to go their separate ways. He promised Julie that he will work on his feelings for her so that she is not burdened by them, so that someday the feelings will completely disappear. Julie stood there stunned for words, listening to what Deculine had just said. Turning around and walking inside the cabin, Deculine asked Julie to be careful on her way back, consoling her one last time and acknowledging all the hard work she put into this test. As Julie walked through the snow, Deculine's words saying that he will try to stop loving her echoed through her mind. A slight smile crept onto Julie's face as she wondered if Deculine was actually changing for good. Meanwhile, from the cabin window, Deculine observed the leaving Julie, wondering if even with Deculine's strong mental fortitude, he was still not able to avoid his feelings for Julie. 4 days later, all preliminary evaluations have been completed. The Imperial Palace tutor and the 4 knights representing this era have been confirmed. Holding the Imperial Edict in hand, Deculine was a little annoyed by how the Emperor dismissed his painstaking selection of Raphael and ended up choosing all 4. And as for the teaching mage position, it was clear that it belonged to him. Reading through the lines of his appointment, something caught his eye. At the Imperial Palace, Deculine stood before the Emperor as she addressed him. He knelt in front of her, but to his surprise, he was not alone here. Next to him stood Luina von Schwartz McQueen. Our boy knew her, and not in a good way. He never thought he would have to share this position with her. Luina is someone who could never have good feelings towards Deculine. It was good that they hadn't crossed paths since the floating island. But from now on, it's going to be exhausting. Our boy was not the only one annoyed by the person next to him. On the other side, Luina was giving piercing glances toward Deculine. A few years ago during the professor promotion evaluations, as Luina walked through the corridor, someone called her from behind. It was the other professors of the academy. They stopped her to proclaim their support for her becoming the head professor. Dreading the possibility of Deculine attaining the position, they encouraged her to do everything in her power to win. With a calm smile, she thanked them. At that time, the candidates for promotion to head professor were Deculine and Luina, 2 people. Deculine, who had the spell interpretation ability, theory, and family influence, was competing on equal footing with her, who was ahead in overall research achievements. And because of the kind and caring nature of Deculine, Luina was also getting the support of all the professors of the university as well. Going into it, she was absolutely certain that victory would be hers. But it was not that simple. One fine morning at Luina's residence, her servants rushed upstairs frantically while Luina was taking her morning stroll. When she inquired about the reason, the response was shocking. Her father had been seriously injured. Not only that, her family business was on the verge of collapse as all their business partners suddenly terminated their contracts. The lady of the house had an accident, and apparently bandits had invaded their estate. Her whole world started to collapse around her as she stood in the middle, confused and helpless. But the answer was obvious. Deculine. Her face twisted in anger thinking of all the atrocities Deculine pulled to ruin her family and everything she cared for because she had the audacity to covet what he wanted. But she didn't want to yield to such a person. She kept telling herself that she would overcome it. But it was not that easy. Not too far into the future, Luina's father, weary from all the relentless attacks on his life's work, called her over, asking her to give up the fight, telling her to do it for the family. That is when she realized that by the time she looked behind her, her whole family had collapsed. She had no choice but to give up. Her family didn't have the power to go up against Deculine. That rainy day she walked out with determination. And in Deculine's mansion, an argument was heard at the entrance as guards blocked someone who was trying to force their way inside. Luina begged the guards, calling out to Deculine to get his attention. Coming out with his servant, Deculine asked Luina about the commotion she was causing in front of his mansion. Pained her to the core to say it, but she did anyway. She screamed out loud that she would give up, asking Deculine to stop targeting her family. A long silence echoed in the air. Then Deculine chuckled. Stop? Stop what exactly? I have no idea what you're talking about. The words caught Luina off guard. With a cold face, Deculine addressed Luina, telling her that her sudden visit caused him to think that she was there to apologize, but it seemed he was wrong. A confused Luina stood there as Deculine moved toward her. Haven't the McQueens been receiving support from the Yucklines since long ago? You guys are a family that would have perished without us. Yet you act ungratefully like dogs, so naturally you should apologize. Hearing these words, Luina didn't even know how to respond. Her whole body raged with anger seeing the audacity of Deculine to ruin her whole family and still ask her to apologize. She naively thought that giving up her dream would end the nightmare. But Deculine demanded an apology from someone whose everything was on the verge of ruin because of him. But that was the moment she realized something. When you stand before absolute power, reason and justice take a hike. Luina dropped to the floor, kneeling in front of Deculine, and apologized. No matter how humiliating it was, she had to protect her family. But Deculine still seemed unimpressed. Standing tall in front of her, he mocked her for being pathetic. Deculine lifted his leg and stomped on Luina's thick thighs, looming over her with a blank expression. The sight of a dog-like wretch from a family with no foundation, in his way without knowing her place, revolted him. Moving back away, Deculine ordered her to get out of his sight and stay away from him if she wanted her family to have a chance at recovering. And Luina had no choice but to stay there and listen to all this. Tears streamed down her cheeks with frustration, helplessness, and anger at what happened that night. Back in the present, Luina and Deculine both kneeled next to each other in front of the Emperor. The humiliation she received was still fresh in her mind as she vowed to pay it back. The next day in the academy, the corridors buzzed with murmurs louder than usual. They talked about someone who suddenly disappeared overnight, speculating about what could have happened. As Deculine walked through the corridors, some students wondered if Deculine had anything to do with this. He moved forward while the mumblings continued. The silent gazes of everyone pointed at Deculine as they talked about how Duke Luina had gone missing last night. From time to time, mana disasters occur in this world. Mana storms, fire rain, dust fog, and so on. But as a mage, you shouldn't view these phenomena merely as disasters. They are all combinations of pure elements. While Deculine was taking his regular class, his mind was on a completely different case, Luina's disappearance. Since that had happened, everyone had been poking holes through him with their stares. While he would prefer dealing with the stupidity of clueless debutantes any day over such a headache he finds himself in now, there was no point in worrying about it because the disappearance has nothing to do with him. The next day, in Deculine's residence, the butler calls out to Deculine, informing him that someone from the security bureau is there to see him. It was the deputy director of the security bureau, Lilia Freemian, the same woman who investigated the train incident. Hearing this, Deculine reached the entrance to greet her, asking the reason for the visit, and Lilia responded by saying she was there investigating the disappearance of Luina. Keeping calm, Deculine asked her if she suspected him of having a hand in it, but Lilia just dismissed it, saying this was merely an investigation, and since the last time anyone saw Luina, it was with Deculine in front of the Emperor. After the tutoring session Luina and Deculine had with the Emperor, nobody has seen her. Looking up at Deculine with her sharp eyes, Lilia asked if Deculine had any suspicious incidents to report, and he just responded with a solid no. After asking some more random questions, Lilia left the residence, and Deculine walked inside. The constant suspicion and investigation were getting to him. It was definitely not a pleasant feeling, even though the bureau said they didn't suspect him. That was just empty words, and judging by his past, they would be idiots not to suspect him. Opening the doors to his room, Deculine was caught off guard. Inside, a blue aura surrounds the whole place, flowing around him as a faint voice echoes out, asking Deculine if he had forgotten his followers, and that they are waiting for further orders from him. touching the table, which seems to be the origin of the mana. It was clearly a message left for Deculine. But what was the order this person was talking about? Judging by the content, there's a high probability it's from Deculine's original connections. If that's the case, it's definitely his dark network. Deculine's senses started to tingle. A message like this at such a time was certainly bad. Maybe he did have a part in Luina's disappearance after all. His thoughts were cut short by a sudden sound from behind, jolting him alert. Behind him, the room was eerily silent. The next moment, in the corner, a silhouette of a hooded man started to appear. This man knelt to the ground and addressed Deculine as his master. This was illusion magic, and at a very high level at that. Playing along with what just happened, Deculine asked the man to lead the way. The scene shifts to a dilapidated neighborhood, completely different from the glitz of the capital, with beggars crowding the street and trash everywhere. Sick people and abandoned families and kids lining the street. Even in the great empire, there was light and darkness. If Imperium, the Emperor's direct territory, is the light, Oakland, our home, is the darkness. The hooded guy explained to Deculine, who was observing the whole situation. Soon, he stopped in front of an old abandoned building, asking Deculine to go inside as the illusion fades away into thin air. Inside, Deculine was met with a long, dark, narrow passage to the underground, and at the end of it was a giant room with two hooded figures kneeling to greet him. They greeted Deculine, addressing him as their master, and it finally clicked for Deculine. He knew who these people are. Walking forward, Deculine asked what the order he gave them was. The hooded guy lifted his head and informed Deculine about the order he gave about Luina. If Luina was to ever step foot in the capital, she was to be shown no mercy. It all finally clicked in place for Deculine. The kidnapping was done by the old Deculine's dark network. But fortunately, there was no death variable around him. But looking at the hooded girl and their general behavior, even his own dark network doesn't seem to have a favorable opinion of him. Setting these thoughts aside for later, Deculine asked the assassins to take him to Luina. In the middle of another isolated room, Luina was tied to a chair with a bag over her head. The hooded guy informed Deculine that they injected Luina with anti-mana toxins, causing her to be weak and not able to use mana for a while. As Deculine stared down at the weakened Luina, in his mind he was thinking of a way to get out of this mess. Deculine's subordinates have kidnapped Luina. Even though she is unconscious now, she is convinced that it was done by Deculine, and the villain's fate is pouring out from Luina's body as the death variable fills the room. He had to find a way to figure out this misunderstanding before it is too late. Disrupting his thoughts, the hooded guy extended a piece of paper, telling that it was something important he had to look at. He received the paper in his hand and started to read through it, wondering what this could be, but the contents inside shocked him to the core. His eyes widened in shock as he continued reading. This is clearly not what he expected. Sweat poured down his face while he silently continued. After finishing the paper, he handed it back to the guy, thanking him, and asked both of them to leave the room, because there was something Deculine wanted to talk about with Luina. Both the assassins looked at each other in nervousness and decided to oblige Deculine's words and left the room. Deculine's face was filled with tension and determination as he looked at the tied-up Luina before him. The next moment, the bag over her head and the ropes restraining her came loose, and Luina opened her eyes to see Deculine standing in front of her. She screamed his name in a fit of rage. This proved her suspicions. With anger in her voice, she screamed, asking what his plan was. She is now the Emperor's tutor, and if she were to report this to the Emperor, he can just assume how it will go down. But our boy was not intimidated by this. He advised Luina to choose her words carefully, as she was the one tied up and helpless in front of him. Even though this frustrated her, she had to accept the current situation and calm down. But she wanted to know what this was for. So again she decided to reason with Deculine. She asked if this was the continuation of the past, if it was not enough for him to have seen the downfall of her family, that he is still hunting her at every turn. Her voice was slowly rising with every word she spoke, but before she could complete it, Deculine's words caught her off guard. Luina, you will become the head professor. Confused by Deculine's statement, Luina asked if that was the case. Why did he kidnap her? For Deculine, there was no other way. This was the only way he could eliminate the death variable. Not long ago, while reading the papers given to him by the assassin, he was shocked to see all the evil deeds Deculine had done up until that moment written down in order. Everything from small beatings to kidnappings. Deculine gives the orders, and his subordinates carry them out. At that moment, he realized something. There was no peaceful way out of this mess. No matter what he says, he won't lighten Luina's grudges. But killing Luina because of that won't be good. Considering the positive impact Luina has on the main quest isn't small. He cannot afford to lose Luina. So Deculine will use what he stole from Luina to make her listen to him somehow. Moving closer to Luina, he decided to play the part of the old Deculine, asking Luina why she decided to step foot in the capital after the warning he gave. But Luina was prepared. She struck back according to the old agreement. She had already paid back her debt to the Eucline family. So why did that matter? Hearing this, Deculine sighed, and with an annoying face, he looked at Luina, asking why she thinks she paid off her debts and insisted she stop being so irresponsible. But Luina was just confused listening to this. Leaning in to Luina's confused face, Deculine doubled down. With a serious face, he finally spilled it. Compound interest exists in this world. House Eucline lent House McQueen 100 million eln 15 years ago. If the annual interest rate is 20%, then you need to pay back a sum of more than 15 million. She didn't pay the debt back and broke the promise, threatening to seize her property that she bought the next day. Our boy is the loan shark final boss. Hearing the absurdity of his claims, Luina lashed out, threatening to sue the family and insisting that such a law didn't exist. It is called the poison clause. The clauses that Deculine drafted were essentially designed to sneakily include cumulative effects, compound interest. He made it like that on purpose so that it'd be easily misleading. Even though the technique old Deculine used was evil, he now had no choice but to use it against her. Because there is a far more important reason why he needs Luina to obey him. Looking back at Luina, Deculine offered her a way out, which caught her off guard. If she helps him become the director, he would consider reducing her debt as the head professor. Annoying Luina. But he was still not sure if he wanted to give her that deal, since she proved herself to break promises, even though she had no clue about it. Throwing a ledger at Luina's lap, Deculine asked her to read it. It had all the conditions. First, you will remain silent about today's affairs. Second, you will adhere to this contract for 5 years. If she does not adhere to the contract, her inner core will be destroyed. Reading this unreasonable request, Luina lashed out at Deculine, cursing him for still playing the old games. But Deculine was unaffected, walking out. Before he left, he turned around to clarify one more thing. If she kept her part of the contract, he said he would return House McQueen's secret technique. Past memories flowed into Luina's mind. She was clearly not expecting this. House McQueen's secret technique. It was the family heirloom that Deculine forcibly seized when he destroyed the McQueen family. That's the root of Luina's grudge and the thing she wants to retrieve most. As he walked out of the room, Deculine insisted Luina think seriously about it, leaving a still surprised Luina alone. Deculine walked up the narrow, twisting stairs as his mind wandered. I threatened her with the heirloom, but will it be successful? If this doesn't get rid of the death variable, he had to use the last resort. But before he could finish the thought, a notification popped up informing him of the removal of the death variable, giving him 2 store currency units as a gift. Seeing this, a wicked grin crept onto his face as he continued to walk up. At the upstairs room, the 2 assassins were waiting for him. Deculine looked at them, commending them for a job well done, and was about to leave. But this irritated the girl. She screamed at Deculine for leaving like that, catching his attention. Her anger was palpable. She screamed at Deculine to keep his side of the promise now that they had done the dirty work. He promised that he would repay them. But before she could finish, the hooded guy struck the girl hard, silencing her and sending her to the ground. Lying on the ground hurt, the girl called out to her brother, the hooded guy, asking him why he did that. But the guy just turned to Deculine and apologized. Brushing it aside, Deculine asked him what the promise was. The guy's look changed instantly as a dark aura flowed through him. Freedom and enormous wealth, he replied. This amused Deculine. He disciplined his sister, but he also has a grudge against Deculine. They were the ones who did Deculine's dirty work in the past, and it's uncomfortable knowing they have a grudge against me. But he couldn't remove them because the wealthy magnate's skill was glowing bright on both of them. There was money to be made here. He just had to avoid making them do the dirty work from then on, which was doable. Finally breaking the silence, Deculine reassured them, offering to hire them from then on top of giving them what was promised. Stunning both of them. Hearing that Deculine would employ them, they immediately filled with gratitude, bowing down in front of Deculine, thanking him. There was one more thing. Deculine asked them to stop executing all orders given to them in the past, to which they agreed. Dismissing them, Deculine finally had some alone time amid all this mess. Due to all the sudden issues, he was starting to get tired, but it was finally over. Back at the Magic Tower dorms, Ephraim and her friend walked through the corridor in a not-so-good mood. But suddenly, Ephraim heard somebody mention a magic circle. She looked up to see a small crowd gathered in front of a door with a dark aura around it. This was familiar to her. This was the same place where the unknown magic circle was at the beginning of the term. Wondering if it was still not removed, she stared at it. The next second, a sudden surge of dark aura emanated from the circle, engulfing the students standing nearby, sucking them in, leaving Ephraim and her friend, who were standing far away, as the sole witnesses of this crazy incident.